Chapter 84. Xiao Han had already obtained the Venerable Spirit Turtle's true qi, so naturally, he had obtained the Venerable Spirit Turtle's martial skill as well. Moreover, with the pure Spirit Turtle true qi as the foundation, Xiao Han could cultivate these three martial skills as easily as blowing off dust. He could even say that he did not need to cultivate them. He could just visualize them with the Spirit Turtle true qi and succeed immediately. Xiao Han activated his saber intent and cut off all the distracting thoughts in his mind. His eyes were empty, and his mind was calm. He began to study the three forms of the Spirit Turtle. The first form, the turtle-breathing form, was neither an offensive nor defensive martial skill. It was a special martial skill. Activating the turtle-breathing form, one could block all the true qi in one's body and even seal the true acupoints. Not only that, if he exerted his full strength, even his breathing, heartbeat, and blood flow would be concealed, allowing him to enter a mysterious state of suspended animation. If he were to be placed in a metal box, thrown into the ocean, and fished out for 10 days and 10 nights, he would still be alive. The second form, the Spirit Turtle Shell. This form was the essence of the Spirit Turtle true qi, which was defense. The true qi took the form of a turtle shell, impervious to weapons, fire, and water. Moreover, the Spirit Turtle true qi was obviously strong in defense and weak in offense. The third form, the Spirit Turtle Slash, was an offensive martial skill. With the sharp edge of the tortoise shell, a sudden horizontal slash could cut through mountains and rivers in an instant. Seriously speaking, the three forms of the Spirit Turtle might not be a very profound true qi martial skill, but for Xiao Han, it was free, so there was nothing to be picky about. If worst came to worst, he could go back to the Pure Cloud sect and ask for some powerful true qi techniques. In other words, whether he was satisfied or not, it was a free lunch from the sky. What was there to complain about? He would just have to make do with it for now. Xiao Han had reached the true qi realm at such a young age. He was indeed a genius. The Pure Cloud sect would not ignore him. 2 hours later, Xiao Han opened his eyes. His pupils were like stars. Phew, I finally succeeded in visualizing the three forms of the Spirit Turtle. Xiao Han looked happy. The next moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless rays of divine light and precious light gushed out from Xiao Han's 9 true acupoints. Runes surrounded them, and true qi enshrouded them. In the blink of an eye, the true qi took form and evolved into a Spirit Turtle. This true qi Spirit Turtle was about 4 or 5 mu in size, which was already huge. It raised its head and swung its tail in the air, its earthy yellow eyes flashing with intelligence. The tortoise shell was covered with ancient oracle bone inscriptions and hieroglyphs, giving it an ancient fragrance. Everything was stable. There was a kind of unbreakable and impregnable feeling to it. Heh! I can finally use my true qi to take form. Xiao Han was overjoyed. The Spirit Turtle is a little ugly. It's not as good as Senior Brother Feng's flying sword tiger. It's not as good as a serpent, and it's not even as good as a bear. But it was better than nothing. If I hadn't fallen into this place, I would still be a rookie without a true cave, constantly on guard to avoid being killed. This was a blessing in disguise. All right, now think of a way to get out of this place and meet up with Senior Brother Feng on the surface. Suddenly, a hint of worry appeared in Xiao Han's eyes. I hope Senior Brother Feng is safe and doesn't get killed by Demon Emperor Qing Lin. Right now, Xiao Han was anxious to return to the Pure Rain sect. There was no other reason. The Pure Rain sect's outer sect ranking competition was imminent. There was only half a month left before it would be held as scheduled. Xiao Han had to rush back to participate in the competition. Although Xiao Han had already ascended to the true qi realm, he was still an outer sect disciple and had the right to participate in the competition. Shui Jianfeng. You think you're a genius and look down on everyone. You have a grudge against me, Xiao Han. This time, the outer sect ranking competition will attract the attention of the world. I, Xiao Han, will beat you up in front of everyone. What kind of genius are you? You're only half-step true qi. Now, I can smash you to pieces with a single slap. Xiao Han could even imagine the look of despair on Shui Jianfeng's face when he suddenly found out that his opponent was a true qi realm expert during the duel with Shui Jianfeng. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han could not help but laugh. The Spirit Tortoise's 3 styles, the Tortoise Breath style, can perfectly seal the true qi and true acupoints, pretending to be at the physical body realm. Ordinary people will definitely not be able to see through it. When I return to the Pure Rain sect, I will immediately seal my true acupoints and keep a low profile. When I face Shui Jianfeng in the outer sect ranking competition, I will forcefully open the seal. I, Xiao Han, will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han prepared to ride the spirit tortoise and forcefully rush out of this place. All of a sudden, wait! Xiao Han's heart tightened. That strange thing in my heart. At this time, Xiao Han's mind was completely tensed up, his entire body showing great apprehension. That strange thing hibernating in my heart, just what is it? In the past, I was at the physical body realm and could not see through it at all. Now that I've reached the true Qi realm, I can completely see the internal structure of my body, like looking at the lines on my palm. Cold sweat had already begun to seep out of Xiao Han's forehead. The major question that had been lingering in his heart had finally been resolved. But instead, it caused his heart to palpitate. The reason was simple. Anyone who had a strange thing in their heart would be fine when they did not know about it, and they would be in a daze for a while. But when the answer was revealed, they would definitely be perplexed. Forget it, without the strange thing hibernating in my heart, I, Xiao Han, would be a living target for the rest of my life. I would have already been beaten to death by the inner Qi realm. This is my fate and fortune. What am I afraid of? Let's see. The blade intent destroyed all the negative emotions in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han calmed down. He sat cross-legged. He focused his mind and guarded his body. He looked into his body. Very quickly, Xiao Han entered a mysterious state, as though he was on a mental journey. He saw the internal structure of his own body. Everything was revealed. White jade-like bones, flawless and without any impurities, organs as hard as diamonds, glazed, pure and untainted blood. A torrential flow of air flowed continuously within his body, nourishing him. It was the heat flow of the indestructible golden body. He looked into his heart. At this moment, Xiao Han's heart was beating vigorously, full of vitality. His consciousness seeped into his heart. Gradually, he saw it. He saw the strange thing that had been hibernating in his heart. It was an oval-shaped egg. It was actually an egg. This egg was as lustrous as warm jade, emitting wisps of extremely strong demonic aura, as well as an ancient aura that could dominate the 3,000 great worlds. On the surface of the eggshell, there were densely packed seals. Each seal contained a vast righteous aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Xiao Han finally understood. There was extremely evil demonic aura seeping out of this egg, as though it was about to hatch some powerful demon, but it was sealed by a large number of seals, forcefully sealing it, preventing it from hatching successfully. However, 3 of the seals had been broken. These 3 broken seals contained traces of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, 7-fragment saber technique, and indestructible golden body. Without a doubt, the 3 broken seals were the initiators of the 3 unique skills that Xiao Han had repaired and perfected. Shockingly, Xiao Han could feel that there was a vague will rolling in each seal on the eggshell, but he couldn't understand what it meant at the moment. The extremely evil demon in the egg also seemed to have a consciousness that Xiao Han couldn't see through. Moreover, this egg and the countless seals seemed to have fused with Xiao Han's heart, as though they had become a part of Xiao Han's heart. It couldn't be separated, unless the heart was shattered. Xiao Han stopped his inner vision. This inner vision consumed a lot of Xiao Han's mental strength, and his face was slightly pale. After resting for a moment, Xiao Han frowned and pondered. So, the strange thing in the heart is a demon egg. Moreover, this demon egg has signs of hatching, and the reason why it can't hatch is because there are countless seals inside. Although I don't fully understand all this, maybe when my cultivation level is higher, my vision and knowledge will broaden, and I will be able to see through the mysteries. But the demon in the egg is definitely a high-level demon. Once the eggshell is broken, I'm afraid a peerless demon will be born. Is it a demon sovereign? Or a demon sovereign? Damn it, there's a demon egg in my heart. Xiao Han's heart palpitated and his hair stood on end. But there was nothing he could do. Xiao Han's cultivation level was too low, and he was helpless against this. He couldn't possibly let him destroy his heart with his own hands, right? After a while, Xiao Han made up his mind, and the invisible saber intent destroyed all his fear, and he was ready to risk it all. Forget it, I don't care so much anymore. Anyway, The seals on the surface of the eggshell can still hold on. Maybe in 8 to 10 years, the demon egg won't hatch. What I need to do is to become stronger, so strong that I can personally deal with this pain. The fear in Xiao Han's eyes disappeared, and what was left was a rock-solid faith. No enemy, no difficulty, can defeat me, Xiao Han. Alright, let's get out of here first. With a thought, a few divine lights rushed out from Xiao Han's true acupoints, and turned into turbulent airwaves around Xiao Han's body, causing Xiao Han's body to fly into the sky. Xiao Han directly stepped onto the spirit turtle in the air. He stood on the turtle shell with both feet and smiled. Go up. Whoosh! The spirit turtle turned into a stream of light, and directly rushed up. The spirit turtle's speed was actually not slow. Of course, it couldn't be compared to Fong Ling's flying sword tiger, which could travel 200,000 li in the sun. But 50 to 60,000 li in the sun was not a problem. However, if it was in the water, the spirit turtle's speed would definitely be faster than the flying sword tiger. The spirit turtle soared into the sky, and soon, endless gravel appeared above Xiao Han's head. Go out! Divine light surged around Xiao Han, and true energy gushed out. With a boom, the spirit turtle drilled into the gravel, and continued to drill upwards. The gravel in all directions was crushed by the true energy, and flowed away like water. But after a while, pfft! The spirit turtle carried Xiao Han, and suddenly rushed out of the sand, completely leaving the world of sand, and returned to the vast desert. The sun hung high in the sky. Unknowingly, Xiao Han had already stayed in the world of sand for a day and a night. Finally, he could see the sky again. The air in the desert was distorted, and the gravel was so hot that it could instantly cook an egg. However, in such a harsh environment, Xiao Han felt like he had ascended to the world of immortals. He breathed in the scorching air to his heart's content, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! I, Xiao Han, am back again. As he laughed, the spirit turtle turned into rays of light, and entered Xiao Han's true acupoints. In the next moment, the true energy in Xiao Han's body was extinguished, and even his 9 true acupoints were sealed. As a result, Xiao Han looked ordinary, and there was not a single trace of true energy. The light and radiance on his body also dimmed. Now, he was completely in the state of vitality of the physical body realm. This turtle breathing technique is indeed magical. Xiao Han nodded repeatedly. I wonder if Senior Brother Fong can see through it. I'll find a place to wait for Senior Brother Fong. Xiao Han looked around, and the demon egg in his heart also sensed the surroundings, in case the demon race appeared. Although this demon egg is nurturing a peerless evil creature, it is also under my control at this moment. Xiao Han suddenly felt a little dazed and confused. Chapter 85. Xiao Han sensed his surroundings vigilantly but did not find any dangerous aura. The yellow sand beneath his feet was rolling like a tide and hot air was rising. Xiao Han knew that there were many unknown legends hidden in this desert. The venerable spirit turtle's cave abode was probably just the tip of the iceberg. I wonder when Senior Brother Fong will come to find me. Xiao Han was slightly dazed. Then, he stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. Why don't I take the initiative to look for some demon tribes and start a massacre? I'll sweep through everything and add fertilizer to the demon monarch's palm tattoo on my left arm. Now that Xiao Han had obtained true qi, his combat power was extraordinary. He might be able to fight against ordinary demon generals. As for the itinerant demons and demon soldiers, he would kill as many as they came. If he went all out, the demon emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm would definitely receive a huge amount of nourishment and awaken demon meridians one after another. It might even awaken the more noble and mysterious demon runes on the demon emperor's palm tattoo. However, Xiao Han was still slightly fearful. Now when he closed his eyes, a pair of blood-red demon eyes appeared in his mind, emitting an extremely evil and monstrous demonic aura. That was the surveillance of Demon Emperor Qing Lin. It could lock one's soul for thousands of miles. However, the feeling of being watched was not very strong. It was very faint and Xiao Han had to deliberately feel it to be able to detect it. Damn it, that Demon Emperor Qing Lin is keeping a close eye on me now. It's the sealed demon egg in my heart that attracted it. Although there are countless opportunities in this desert, it's still not safe enough for me at the moment. Once Demon Emperor Qing Lin chases after me, I'll instantly die without a burial place. Xiaohan felt a faint chill down his spine. Suddenly, he only felt that it was frightening. What? Demon Emperor Qing Lin's spying on me has yet to dissipate. In other words, he's still alive. Then Senior Brother Fong and the others. Just as Xiaohan was in a state of shock, a calm voice came from behind him. Xiaohan. It was Fong Ling's voice. Xiaohan turned around and saw Fong Ling, who was dressed in hemp clothes and had his hair tied up, carrying a sword on his back. At this moment, Fong Ling's aura was extremely weak and his face was slightly pale. Even the sharpness in his eyes was a little dull. He seemed to be seriously injured. Senior Apprentice Brother Fong. Xiaohan hurried forward to greet him. Suddenly, Xiaohan's footsteps stopped. He saw that within Fong Ling's body, there were 48 pentagram true meridians surging. Divine light flickered faintly, but most of them were dry and withered. After advancing to the Zhenqi realm, not only could Xiaohan see through his own body, he could also see through the life force of others. Of course, it might be because Fong Ling was injured that Xiaohan could see through his cultivation so easily. TSK, Senior Brother Fong has opened 48 acupoints, and his cultivation is at Zhenqi realm level 5, close to level 6. He was on par with a venerable spirit turtle. Of course, realms are realms, and battle prowess is battle prowess. The two cannot be confused. Xiaohan nodded to himself. At the same time, Fong Ling's eyes were filled with shock. Xiaohan, what's going on with you? You have clearly opened your Zhenqi acupoints and reached Zhenqi realm in a single bound. I saw it with my own eyes. But why can't I sense your true acupoint? It's like a pool of stagnant water. Did something strange happen to your body? I used the tortoise breathing technique to conceal all the true qi in my body and closed my acupoints tightly. It's as if I'm secluding myself and not making any progress. I actually managed to fool even Senior Brother Fong. Xiaohan was slightly delighted. Soon after, Xiaohan smiled non-committally and changed the topic. Senior Brother Fong, you're injured? Has Demon Emperor Qing Lin been killed? What about the other fiends? Xiaohan was actually very clear that Demon Emperor Qing Lin was still alive. A hint of bitterness flashed across Fong Ling's eyes as he shook his head slightly. Demon Emperor Qing Lin truly lives up to his name as a mighty figure of the demon race. He possesses world-shocking battle prowess and boundless demonic techniques. That apocalyptic demon saber is too demonic. When the saber light flashed, the bewitching saber chi almost sucked people in. Fong Ling's face was filled with shock. This time, if it wasn't for the Great Sun Emperor joining the encirclement, all of us would have died in battle. Even so, 5 fiends were killed, and both Great Sun Emperor and Demon Emperor Qing Lin were injured. I was also severely injured by a saber chi. Demon Emperor Qing Lin has already escaped, so we should hurry up and leave the Western region desert. Right now, I don't even have a tenth of my battle prowess, and all the true energy in my body is exhausted. If I encounter a slightly more powerful demon general, I will definitely not be able to resist. Fong Ling frowned and said in a low voice. However, my true energy is almost dried up, and I can't transform into the flying sword tiger beast. I have to think of another way to leave the Western region. Senior Brother Fong, if you don't mind. Xiaohan said hesitantly. I can give you a ride. In the next moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Rays of divine light and haze surged out from the 9 true acupoints on Xiaohan's body. It was a spectacular sight. The strong true energy fluctuations caused the air around Xiaohan to be blown out with waves of gentle ripples. Looking at Xiaohan, his entire body was bathed in the treasure light, overflowing with color. His eyes were like stars, his hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes fluttered. His temperament changed from mediocre to gorgeous. This. Fong Ling was completely moved. His throat gurgled, and his eyes widened, unable to say a word. Xiaohan immediately unsealed the 9 true acupoints that were sealed, and abundant true energy gushed out. Not long after, the true energy took form, and an enormous spirit turtle floated in the air. Its entire body was shining brightly, and under the scorching sun, it glowed with a bronze color. This true energy is ancient and simple, and it is extremely pure. It must be the true energy left behind by some ancient person. It can't be cultivated by you, Xiaohan. Fong Ling finally said loudly. Xiaohan, what fortuitous encounter did you have? You even fooled me by sealing the true acupoints just now. Fong Ling's eyes focused as he carefully looked at Xiaohan. Immediately after, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Xiaohan, you actually opened 9 true acupoints. You just reached the true energy realm, and you broke through 9 true acupoints in one go. You're so young, but you're already so talented. Xiaohan shocked Fong Ling again and again. It caused this peerless swordsman who possessed sword intent to completely lose his composure. Senior brother Fong, let's go. While we were on our way, I told senior brother Fong everything that had happened. Xiaohan chuckled. All right. Fong Ling used his sword intent to cut off the shock in his mind. The divine light flashed on the two of them, and a mysterious force lifted the two of them into the air and onto the turtle's back. Let's go. Return to the southern region. The true energy spirit turtle turned into a ray of light, broke through the air, and returned in the direction of the southern region. Xiaohan and Fong Ling sat cross-legged on the wide turtle's back, and the true energy around their bodies dispersed the heavenly wind and airflow. Xiaohan told Fong Ling about being surrounded by the demon army, being mysteriously trapped in the underground world, the venerable spirit turtle's cave, and how he was bestowed with cultivation. Of course, Xiaohan would never tell anyone about the secret of the demon egg in his heart, even if he was beaten to death. I didn't think that you, Xiaohan, would actually have such luck. Fong Ling sighed repeatedly after hearing everything. In the cultivation of the martial Tao, talent is important, but hard work is also indispensable. However, the most important thing will always be luck. Some martial artists are geniuses, but they don't have luck in their entire lives, and in the end, they will live a mediocre life. Xiaohan, you really are blessed with luck. You obtained the true energy bestowment of an ancient person for nothing. You've picked up a great bargain. Moreover, the spirit turtle's true energy is extremely defensive. The turtle breathing form is a unique cultivation method. It can conceal true energy, seal true acupoints, and deceive the heavens. It's powerful, very powerful. He. Hearing Fong Ling's praise, Xiaohan also felt rather complacent and could not help but say, Senior brother Fong, I really am lucky. If I had gone to soak in the earth vein spirit spring first, my soul would have flown away a long time ago. Humph. Fong Ling snorted coldly. That venerable spirit turtle is as crafty as a ghost. Xiaohan, you really are lucky. If you refined true energy and were forcefully bestowed with the spirit turtle's true energy, you would have died a long time ago. When foreign true energy collides in true acupoints, your body will most likely explode. Xiaohan's heart trembled. Senior brother Fong, what do you mean? Could it be that the venerable spirit turtle left his true energy behind to harm others? Xiaohan, normally speaking, as long as you've refined one type of true energy in your true acupoints, you can't cultivate another type of true energy with completely different characteristics recklessly. Otherwise, when the two types of true energy collide in the true acupoints, it would be difficult for your body not to explode. Do you think that the venerable spirit turtle is willing to lose his true energy to someone he doesn't care about after his death? Xiaohan, you've just reached true energy realm, so your true acupoints are empty. That's why you didn't fall for it and instead benefited from it. Fong Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. The martial world is dangerous. Xiaohan broke out in a cold sweat. After a while, Xiaohan finally spoke. Senior brother Fong, the venerable spirit turtle was a great expert at the 5th level of true energy when he was alive. He's no small matter. I'm afraid he's a renowned figure in the western region. In my opinion, he's just a regular independent cultivator. What, dominating the western region? That's just boasting. Senior brother Fong said indifferently with some disdain. Below the immortals is the fiend hero, and below the fiend hero are the living beings. Below the immortals is the demon hero, and below the demon hero are all living beings. Xiaohan's heart shook. Senior brother Fong, what does that mean? A regular true energy realm is nothing special. If they're really powerful, they're all demon heroes. Xiaohan, remember, demon heroes are the strongest in the true energy realm. They're chosen through a trial with a slim chance of survival. Killing a regular true energy realm is as easy as blowing away dust. However, Xiaohan, your cultivation is still a little weak, so you don't need to know too much. When you're stronger, You might be qualified to participate in the demon hero selection. Yes. Xiao Han nodded his head heavily. He kept muttering to himself. Below the immortals is the demon hero, and below the demon hero are all living beings. It sounds really powerful. In the next few days, Feng Ling taught Xiao Han some of the most basic methods of using true qi. For example, using true energy to form hands. As for how to use true energy to manifest the Son of Heaven's divine fist and blade Dao, Xiao Han would have to return to the Pure Cloud sect and merge them in seclusion. The day before returning to the sect. Senior Brother Feng, we've already left the northern region of the ancient desolation and returned to the southern region. Tomorrow morning, we can return to the Pure Cloud sect. Xiao Han said excitedly. Feng Ling nodded his head. Xiao Han licked his lips. Senior Brother Feng, when we return to the sect, I'm going to use the turtle breathing style to seal my true acupoints so that I won't be exposed. My true energy realm cultivation. Hee. I hope Senior Brother Feng can hide it for me. Oh. Feng Ling looked up at Xiao Han and smiled lightly. You want to amaze the world? Yes. Amaze the world. Xiao Han nodded his head heavily. Don't worry. When I return, I'll immediately go into seclusion to heal my injuries. I won't tell anyone, including the higher-ups of the sect. Early the next morning, the true energy spirit turtle finally flew to the sky above the Pure Cloud mountain range. Compared to the scorching heat of the western region, the southern region had already entered the early winter. The wind was biting cold and it was snowing heavily. The entire Pure Cloud mountain range was covered in silver. Faint immortal qi permeated the mountain range, contrasting with the heavy snow. Ha 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 ha. I, Xiao Han, am finally back. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed haughtily. There were only 3 days left before the Pure Cloud sect's annual Outer Disciple ranking competition. Many of the Outer Disciples who had been training in the Jianghu had returned to the sect just like Xiao Han. All of them were rubbing their palms together. They wanted to make a name for themselves in the Outer Disciple ranking competition. Chapter 86. The true Qi spirit tortoise silently landed on a quiet hill outside the mountain range. In the next moment, the spirit tortoise disintegrated into rays of ancient light and was absorbed into Xiao Han's 9 true Qi. Then, Xiao Han activated the spirit tortoise style and completely sealed the 9 true Qi. It was as still as stagnant water. Even the rays of light that were as bright as the stars in his eyes were magically sealed. Feng Ling could not see any flaws at all and was amazed at the sight. Now, Xiao Han was just a physical body realm martial artist at a glance. There was nothing special about him. Then the two went their separate ways. Xiao Han leisurely wandered back to the outer sect peak where he was at. This time, he was in the limelight at the Xiao clan's meeting, but he also encountered the mysterious North Profound Demon Emperor and was almost killed by 3 true Qi realm experts. Then, he risked his life and took the 7 Sun Death Wishing Pill to survive in the midst of death and advance to the true Qi realm. He fled to the western desert and had a fortuitous encounter. All kinds of trials and transformations, lingering between life and death. Now that he had safely returned to the sect, Xiao Han also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity as if it was a lifetime ago. Thus, when Xiao Han saw the outer sect disciples walking back and forth on the street, he took the initiative to smile and greet them politely. This made all the outer sect disciples feel flattered. Senior Brother Xiao Han, you're back? That's great. There are 3 more days, and it's this year's outer sect ranking competition. Our peak is relying on Senior Brother Xiao Han to support us. That's right, that's right. A few days ago, the 3 leaders kept talking about Senior Brother Xiao Han. Senior Brother Xiao Han is now the main character of our peak, the spiritual leader. Every month, the basic benefits have increased from 100 true martial coins to 500 true martial coins. Senior Brother Xiao Han, you can do it. This time's outer sect ranking competition, you will definitely be in the top 3. A pink and cute female outer sect disciple said with a blushing face. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Xiao Han with her phoenix eyes. She was extremely embarrassed. Xiao Han was now supported by all the disciples of this peak. Xiao Han strolled on the snow-covered long street for a while before returning to his courtyard. As soon as he opened the courtyard door, he saw a person sweeping the snow in the courtyard. Who else could it be but A Cho? Xiao Han's heart was filled with the feeling of reuniting with a long-lost friendship. Senior brother Ah Cho, I'm back. Ah Cho hurriedly put down his broom and rushed over to give Xiao Han a bear hug. Xiao Han, you're finally back. It's great that I'm still in time for the Outer Disciple ranking competition. The two of them entered the house one after another. Ah Cho boiled water and brewed tea. Then they started chatting while sipping their tea. Xiao Han observed Ah Cho's life force state and knew that Ah Cho's marrow refinement had already reached a certain level. His meridians were long and his breathing was heavy and powerful. Furthermore, wood rings appeared in Ah Cho's pupils. It was obvious that he had touched upon the essence of the withered wood treasure record. Heh! Senior brother Ah Cho, you have improved a lot during this period of time. 1,000 li in a day. I think, in this year's Outer Sect ranking competition, Senior brother Ah Cho will definitely become a dark horse. Xiao Han was extremely gratified. Hehehe. Ah Cho rubbed his hands. His expression was also extremely excited. Xiao Han, maybe it's because of the previous clan meeting, your words and actions motivated me. Furthermore, those 3 true Qi realm experts threatened to massacre the entire city. That feeling of fear and despair caused my spirit to undergo some transformations. All in all, I can feel my improvement. Of course, I don't dare to have extravagant hopes of becoming a dark horse. I just hope that I won't be eliminated in the first round. Alright, Xiao Han, after we parted at Blazing Flame City, where did you and direct disciple Feng go? During this period of time, your martial cultivation must have improved by quite a bit? It's just ordinary. I just followed senior brother Feng to wander around and broaden my horizons. Xiao Han blew on a tea leaf in his cup. He didn't dare to tell Ah Cho that he had already stepped into the true Qi realm. He reckoned that Ah Cho would faint on the spot. Xiao Han, in short, in this year's Outer Sect ranking competition, your name will definitely spread throughout the sect and your prestige will spread. The only one who can compete with you is Xue Jianfeng. Ah Cho lowered his voice and whispered. Alright, Xiao Han, you have to be careful. I heard that Xue Jianfeng and a few direct disciples went to the western region to train and returned with great rewards. I heard that Xue Jianfeng is already infinitely close to the true Qi realm, just half a step away. He can reach the heavens in a single step and defy the heavens. Furthermore, he found an ancient sword in the ruins of an ancient country in the western region. It's a precious weapon, imbued with true Qi, entwined with a turtle and snake, able to cut through anything. Ah! Infinitely close to the true Qi realm. Xiao Han casually drank a mouthful of tea, his face full of sneer and disdain. Senior brother Ah Cho, there are countless martial artists that infinitely close to the true Qi realm, but in the end, they didn't cross it. This half a step is not so easy to cross. In the middle is a heavenly moat. As for precious weapons and the like, true experts will not rely on external forces. Strength comes from one's own strength, not relying on any treasures. An indescribable confidence burst out from Xiao Han's eyes. Ah Cho was stunned at the sight. Xue Jianfeng's mountain peak. Xue Jianfeng's side courtyard. At this moment, Xue Jianfeng stood proudly with his hands clasped behind his back. His spirit and aura were becoming more and more detached. Although it was winter, he only wore a thin long gown. His skin was crystal clear, flickering with a dazzling luster. His jet-black long hair was parted down the middle, hanging on both sides of his shoulders. His eyes were in high spirits, like flashes of lightning, concealing a sword intent and pride that could topple a city. Towering like an abyss. It made people's hearts palpitate. On his back was an unsophisticated sheathed long sword. A ray of light that was as thick as a thumb and about 3 meters long was constantly circulating, emitting a draconic hum. The snowflakes that were falling from above were extinguished by the formless sword intent when they were a few feet away from Xue Jianfeng, causing Xue Jianfeng's entire body to be clean, without a speck of dust. He had a feeling that he was about to achieve Dao and ascend. The 4 outer sect disciples stood at the side with their hands hanging down with trembling legs. They deeply buried their heads and didn't dare to raise their heads. Their breathing was rapid as they were oppressed by Xue Jianfeng's aura. Senior brother. 3 junior brothers were sent by you to spy on Xiao Han. In the end, none of them came back. As for Xiao Han, he swaggered back from his secluded cultivation in the deep mountains and old forests. With one move, he crippled Ling Feiyu of their mountain peak, and He also wiped out Gong Sun Kang's mountain peak. Gong Sun Kang, Zhang Shan, and the others all died without leaving a corpse. Senior brother. I'm afraid that the 3 junior brothers who were spying on Xiao Han have already been killed. The 4 outer sect disciples reported while trembling with fear. Humph. Xue Jianfeng let out a cold snort, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The snowflakes that filled the sky seemed to be affected by Xue Jianfeng's anger, shattering into powder and scattering all over the sky. A living target. A lowly dog-like person. Just because he had a fortuitous encounter, he doesn't know his own capabilities anymore. He actually dared to provoke me again and again. He even dared to kill my people. He's courting death. He probably thinks that in this year's outer sect ranking competition, he can slightly contend against me. What a huge joke. As of now, my spirit has already been sharpened to the point of sharpness. Indistinctly, I can feel the barrier of eternal separation between man and heaven. Within 2 years, I will definitely advance to the realm of true qi. I will ascend to the heavens in a single step. Xue Jianfeng said proudly. The treasured sword on his back let out a cheerful dragon roar, resonating with him and bringing out the best in each other. Forget it. The evil that he brought upon himself is the hardest to bear. In a few days' time in the outer sect ranking competition, this seat will personally slaughter him. A violent killing intent swept out from Xue Jianfeng's eyes. Yes, yes, senior brother is invincible. Senior brother is invincible. The 4 outer sect disciples finally all knelt down, trembling non-stop. Inner sect mountain range. Elder courtyard. In a warm and fragrant room, a young man sat on a chair made of sour twig wood and sipped tea. This man looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. His appearance was very beautiful, and his eyes were pure black, black like an endless abyss. If one looked at them for a while longer, they would have the illusion that they were going to be sucked in. His skin wasn't pure snow white, but it was gentle and exquisite like jade, but warmer and softer than jade. There was a faint haze and light flowing around his body, round and smooth like jade. He was at the true qi realm. A few elders whose fleshly bodies had reached the pinnacle of the blood transformation realm, but were unable to covet the true qi realm for their entire lives, were carefully serving him at the side. This year's outer sect ranking competition will be hosted by your inner sect elder courtyard. That man put down the teacup and said unhurriedly. He had an imposing manner as if he was in control of everything. Yes, it must be done in an orderly manner. When the time comes, many true disciples will personally come to watch the competition. There must be no chaos. Yes, yes, young Master Ziyu, don't worry. Our inner sect elder courtyard has consecutively hosted many outer sect ranking competitions. We are very experienced, there won't be any mistakes. One of the elders hurriedly said. Yes. The young man smiled faintly. His temperament was like a high mountain and flowing water, free and unrestrained. This year's outer sect ranking competition has generous rewards. The outer sect disciples are definitely rubbing their palms together, unable to hold back and wanting to fight it out on the stage. What do you think of this year? Young Master Ziyu, this year's ranking, especially the top 3, shouldn't be too different from last year. First place is 99% certain to be in Xue Jianfeng's bag. Xue Jianfeng is a genius that only appears once in 100 years. An elder sighed. This kind of beauty will enter the true qi realm sooner or later. At most, it will take 2 or 3 years. This seat admires this child Xue Jianfeng very much. He even has a shadow of this seat when I was young. His arrogance and sharpness are things that this seat admires. The young man nodded slightly. A few elders exchanged ruminating glances. Immediately, one of them said in a low voice. Young Master Ziyu. Some time ago, a demon-like youth appeared in the outer sect. His name is Xiao Han. This child is also a genius. He single-handedly leveled an outer sect mountain peak. Now, he is in the limelight and will become the biggest dark horse in this year's outer sect ranking competition. If we were to talk about this year's outer sect ranking competition's variables, I'm afraid it would be Xiao Han. However, young Master Ziyu, please rest assured. No matter how demon-like Xiao Han is, his foundation and innate talent are still lacking. He will not be a threat to Xue Jianfeng's position. But, Xiao Han and Xue Jianfeng seemed to have some personal grudges. Previously, when Xue Jianfeng was engaged to an outer sect female disciple of the Medicine King Valley, Xiao Han actually shouted at Xue Jianfeng in front of him. "Ha!" The young man's eyebrows twitched, a displeased look brewing in his eyes. "Young Master Ziyu, we have already thoroughly investigated. It turns out that when Xiao Han was a live target, he was once beaten up by Xue Jianfeng, who was still a disciple at that time. He vomited 3 liters of blood and almost died. Humph. This year's champion will definitely be Xue Jianfeng. He deserves the title. Whatever dog or cat, don't come and pester endlessly," the young man said with slight anger. "You guys go and knock on the outer sect leader of Xiao Han's mountain peak. Even if Xiao Han is a genius, he still needs to abide by the rules. Don't be a noisy guest and steal the spotlight." These 2 days, Xiao Han slept in his courtyard. When it was time to eat, he would go to the canteen with Ah Cho. He also did not cultivate. He completely relaxed and recuperated. There was still 1 day before the outer sect ranking competition. Xiao Han was called to the White Jade Plaza by the 3 leaders. In the White Jade Plaza. 3 leaders. It's been a long time. Xiao Han said with a smile. "Xiao Han, how was your training during this period of time?" The 3 leaders also laughed and casually chatted with Xiao Han. So, Xiao Han did not say much. Suddenly, the eyes of the 3 leaders revealed a deep grievance and awkwardness. "3 leaders, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Han immediately asked. "Xiao Han, we all know that you are extremely talented in the martial Dao. You improve at lightning speed. Almost monstrous. You are also a natural-born bladesman. You are extremely talented. We all have high hopes for your performance in this year's outer sect ranking competition." However, Xue Jianfeng also improved a lot. He vaguely had the feeling of stepping into the true Qi realm. His every action was a cut above others. "Xiao Han, what we mean is that if you want to compete with Xue Jianfeng for the first place, you still lack some foundation. Xiao Han, why don't you fight for the top 3 in this year's outer sect ranking competition? Anyway, after Xue Jianfeng becomes the outer sect champion, he will immediately be promoted to the inner sect. Next year's outer sect ranking competition will definitely be yours." Xiao Han immediately sensed that the words of the 3 chiefs were implying something, and they did not mean what they said. Therefore, he immediately said calmly, "3 leaders, don't you want disciple Xiao Han to fight for the first place for our mountain peak?" The 3 leaders looked at each other with complicated expressions on their faces. Suddenly, one of the leaders blurted out, "Xiao Han, to be honest, the inner sect elders asked us to inform you that the first place of the outer sect this year belongs to Xue Jianfeng. Xiao Han, let me tell you, Xue Jianfeng has curried favor with a few true disciples." He, no matter. Xiao Han waved his hand. "Disciple understands. Please be at ease. This disciple will definitely not make things difficult for the 3 masters. So what if he curried favor with true disciples? I am already in the true Qi realm and have opened 9 true Qi realms. In the entire Fire Beacon Empire, I am probably as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Xue Jianfeng, what do you have to fight me? I want to see if the sect values you, a half-step true Qi realm, or me, a genuine true Qi realm." Xiao Han sneered and left the mountain peak. The next day, early morning. Dong, dong, dong. From the mountains of the inner sect of the sect, a long and deep morning bell rang. This was to summon all the outer sect disciples to enter the inner sect mountains. Outer sect ranking competition. Begin. Chapter 87. As the morning bell rang in the inner sect mountains, the Pure Rain sect's annual outer sect disciple ranking competition finally began. Numerous outer court disciples that had the ambition to make a name for themselves in the outer court ranking competition this time and become eminent were already waiting with their weapons on their backs, and they itched to fight their opponents, causing them to wish for nothing more than to immediately stand on the arena and fight their opponents. They heard that the champion of this outer sect ranking competition would be rewarded handsomely. There was news that it would be a top-grade sacred medicine and a true Qi cultivation method. A true Qi cultivation method was definitely not a trivial treasure. Compared to the martial skill secret manuals of a physical body realm martial artist, it was more than 100 levels higher. Not to mention the champion, even the top 3 and top 10 would be rewarded handsomely. Moreover, during the competition, the inner sect disciples and inner sect elders would all be present. There would also be a portion of true Qi realm experts and direct disciples. If there was an outstanding outer sect disciple, they would definitely be recruited and won over. At this moment, the 10 outer sect peaks leaders all brought their disciples and entered the inner sect peak. Xiao Han's peak. The 3 leaders took the lead, and behind them were thousands of outer sect disciples. Xiao Han naturally walked at the front, with the air of a leading sheep. Ah Cho basked in the limelight and walked beside Xiao Han, chatting with Xiao Han. This peak's other prodigy besides Ling Feiyu, Meng Ran, walked behind Xiao Han, looking at Xiao Han's back with a venomous gaze. But he did not dare to be ostentatious, much less roar. Ever since Meng Ran returned to the peak, he had heard of Xiao Han's fierce name many times. Moreover, he crippled Ling Feiyu with one move, ruthless and tyrannical, causing Meng Ran to be dumbfounded. Xiao Han, yesterday I heard that the reward for the champion of this outer sect ranking competition is not only a treasure medicine to increase the probability of breaking through to the true Qi realm, but also a true Qi secret manual. With these 2 rewards, advancing to Zhenqi realm would be a matter of time before he was able to do so. This is a great opportunity. Xiao Han, try your best to be first. If you reach the true Qi realm, I will be proud. In the future, in the outer sect's 10 peaks, no one will dare to bully me, he. Ah Cho laughed softly. Senior brother Ah Cho, don't worry. I will definitely be the champion in this competition. There is no doubt about this. Those who stand in my way will all be trampled to death. Xiao Han said domineeringly. When the 3 masters heard Xiao Han's bold words, they felt gratified, but also a little uneasy. In the mountains of the inner sect. Battle Peak. The peak of Battle Peak was extremely vast, occupying an area of more than a few hundred acres. In the middle, there was a lotus platform that was made up of many arenas. It was 12 stories high. On the highest level, there was an arena that stood tall like a lone mountain, giving off a feeling of being a crane among chickens. There were 2 arenas on the next level. There were 3 arenas on the next level. The lotus platform was surrounded by seats. Among them, there were seats for the 10 peaks of the outer sanctum, the participants, the inner sanctum disciples, and the inner sanctum elders. There was also a seating area, with only a dozen or so seats, covered with expensive beast skins. There were also a few specially selected female disciples serving tea and playing music to serve them. However, the 10 or so seats were still empty. Not a single person could be seen. A flood of people rushed into the peak and found their own seats. Although there were many people, it was not noisy. Everyone was solemn and followed the rules, not daring to speak loudly. Xiao Han's peak was also in position, entering a square formation. The 3 managers took out a lot of number tags from their storage rings and distributed them to the disciples who were going to take part in the competition. Meng Ran, this is your number plate. Ah Cho, take your number plate. Ah Cho, this is your first time participating in the outer sect competition. I wish you good luck. Don't meet a strong opponent in the first round. Zhang Xiaohua, your number plate. Xiao Han, your number plate. Xiao Han received a palm-sized square plate from one of the masters. It was made of copper, with a number carved on it. 821. N. Xiao Han nodded to the 3 masters. All right, Xiao Han, you're so young, but you're already a genius. You've only entered the outer sect for a year, and you've already achieved amazing martial achievements. However, there's always someone stronger than you. If you meet an opponent who can defeat you, you can choose to admit defeat. That's not embarrassing. One of the masters cautiously reminded. Disciple understands. Xiao Han smiled. After receiving their number plates, Xiao Han and the hundreds of disciples participating in the competition moved to the participants' seats. They all sat down and waited for the competition to begin. Ah Cho sat at the seat beside Xiao Han. Xiao Han's face was expressionless. His true qi was sealed tightly, his eyes were plain and unaffected. He even blocked the blade qi. I tried it last night. This turtle breathing stance can not only seal the true qi and true qi, it can even seal the internal organs and blood vessels. The only thing it cannot seal is my heartbeat. Because there's a demon egg in my heart, the extremely evil and strong demon qi seeps out. The turtle breathing stance cannot seal it. Xiao Han thought. Xiao Han, I'm so nervous. So nervous. It's my first time participating in the competition, and I've always been a kind person with a very good temper. I rarely fight with others. I'm really nervous right now, Acho said in a low voice, feeling uneasy. Senior Acho, don't be nervous. Once you're on the stage, you can use the wooden dragon pillar to attack from afar. If the opponent wants to fight you in close combat, use the withered wood palm, Xiao Han advised. At this time, the participants from the other peaks also rushed into the participants' seats. Among the contestants, there were a few who were half a step into true Qi. However, Xiao Han didn't even glance at them. After a while, Xue Jianfeng has appeared. Look, it's Senior Xue Jianfeng. Last year's champion. So handsome. So cool. A group of female disciples muttered as if they were infatuated, only to see Xue Jianfeng in a white robe with a treasured sword on his back. He walked into the participants' seats with a majestic gait. Behind him was a large group of outer sect disciples. All of them had a face of worship. His powerful aura swept through the participants' seats, causing many participants to feel as if there was a thorn in their backs. Those with lower cultivation had cold sweat on their foreheads and their faces turned green. Xue Jianfeng casually sat down. His face was full of sneers and disdain. His gaze turned and looked deeply at Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Xue Jianfeng. Xue Jianfeng is here. Such a strong aura. Acho stuttered in Xiao Han's ear. Heh. Xiao Han smiled and did not look at Xue Jianfeng, but he could keenly sense that Xue Jianfeng was observing him. Xiao Han felt Xue Jianfeng's gaze and also felt the killing intent and contempt in this gaze. Suddenly, an outer sect disciple beside Xue Jianfeng glared angrily and growled, Xiao Han. What did you do to junior brother Lin, He, and Murong? How dare you? How dare you attack the disciples of our outer sect's first peak? A heinous crime. Heh. Whose dog is barking here because they didn't look after it properly? Get lost. All of a sudden, Xiao Han turned his gaze over, his eyes bursting with a blade light that was as sharp as lightning, a blade light that could take one's soul away. Puff. The outer sect disciple who scolded Xiao Han felt as if he was struck by lightning. His face instantly turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt on the ground and trembled uncontrollably. What? Injuring someone with just a gaze. This is too strong. It's Xiao Han. This guy single-handedly raised an entire outer sect mountain peak, causing the third-ranked outer sect mountain peak to wither and decline in a short period of time. He's too powerful. He's truly a ferocious person. He doesn't even give senior brother Xue Jianfeng face. They have shed all pretenses of cordiality. This time, the two of them have shed all pretenses of cordiality. I'm afraid that if we meet on the stage, it will be a fight to the death. There will be no mercy. The participants' seating area was filled with discussions. Xue Jianfeng's expression changed, but he quickly calmed down and looked at Xiao Han with a pitiful gaze. And not bad. In such a short time, he has already begun to change his blood. Furthermore, there is a blade light in his eyes. It seems that his blade cultivation is not bad. He has the capital to be arrogant. If he doesn't die prematurely, he might be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the supreme true Qi realm in another 8 to 10 years. But next year and today will be your death sentence. Xiao Han, you are courting death. He. Xiao Han laughed and did not say anything else. He turned his face away. True Qi realm? You think you have the qualifications to judge the true Qi realm? I'm laughing my head off. Over at the inner sect disciples' seating area, there were many half-step true Qi experts who shifted their attention to the participants' seating area. Naturally, Xue Jianfeng and Xiao Han became the focus of their discussion. Xue Jianfeng's aura is becoming sharper and sharper. It seems that his spirit has been tempered to the point where it can cut through hair with a single blow. Breaking through to the true Qi realm is a done deal. It has been a long time since our Pure Cloud sect had a youth at the true Qi realm. There is no doubt that this Xue Jianfeng has reached the true Qi realm. However, I wonder if he has the possibility of representing our Pure Cloud sect to participate in the Devil Hero selection. The Devil Hero selection is a narrow escape. It all depends on whether Xue Jianfeng dares to participate. Our Pure Cloud sect has been established for tens of thousands of years. We have a deep foundation and many talents. How many devil heroes have we produced so far? Only a handful. You can't say that. According to historical records, our Pure Cloud sect was once prosperous. There was a period of time when we produced many devil heroes. However, they died in the war with the demon race. Alright, let's go off topic. It's just an outer sect ranking competition, and you guys are talking about devil heroes. Shui Jianfeng is a genius, but his current foundation is far from being able to compare to devil heroes. It's a world of difference. We can discuss this again when he reaches the true Qi realm. As for that Xiao Han, he's a hidden talent. However, there can't be two tigers on one mountain. He's just unlucky. Say, we inner sect disciples need to cultivate well too. We've been stuck at half-step true Qi for so long. We're just one step away. Everyone needs to work hard to improve. Right when the inner court disciples were discussing without end, shockingly, numerous rays of light and auspicious clouds descended from the sky. Endless streams of air surged and transformed into Qi dragons, Qi tigers, Qi cranes, Qi apes. All of them were vivid and lifelike. Heavenly flowers fell. Amidst the red light, more than 10 extraordinary figures appeared. There were both men and women among them. However, they didn't look too old. They all had the appearance of teenagers. In terms of temperament, some were as deep as an ancient well, some as tyrannical as a god, some as calm as the clouds and wind, and some disdainfully looking down on the world. Light surged from each of their bodies, forming a precious glow. The moment these people appeared, they walked towards the dozens of seats that were made of beast skin and served by beauties. True Qi realm. They were the direct disciples of Pure Cloud sect. Welcome, true disciples. A few inner court elders stood up one after another, bowed, and paid their respects. For a moment, the tens of thousands of people gathered on the mountain peak all stood up and sang in unison. Welcome, true disciples. In the contestant seats, all the contestants, including the arrogant Shui Jianfeng, stood up and bowed as well. Their eyes were filled with respect and worship as they shouted loudly. Welcome, true Qi realm experts. Xiao Han pretended to stand up as well. His gaze swept over, but he didn't see Senior Brother Fong present. He thought to himself, Senior Brother Fong didn't come? Looks like he's in closed-door cultivation to recuperate. All the true Qi realm experts sat down. A young man in a brocade robe with eyes as deep as the abyss and skin as warm as jade slowly took a cup of tea from the hands of an inner court girl and said indifferently, You may begin. This man was young Master Ziyu, who looked highly upon Shui Jianfeng and wanted Shui Jianfeng to take first place. A few inner court elders stood up together and bowed. Yes, true disciples. Then, this year's outer court disciple ranking competition will begin. RS. Chapter 88. Dong! A long and sacred bell rang. The lingering sound made people feel refreshed and full of fighting spirit. Fellow outer sect geniuses. One of the inner sect elders was a person of virtue and prestige. His cultivation base was at the peak of the blood transformation realm. Just a casual sentence from him would cause his voice to ring out like a great bell, echoing dozens of miles. It was extremely shocking. The scene suddenly became quiet, and a pin drop could be heard. The annual outer sect ranking competition has begun. I don't want to say any more nonsense. You outer sect geniuses are the pillars and cornerstones of my sect. Most likely, in the future, there will be a supreme true Qi realm among you. From then on, you will become the main character of the sect. In the future war with the demon race, you will also shine and establish an indelible contribution. Then, the rewards of this outer sect ranking competition. As he spoke, the inner sect elder looked towards the seats of the true disciples. That young Master Ziyu whispered to a white-clothed young man beside him. Senior brother, please show us the rewards. The white-clothed man's appearance was ordinary. His body was shrouded in a faint glow, but his face was sickly. His face was pale and he kept coughing as if he was suffering from a serious illness. But in his eyes, there would occasionally be a light like that of a primordial ferocious bird. More than 10 true disciples were very respectful towards this sickly white-clothed man. Cough, cough. The white-clothed man smiled slightly. Good, good, the rewards will be here. I have to say, the rewards of this outer sect disciple ranking competition are the most generous in all the years. As he spoke, swish, 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 the white-clothed man coughed and flicked his fingers. Rays of divine light shot into the air. Treasures appeared one after another. There was the precious blood of strange beasts needed by blood transformation realm martial artists. There was the support of true qi. There were weapons that glittered with treasure light. There were precious medicines that could heal wounds and almost bring the dead back to life. There were martial skill secret manuals. However, the most dazzling were the two treasures that floated at the highest point in the air. Among them, there was a golden medicinal pill that was wrapped in divine light. It was the size of a peanut and emitted a surging vitality like the Yangtze River, as well as a mysterious luxury. It gave off a feeling of ascension. The other treasure was even more eye-catching. It was a booklet that emanated a 10,000-year-old cold energy. Within the misty cold energy, there seemed to be a dragon-shaped creature coiling about, letting out roars. It was ferocious and barbaric, spitting out icy mist that no one dared to look at for too long. It was as if he would be frozen if he took another look at it. True Energy Secret Manual. Xiao Han's heart was filled with excitement. When he focused his gaze, he could vaguely see a few words appearing on the cover of the booklet. At this moment, the white-clothed man coughed a few times and spoke with a weak voice. Fellow outer court participants, the prize for the champion this time is an ancient medicine, Transcendent Saint Pill. This medicine was a sacred medicine for breaking through to the supreme true qi realm. Peak blood transformation fleshly body. If a martial artist half a step into true qi uses it, they will have a 10% chance of stepping into the true qi realm. 10%. He had gained 10% more confidence for nothing. This 10% chance might seem insignificant, but martial artists who were half a step into true qi knew how precious this 10% chance was. Sometimes when breaking through to the true qi realm, they only lack that 1% or even 5% to have a sliver of chance. Separated by a sliver. Forever separated by heaven and man. Now not only were the outer court disciples blushing, even the inner court martial artists who were half a step into true qi felt their throats go dry, their eyes glowing green. They wished they could directly replace the outer court disciples and participate in the competition. But this was impossible. Shui Jianfeng's entire body erupted with a blazing light, the thirst in his eyes as deep as the ocean. 10%. I am actually only 10% away from the true qi realm. With this transcendent saint pill, I will reach the heavens in one step, transcending mortality and entering sainthood. My life level will increase. What outer court disciples, inner court disciples, in front of me, they will be like ants. I must get it. No one can compete with me for it. Whoever dares to dream about it, I will directly explode with my sword and turn them into dregs. Shui Jianfeng's emotions were also somewhat deranged. Cough cough. In comparison, the second reward is not inferior. Cough cough. That is a true qi secret manual that I found in the ruins of an ancient country in the extremely cold northern region. Hornless Dragon Profound Ice True Qi. Once cultivated, the true qi in the body will transform into cold qi, freezing mountains and rivers. One can also transform the true qi into a hornless dragon, spitting out ice souls and blowing out cold qi, freezing the enemy into ice dregs. Cough cough. The hornless dragon will circle around a small country, and that small country will be completely destroyed, turning into a lump of ice. Cough cough. Although the white-robed man had a sickly face and spoke weakly, his weak voice was like clear spring water, seeping into the depths of the person's soul, causing everyone present to clearly hear his words without missing a single word. Ah! What powerful true qi! With just a little bit of it, it can destroy a small country. The value of this hornless dragon profound ice true qi is even greater than that transcendent saint pill. If I cultivate this true qi, whoever dares to provoke me will be directly shattered into ice dregs with a wave of cold qi. In my opinion, the transcendent saint pill is more precious. Without reaching the true qi realm, you will not be able to cultivate the hornless dragon profound ice true qi. You must first reach the true qi realm. This is the foundation. What's there to compare? Both are saint treasures, and once you become the champion, you can collect both. Many people couldn't help but start discussing. It was in full swing. This time's outer sect ranking competition, the prize was too precious, unique and unparalleled, comparable to the inner sect disciple ranking competition of the past years. The hornless dragon might be stronger than my spirit turtle? At least in terms of offense, The hornless dragon profound ice true chi will definitely surpass the spirit turtle true chi. Xiao Han was also moved. Cough cough. The competition begins. The white-robed man kept coughing. The inner sect elder announced the official start of the competition. In an instant, rays of divine light surged, completely enveloping the lotus platform. It was a spectacular sight. This was to prevent people outside the stage from interfering with the competition. This layer of divine light screen isolated external objects. It allowed the contestants to fight in peace. Next, a few inner sect elders began to look at the number plates of the outer sect disciples. Announcing the match. One by one, the outer sect disciples rushed onto the stage and started fighting. Xiao Han, Huang Hu. Get on the stage. Xiao Han heard an inner sect elder announce that it was his turn to fight. Immediately, Xiao Han jumped onto one of the stages at the bottom of the lotus platform. Xiao Han stood motionless on the stage. His opponent was a young, sturdy man at the peak of the blood transformation realm, half a step into true chi. He held an iron rod in his hand, and the surging strength chi transformed into a fierce tiger, choosing its opponent to devour. Xiao Han, although you have been in the limelight recently, you will lose when you meet me. You probably don't know, but in the last outer sect disciple ranking competition, I, Huang Hu, was ranked 6th. I have to say, your luck is terrible. You actually met me, Huang Hu, in the first round. You should admit defeat now. If you fight, you might have to break your arms and legs. I, Huang Hu, don't make a move, but once I do, I will definitely hurt you. You better think thrice. The sturdy man laughed sinisterly. You talk too much nonsense, get down. Xiao Han waved his right hand lightly, and the peerless blade light flashed violently. Pooh! Huang Hu did not even have time to react, and his chest was cut open, dripping with blood. It was at least a foot long, and the bone could be seen. He flew backwards, vomiting blood continuously. Instant kill. It was like swatting a fly. Now that Xiao Han had reached the true chi realm, even if he sealed his true chi, and did not use any true chi, his thinking speed was already much faster than a physical body realm martial artist. After a few days of rest and relaxation, he had faintly comprehended through a comprehensive study. His hand blade could now slash out 320 times in a breath, infinitely close to the speed of sound. The power of the blade chi was violent, killing people and ghosts. With just a slight slash, he could tear a wild beast apart. Furthermore, the strength of his flesh shell had reached 350 cauldrons. Among the physical body realm martial artists, at least in the Beacon Fire Empire, there were few who could match him. After sending his opponent flying, Xiao Han casually jumped off the stage. The outer sect disciples on Xiao Han's peak cheered thunderously. The three heads exchanged looks, their eyes filled with shock and incomparable gratification. Direct disciple seating area. Oh! This Xiao Han is a dark horse that suddenly emerged. He hid his strength and bided his time. At the crucial moment, he defeated his opponent in one move. The opponent he defeated was ranked 6th in the previous tournament, and he actually killed him in one move. Hee. Interesting. A green-robed man circulated his true chi, forming a nebula whirlpool above his head, and evaluated. This kid is not a match for Xue Jianfeng. Some time ago, I personally brought Xue Jianfeng to the Western Region Desert to hunt the demon race. Xue Jianfeng single-handedly killed dozens of loose demons and a total of 7 demon soldiers. His sword intent has already reached the small success stage and is nearing the middle stage. Killing those of the same realm is as easy as drinking water and eating. He is invincible in the physical body realm. Young Master Ziyu said proudly. Immediately after, he took a deep look at Xiao Han, and the depths of his eyes were filled with disgust. That white-robed man coughed while looking at Xiao Han. His sharp eyes that were like that of an ancient ferocious bird revealed an expression of contemplation. Senior brother, what do you say? You also know what it means to have a sword intent nearing the middle stage. Young Master Ziyu respectfully asked the white-robed man. Ziyu. The white-robed man coughed, and the contemplation in his eyes became more and more intense. This time's outer sect ranking competition might be really interesting. Don't say anything first. Let me take a closer look. After speaking, he stared at Xiao Han without blinking. For Xiao Han, the following matches were almost completely ignored by the process. Once on the stage, the opponent would either automatically admit defeat or be knocked off the stage by Xiao Han in one move. Ah Cho did not let him down, and his luck was very good. He won 2 rounds. In the 3rd round, he encountered a great expert who was ranked 3rd in the previous tournament, and Ah Cho tactfully admitted defeat. Xue Jianfeng's battle situation was almost the same as Xiao Han's. Outer sect disciples who faced Xue Jianfeng, 90% of them immediately admitted defeat and quit, cursing their bad luck. When Xue Jianfeng fought against the previous tournament's 2nd-ranked opponent, his hands were behind his back, his expression was as calm as water, and he did not even draw his sword. In the air, a strand of sword chi slashed out, destroying nothingness, and left a sword scar on his opponent's chest, unfathomable. Xue Jianfeng, I didn't think that your sword intent had reached such a level. You are more than several times stronger than last year. I wholeheartedly accept my loss. The previous tournament's 2nd-ranked expert covered the sword wound on his chest and retreated from the stage. One sword instantly defeated the previous tournament's 2nd-ranked existence. His methods were practically invincible. The matches proceeded without any surprises. Those who should have won, and those who shouldn't have won did not cause any surprises. Moreover, Xiao Han and Xue Jianfeng's unparalleled sharpness had already covered up the other participants, causing the other participants to be incomparably dim and mediocre. The first battle of the top 4. Xue Jianfeng against Xiao Han. The inner sect elder announced with a trembling voice. Xiao Han and Xue Jianfeng actually encountered each other in the top 4 battle. This was simply the finals that were staged in advance. The entire arena instantly quietened down. Even a pin drop could be heard. Like a cicada in winter. One was the champion of the previous tournament's outer sect ranking competition. His sword intent was unparalleled, and he soared through the clouds. A single sword from the west subdued the world, and he was favored and nurtured by numerous true Qi realm experts. The other was a rising star that had emerged this year. He was a living target, and after a fortuitous encounter, he rose like a comet, overflowing with tyranny, and single-handedly destroyed a peak. Even the direct disciple seats had quietened down. Xiao Han and Xue Jianfeng jumped onto the stage. The two of them faced each other from afar. Their gazes clashed in the air, and the atmosphere was filled with gunpowder. Xiao Han, I didn't expect you to reach this step. Xue Jianfeng looked at Xiao Han with a condescending gaze, and said coldly. However, this is the end of it. Your life has also come to an end. You, this person, is extremely foolish, and has no subtlety. Just a little fortuitous encounter, and you come out to clamor, jumping around. You are a despicable person intoxicated by success, and you will die without a doubt. If you knew how to endure, you might have lived a little longer, but forget it. Geniuses will always be geniuses, and trash will always be trash. Today, this seat will let you experience the breathtaking power of a genius. Kang! The long sword on Xue Jianfeng's back, as if it had a life of its own, jumped out, and was held in Xue Jianfeng's hand. The blade was like autumn water, and a divine light surged, shining brightly. This unparalleled divine light contrasted with Xue Jianfeng's handsome face, and his arrogant face, bringing out the best in each other. Begin. Xue Jianfeng's killing intent sword. Since you can make me draw my sword, you will die a worthy death. Begin. Xiao Han was stunned, and immediately laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Begin. There's no need to begin. It's over. Completely over. Everyone was stunned, and did not understand what Xiao Han was saying. What ended? Could it be that he wanted to admit defeat? At this moment. Boom. Rays of dazzling divine light burst out from Xiao Han's body, and a berserk true energy surged, causing Xiao Han's body to float in the air. Xiao Han's entire body was bathed in the divine light, and his aura was like that of a deity. His hair moved without any wind, and his clothes billowed like waves. He looked down at Xue Jianfeng in the air, as if he was looking at an ant. The seals of the 9 true treasures were undone at the same time. You're right. A genius will always be a genius, and trash will always be trash. Xue Jianfeng, in front of me, you're just a dog. Oh no, dog shit. Xiao Han laughed sinisterly. In his heart, he chanted. Xiao Han, in the past, You were a live target, and you were smashed to pieces by this guy's fist. Now I will avenge you. Do you see that? Everyone in the audience stood up. Their throats were choked up, and they gurgled. Even their breathing stopped. In the seats of true disciples. What? What's this? What's going on? What's going on? Young Master Ziyu's face was pale. It's the true Qi realm. Heavens! Xiao Han is at the true Qi realm. Unbelievable. Let me see, let me take a closer look, I can't make a mistake. A true Qi realm not even 20 years old. Cough cough. This is a shocking matter. Immediately report it. Quickly. The white-robed man coughed as he spoke to a true Qi realm disciple. You immediately report this matter to the sect master. Go now. Go now. Our sect has produced another peerless beauty. It's time for revenge. Does everyone enjoy watching this? Today's monthly tickets are few and far between, and I've been blown to the ground. I'm crying for monthly tickets to be comforted. Thank you. Abyssal. Chapter 89. The scene was shocking. A true Qi realm cultivator actually managed to sneak into the outer sect ranking tournament. An outer sect disciple who had reached the true Qi realm sealed his true Qi and concealed it from all the true disciples. Then, he displayed his prowess and amazed the world with a single feat. This was something that had never happened before in the history of the Pure Cloud sect. According to historical records, there had only been 1 or 2 instances in the history of the Pure Cloud sect. During the inner sect ranking tournament between disciples who were half a step into the true Qi realm, there had been a person who had reached the heavens in a single step. Amidst the intense battle, there had been an epiphany and advance to the true Qi realm. It was a feat that was worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. However, it was unprecedented for something like this to happen in the outer sect ranking tournament. Shui Jianfeng's face turned pale in an instant. The innate arrogance and condescension on his face froze like a clumsy mask. His entire body was trembling because of fear, because of dignity, because of unwillingness, because of jealousy. Jejij. Shui Jianfeng was like a little chick that had its throat pinched. He let out jejij sounds but was unable to speak. Why? Why is it like this? Why is it that I, Shui Jianfeng, am a genius who advances at a tremendous pace in the martial Tao, am unable to break through the shackles of my body and reach the true Qi realm? And a living target, an extremely lowly person, actually reached the true Qi realm in a single step? Back then, I was able to shatter this living target with just a single punch from me. I was able to trample on his head and trample on him. But a few years later, my position has actually been reversed. He has reached the true Qi realm while I am just a mortal. How did this happen? Astonishingly. Why? I, Shui Jianfeng, refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Shui Jianfeng finally roared. His voice was extremely bitter and desolate. As for Xiao Han floated in the air, surrounded by strands of divine light and auspicious clouds. He looked like a deity. And every strand of light was as heavy as a mountain. It was genuine true Qi. A few strands of true Qi floated above Shui Jianfeng's head. In an instant, crack, 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 all of Shui Jianfeng's bones suffered a mountain-like pressure. His knees went soft, and he was about to kneel down. No! Shui Jianfeng roared. Sword Qi surged all over his body, and his muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and blood vessels all sprang up as he forcibly held on. Ha ha ha, kneel down. Xiao Han pointed his right index finger at the air. Pa! Shui Jianfeng was instantly unable to bear the heavy burden, and he forcefully knelt down with a thump. Sure enough, all are ants beneath true energy. I now deeply understand this principle. The spirit turtle's true Qi in each true acupoint of mine is roughly equivalent to 1,000 cauldrons of strength. 9 true acupoints can store 9,000 cauldrons of strength. And how much power could a physical body realm martial artist have? Shui Jianfeng's fleshly body strength is about the same as mine, which is around 300 to 400 ding. Under the suppression of a force of 9,000 cauldrons, a force of a few hundred cauldrons was simply too weak and insignificant. It exploded in an instant. Xiao Han indifferently said as he looked down at Shui Jianfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, with a transcendent mental state that surpassed any physical body realm martial artist. All right, it's all over. The next moment, Xiao, 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 xiao. Endless rays of light and divine radiance began to merge, gradually revealing the embryonic form of the spirit turtle in the seats of the direct disciples. Xiao Han's true energy is simple and unadorned, with traces of time. It seems like the true energy left behind by the ancient people has been obtained by him. The white-robed man nodded continuously and coughed lightly. His eyes were filled with joy. Our Pure Rain sect has produced another true Qi realm martial artist. This is a joyous occasion. The sect master would definitely be very happy. Heh. How long has it been since a new true Qi realm martial artist has appeared? But young Master Ziyu's face was filled with sweat. Senior brother, please stop the massacre. I have spent a large amount of effort and resources to nurture this Xue Jianfeng. Furthermore, in a year and a half, he will be able to break through the barrier and step into the true Qi realm. At that time, he will also be a talent. Senior brother, you cannot let him die in the hands of Xiao Han. Xiao Han was just lucky. Senior brother, you have seen it for yourself. Xiao Han's true energy was not cultivated by himself. Instead, it was imparted to him. Ziyu, you must remember. Luck will always belong to the truly strong. Even if the weak are blessed with luck, they will not be able to enjoy it. Don't say any more. Between Xiao Han and Xue Jianfeng, there must be an irreconcilable feud between them. We cannot break the rules of the competition just because of a half-step true Qi. Half-step true Qi and true Qi realm, which is more important, I believe everyone is very clear in their hearts. The white-robed man said indifferently. If Xiao Han wants to kill Xue Jianfeng, then let him. Because Xiao Han is in the true Qi realm and Xue Jianfeng is not. It is only possible that Xue Jianfeng will step into the true Qi realm in the future, but it is not absolute. The direct disciples present all nodded their heads. At this moment, on the stage, an enormous bronze-colored tortoise had already taken form and landed on the stage. It was as majestic as a mountain. Its enormous body occupied half of the stage. It raised its head and swung its tail, stomping on the ground as it approached Xue Jianfeng. Dong, 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 dong. The tortoise's feet stomped on the stage, emitting a thunderous sound. The entire stage shook and cracks appeared. No, no, no. Xue Jianfeng kept on retreating, his eyes finally revealing an expression of fear and despair. Don't kill me. Xiao Han, don't kill me. The past between us will be written off once and for all. Please let me go. I cannot die. I have already touched the doorstep of the true Qi realm. Even if I die, I will not be able to rest in peace. Xiao Han, please don't kill me. Xue Jianfeng finally began to plead. The past between us will be written off once and for all? It seems that you still do not understand the situation. Xiao Han sneered. Dong, dong, dong. The tortoise forced Xue Jianfeng to the edge of the stage, its huge shadow covering his body. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. At the same time. Enough. Young Master Ziyu made a grabbing motion with his right hand. His 5 fingers were like fire dragons. Endless rays of light and divine rainbows surged. 5 fire dragons as thick as water buckets were filled with awe-inspiring divine might. There was nothing they couldn't burn as they shot out explosively towards the divine light screen outside the arena. Presumptuous. A trace of anger flashed past the eyes of the white-robed man as he waved his right hand casually. PFFF. A black feather flashed past and cut the 5 fire dragons in half. Endless sparks and lava splashed all over the ground. In the next moment, the white-robed man's eyes were like a primordial ferocious bird. The sickness on his body disappeared without a trace, and his aura surged violently. His body seemed to grow infinitely, and a giant black bird flashed past his eyes. Ziyu, you are too presumptuous. You actually interfered in the match. More than 10 direct disciples were shocked at the same time and retreated as they spoke. Senior brother, please calm down. Senior brother, please calm down. Young Master Ziyu's eyes were also filled with horror. His body turned cold as he lowered his head deeply. Senior brother, please calm down. Ziyu has lost his composure. On the stage. No. Xue Jianfeng let out a miserable howl. His upper body was already in the mouth of the tortoise, and it was lightly bitten. Crack. He was bitten into 2. Blood spurted wildly, and he couldn't be more dead. I finally got my revenge. Awesome. Xiaohan nodded slightly. Immediately after, the tortoise disintegrated into rays of light and divine rainbows, merging into Xiaohan's 9 true acupoints. Xiaohan jumped down from mid-air, tidied his robe, and walked down the stage. At this time, Xiaohan no longer deliberately sealed his true acupoints. Rays of divine light floated on the surface of his body, and he was as dazzling as the stars. On the seat of Xiaohan's peak. No. It can't be? True Qi realm? Xiaohan. Xiaohan is actually in the true Qi realm. This can't be wrong, right? One of the managers rubbed his eyes. Another manager stuttered and asked Ah Cho, who was beside him. Ah Cho, how did Xiaohan reach the true Qi realm in a single step? You should know about this, right? You are on good terms with Xiaohan. Perhaps you know his secret. Good, Xiaohan hid it from us for so long. Three managers. This disciple also didn't know about this. Ah Cho's face was filled with surprise and joy. That's right. Senior Brother Feng might have trained Xiaohan. Senior Brother Feng? The 3 managers were stunned. Oh. It's our Pure Cloud Sect's Senior Brother Feng. He uses a sword, and his entire body's sword qi bloomed like a lotus, Ah Cho added. Evil hero Feng Ling, one of the 4 evil heroes of our Pure Cloud sect. He is known as the strongest sword cultivator in the history of Pure Cloud sect. The 3 managers looked at each other. To us, this kind of person is almost a legend. I didn't expect him to admire Xiaohan. What a great fortune! What a great fortune! Xiaohan's rise is unstoppable. Another true inheritance. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to come from our peak. Glory! This is the greatest glory of our peak. It will be recorded in the history books. There was no need to compete in the following finals. Xiaohan's life force surpassed all the outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples. He became the champion of the outer sect ranking competition, which was what everyone expected. The prizes were given out. The top 10 of this competition all received all kinds of precious medicines, precious weapons, and martial skills and secret manuals floating in the air. Finally, only the Transcendent Saint Pill and the Hornless Dragon Profound Ice True Qi were left in the air. 2 supreme treasures. Cough cough. The white-robed man stood up and waved his hand at Xiaohan. Xiaohan, right? Come here. Oh. Xiaohan paused for a moment before slowly walking over. The demon egg in his heart and the tattoo of the demon emperor's palm on his left arm were deeply hidden like dust, unnoticeable. Senior brother, Ziyu isn't feeling well. I'll take my leave first. Young Master Ziyu gave Xiaohan a deep look before turning into a ray of light and disappeared in an instant. Xiaohan walked in front of the white-robed man. With a little observation, he saw that the white-robed man's body was shining with a total of 55 pointed stars. The stars were floating and the true qi was dense. This is a big shot. He opened a total of 50 true meridians and is at the peak of the 5th level of true qi. If he opens another true meridian, he will step into the 6th level of true qi. Even Senior Brother Feng has only opened 48 true meridians. His cultivation level is even higher than Senior Brother Feng's. Xiaohan silently thought. Not bad at all. Very impressive. The white-robed man looked at Xiaohan amiably. A friendly smile flashed across his ferocious bird-like eyes, but he had already seen Xiaohan's state of vitality. Xiaohan, you just stepped into the true qi realm, right? Did you open 9 true meridians in one go? The group of true disciples looked at Xiaohan curiously. Yes, everyone. Senior brothers, I just entered the true qi realm and opened 9 meridians. I also had a fortuitous encounter and obtained spirit turtle true qi from an ancient person's cave. Xiaohan admitted. What? Just entered the true qi realm and opened 9 meridians in a row? How enchanting. Comparisons are odious. When I first entered the true qi realm, I only opened 4 true meridians, not even half of junior brother Xiaohan's. I reached the true qi realm at the age of 21. Junior brother Xiaohan should be around 16 or 17 years old. My talent and willpower cannot compare to junior brother Xiaohan. Now these true disciples all addressed Xiaohan as junior brother. It was as if they were of the same generation. But it made sense. Xiao Han was also at the true Qi realm now, so becoming a true disciple was a certainty. Junior brother Xiao Han, your aptitude is very good. To be able to open 9 true meridians in one go is extremely rare in the entire Beacon Fire Empire. You might even become a hero in the future. The white-robed man's eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. Junior brother Xiao Han, I am Dongfang Qin, the second senior brother of this generation's true disciples of the Pure Cloud sect. You can call me Senior Dongfang. Heh, this true Qi that you obtained is truly a unique path. It can conceal your presence so well that even I was fooled by you. Amazing. Second senior brother. Xiao Han was startled and blurted out. What about senior brother Feng Ling? Oh. Junior brother Xiao Han. You know junior brother Feng? He is this generation's true disciple of the Pure Cloud sect and is ranked 3rd. Dongfang Qin said with a pleasant expression. All right, junior brother Xiao Han, go and see the sect master now. If he knows that our Pure Cloud sect has such a talented youth like you, he will definitely be overjoyed. Dongfang Qin smiled and waved his right hand. The Transcendent Saint Pill and Hornless Dragon Profound Ice True Qi had already fallen into his hands. Junior brother Xiao Han, this is your reward. Dongfang Qin smiled. Many thanks, senior brother Dongfang. Xiao Han received the Pill and True Qi manual with both hands. He licked his lips and immediately stored the 2 treasures into his true meridians. Now that Xiao Han had opened his true meridians, the storage ring was useless. All the items could be stored in the true meridians and soaked in true Qi. Let's go and see the sect master now. Junior brother Xiao Han, you will soon have your own mountain peak and cave residence. Your status will soar and you will become a core true disciple of the Pure Cloud sect. You will truly ascend to the heavens in a single bound. See the sect master? See the current sect master of the Pure Cloud sect? Oh my god! That is a legendary super expert. I, Xiao Han, am actually able to see him? Xiao Han only felt that everything was like a lifetime ago. The once living target, a lowly person, had finally soared to the heavens. Heh! I finally have the chance to explore this mysterious and endless world and the unknown future. Chapter 90. Xiao Han followed Dongfang Qin and a dozen true disciples of the Pure Maiden sect to the Pure Maiden Hall. The current Pure Maiden sect master. Unspecified currency. Xiao Han had just entered the true Qi realm, so he didn't know any superb skills such as shrinking the ground into an inch and true Qi flying escape. Dongfang Qin accompanied Xiao Han with a smile and stood on the vast turtle shell, talking and laughing with Xiao Han. They flew away from the inner sect mountains. Not long after, Xiao Han saw a mountain in front of him soar into the sky like a sharp sword, piercing into the clouds. Auspicious clouds surrounded it, countless cranes and rocks were flying, and thousands of waterfalls were hanging down like jade dragons. Heavenly music was playing. Countless magnificent palaces were built on the mountain, flowers were blooming, there were green vines wrapped around old trees, and birds were singing. The mountain was even more tranquil. This mountain peak was isolated from the bitter cold of winter, giving off a feeling of spring all year round. At the top of the mountain, a city in the sky was lifted up by an inexplicable magical power, floating in the depths of the white clouds. Junior brother Xiao Han, this is the Pure Maiden Hall that will never fall. Dongfang Qin's eyes flashed with respect. Let's go see the sect master. He will be very pleased to see you as a young hero. The spirit turtle disintegrated, and rays of divine light flowed into Xiao Han's true meridian. The 2 fell to the foot of the mountain. A long stone staircase wound up. Junior brother Xiao Han, retract your true Qi and walk up the stairs to show respect. Dongfang Qin said seriously. I understand. Xiao Han nodded. The 2 walked side by side and walked up the stairs. When they were halfway up the mountain, Xiao Han looked back. The mountain seemed to be under his feet, and he felt a sense of pride. An hour later, the Pure Maiden Hall in the depths of the white clouds. In a quiet garden, Xiao Han saw the current Pure Maiden sect master. Xiao Han was stunned. In the garden, there was a young man in a green shirt, about 23 or 24 years old. There was no true Qi fluctuation in his body. He was holding a nut in his hand, and several young cranes were around him, using their beaks to wipe his clothes intimately, as if they were acting spoiled and fighting for the nut. A few canaries flew over from the treetops and stopped on his shoulders, chirping happily. He gave off a feeling of cleverness, standing aloof from worldly affairs. He did not look like a cultivator, nor did he look like the sect master of one of the top 5 sects in the Beacon Fire Empire, the Pure Cloud sect. Moreover, when Xiao Han looked at him, he felt as if he was standing right in front of him, but he was so far away. It was very surreal. Like flowers in the mirror or the moon in the water. Sect Master, I have brought junior brother Xiao Han here. Dongfeng Qin said respectfully with a look of deep admiration in his eyes. With that said, Dongfeng Qin nudged Xiao Han, who was dumbfounded, with his elbow. Oh. Greetings. Sect Master. Disciple Xiao Han pays his respects. Xiao Han hurriedly said. But in his heart, he was thinking, Sovereign looks so young, even younger than martial brother Dongfeng by 1 or 2 years. Xiao Han, you don't have to be so polite. I already know what happened to you. You're not bad. In such a short period of time, you've advanced from a live target to the true Qi realm and shone brilliantly in the Outer Sanctum ranking competition. The sect master waved his hand slightly and the young crane and golden sparrow flew away. He turned around and looked at Xiao Han. He was young and handsome, and he had a special temperament. It was an extremely moving temperament, as if the elegance and grandeur of heaven and earth were gathered on his body at the same time. Like the clear moonlight under the tranquil flowing water. Or like a jade tree made of snow. So calm. So natural. There was no fluctuation of true Qi in his body. Xiao Han secretly observed his life force, but he saw a shadow as deep as the sea. Unfathomable. What attracted people the most was his eyes. In his left eye, there were white clouds floating, and in his right eye, there was a drizzle lingering and warm. This sect master is too strong. Furthermore, I'm only a few meters away from him, but I can't lock onto his position. There's a feeling of distant mountains and nearby rivers, and the ends of the earth. So strong. He's even stronger than senior brother Feng and senior brother Dongfeng. He's so much stronger. Could it be that he's also a demon hero? I think so. Xiao Han's mind was filled with thoughts. At this time, Xiao Han suddenly felt that the vitality of his whole body, his hair, skin, muscles, bones, internal organs, and true acupoints were all seen by the sect master, and there was no place to hide. The demon egg in his heart and the demon emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm sent out extremely vigilant and dangerous signals. He didn't dare to move and shrank into a dead object. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Xiao Han's forehead. He was afraid that his biggest secret would be seen through by the sect master. If that was the case, he would most likely be sentenced to death. The sect master nodded thoughtfully, retracted his gaze, and said with a faint smile. Every inch of his flesh and blood is brimming with vitality. A very good young man. You've obtained a great fortuitous encounter. Your true acupoints are filled with ancient true Qi. Phew, I wasn't discovered. Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly said. Sect master is overpraising me. This disciple just has a bit of luck. No need to be modest. To have such achievements at such a young age, your future is limitless. The sect master laughed. Xiao Han, you've become a true disciple of the Pure Rain sect. Congratulations. Junior brother Xiao Han. Dongfeng Qin said happily. All right, Xiao Han, accompany me for a while. The sect master's temperament was not fierce, nor did he have any majesty. Instead, it gave people a feeling that it was very easy to get close to. Yes, sect master. Xiao Han bowed slightly. As a result, Xiao Han and the sect master walked side by side in the garden with flowing water, and Dongfeng Qin followed behind. Xiao Han, you've just entered the true Qi realm. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I will answer them. The sect master laughed. Well, Xiao Han didn't expect the sect master to be so easy to talk to. Immediately, he thought for a moment and blurted out. Sect master, when this disciple was in the flesh realm, he cultivated fist technique and blade Dao. Now that I've reached the true Qi realm, this disciple doesn't know how to use fist technique and blade Dao with true Qi. The martial skills and cultivation techniques learned in the flesh realm can't be integrated with true Qi for the time being. The sect master nodded slightly. This is very simple. After that, a book appeared in his hand and he handed it to Xiao Han. I just need to read more books. Xiao Han took the book with both hands. Martial Arts Flesh Realm and True Qi Realm Overview. It's not a martial arts book, but a book on the basic theories of martial arts. Xiao Han stored the book in his true acupoint. Thank you, Sect Master, for giving me the book. Xiao Han thanked him again and again. Sect Master, this disciple had just opened his true acupoint and had a fortuitous encounter. I accidentally entered an ancient person's cave and received the spirit turtle true qi. This disciple's true acupoint was filled with spirit turtle true qi. What this disciple wants to ask is it possible for this disciple to cultivate a second true qi? Theoretically, it's impossible. The sect master replied. Unless you disperse your spirit turtle true qi and cultivate true qi again. Otherwise, the foreign true qi will clash in your true acupoint, causing your body to explode and die. However, there are no absolutes in this world. There are some human martial artists with special physiques and bloodlines that can cultivate multiple true qi at the same time. There may be some secret cultivation techniques that can allow a person to cultivate multiple true qi, but these cultivation techniques are all treasures that are not easy to obtain. If that's the case, this disciple understands. Hearing this, Xiao Han felt a sense of loss. In other words, unless he dispersed the spirit turtle true qi, he could not cultivate other true qi. Xiao Han found it hard to disperse his true qi. Whether you disperse your true qi or continue to cultivate this spirit turtle true qi, Xiao Han, you decide for yourself. I will not interfere. The sect master squinted his eyes lazily and enjoyed the sunlight. Xiao Han, if you show enough talent and merit in the future, I will consider teaching you the sect's secret manual. Great 8 True Qi. Thank you, Sect Master. Xiao Han thought for a while and asked again. Sect Master, what's the matter with the evil hero? This disciple once heard Martial Brother Fong say, below the immortals are the evil hero, below the evil hero are all living beings. The sect master took a deep look at Xiao Han, and a look of approval flashed across his eyes. He sat leisurely in a hexagonal pavilion and said to Dong Feng Qin. Dong Feng Qin, you tell Xiao Han. Xiao Han looked at Dong Feng Qin. Martial Brother Xiao Han, since the beginning of chaos and the beginning of the world, there were two major races, the human race and the demon race. They were natural enemies and fought for countless years. The demon race was naturally stronger than the human race and regarded the human race as fish and prey. The human race rose up to resist. In the long war, the evil hero was born among the human race. The evil hero was selected from the human race's true qi realm. As the evil hero, not only was his combat power outstanding, but he was also born not afraid of the demon race and even enjoyed killing the demon race. Without the evil hero, this world would have been annexed by the demon race. Countless heroes have used their lives to defend this land. Blood stained the land. They wrote a tragic and stirring legend. Therefore, the evil hero had a supreme status. Holding the evil hero order, he could kill and turn the mountains and rivers into ashes. He was not bound by any empire, any sect, or any law. He could act first and report later. The evil hero can slaughter cities in the secular world without being punished? Xiao Han couldn't help blurting out. In theory, yes. Dong Feng Qin nodded directly. This is the rule of the world. Martial Brother Xiao Han, this world is very, very big, so big that you can't imagine it. As big as your heart is, the world is as big as yours. In addition to the north, south, east, west, center, and 5 regions that you saw, in that endless mysterious area, there are ancient countries, savage tribes, and countless secret realms. There are many places that ordinary people and ordinary martial artists don't have the right to enter, but the evil hero can. Therefore, the evil hero can have resources that ordinary martial artists can't imagine, endless exploration and the right to pursue all kinds of unknown. Wow! In this world, there are many places that ordinary martial artists are not qualified to enter. Only the evil hero can enter. Xiao Han immediately understood. He had a strong yearning for it. Martial Brother Dong Feng, how can I become an evil hero? Xiao Han asked. Every 5 years, there will be a grand evil hero selection. Dong Feng Qin said seriously. The condition to participate in the selection is to reach the true qi realm under the age of 30. and to have the combat power to challenge those of a higher rank. You also have to kill more than 10 demon generals with your own hands. Every evil hero selection includes the most outstanding young talents from each region, as well as the evil heroes from the mysterious ancient countries, savage tribes, and ancient families. Dong Fengqin's eyes showed an expression of reminiscence, and his tone began to slow down. But the evil hero selection is too cruel. The death rate is extremely high. In the last evil hero selection, the death rate was more than 80%, and countless young talents who moved the mountains and rivers died. Mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Xiao Han, you currently don't have the foundation to participate in the evil hero selection. A smile appeared on the sect master's face that was as clear as ancient jade. Xiao Han, you are very brave. When you just entered the true Qi realm, you already have a yearning for the evil hero. Many true Qi realm martial artists are afraid of the evil hero selection for their entire lives. Alright, when you become famous in the mountains and rivers, this sect will let you participate in the evil hero selection. My Pure Cloud sect indeed needs the birth of a new evil hero. Yes, sect master. Xiao Han nodded and replied. Xiao Han, you can leave for now. In the future, when you travel in the martial world, the sect will protect you. The sect master stood up. My Pure Cloud sect does not have too many complicated sect rules. Other than not colluding with the demon race and not tarnishing the sect's reputation, the sect does not restrict anything else. Yes, this disciple is going to go into seclusion for a period of time to integrate various martial skills. Xiao Han said in a well-behaved manner. The basic benefits of a true disciple will be sent to your mountain peak every few days. You can leave now. Cultivate well. The sect master smiled lightly. Immediately, Dong Fengqin brought Xiao Han and left the Pure Cloud Palace. The sect master sat back in the pavilion with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He then shook his head and laughed. This young man Xiao Han is somewhat interesting. In recent years, our sect's true Qi realm martial artists have been declining. It is time to produce a young talent. He has a very pure and kind temperament, but he seems to have obtained some secret treasure of the demon race. There is a faint aura of the demon god's hand, but it is very thin. Forget it, it is a blessing to use it properly, but it will be a disaster if it is not used properly. I hope he will not go astray and fall into the demon Dao. If he falls, I will have to personally execute him. I hope that such a day will not come. Chapter 91. Xiao Han was given an independent mountain peak. This was one of the benefits of a true disciple. Surrounding the periphery of the Pure Cloud Peak's Pure Cloud Hall were mountains filled with spiritual energy, which belonged to the direct disciples of the Pure Cloud sect. Including the mountain peak that Xiao Han had obtained, there were a total of 93 true inheritance mountains, indicating that the Pure Cloud sect currently had 93 true disciples. Xiao Han's mountain peak was extremely tranquil, unaffected by the weather of the outside world. It was like spring all year round. The mountain was shrouded in mist, and the green trees were entwined with green vines. The water was flowing, and there were many immortal apes, immortal cranes, tigers, lions, and unicorns. They walked around the mountain, unafraid of humans. It was truly a beautiful immortal route, the scenery magnificent. Halfway up the mountain, there was an elixir room, a canteen, a pen for raising spiritual beasts, and a house for servants. The next day, 500 male servants and 500 female servants came to the mountain peak to pay their respects to Xiao Han. Awaiting orders. Growing flowers, sweeping the floor, cooking, concocting pills. Xiao Han was assigned to each task. On the peak of the mountain, there were jade palaces and pavilions. In a large secret chamber used for cultivation, Xiao Han sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Wang wang wang. Wisps of divine light surrounded Xiao Han's body. Turtle breathing style. Xiao Han tried to seal the demon egg in his heart and the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm with the tortoise breathing technique. I have to find a way to seal the aura of these two secret treasures that are related to the demon race. Otherwise they will be killed sooner or later. When Xiao Han faced the Pure Maiden sect master, he felt as though all his secrets were exposed. It was a terrifying feeling, as though he was naked in a world of ice and snow. Even if the sect master doesn't see through us, it's hard to guarantee that we'll meet a giant who's even stronger than the sect master in the future. At that time, if we make the slightest mistake, We'll die without a burial place. One had to know that the demon egg and the demon monarch's palm tattoo. It had already been refined by Xiao Han, becoming a part of his body. If it was seen by others, it could easily lead to the calamity of having one's hand cut off and one's heart dug out. 2 hours later. I've put in a lot of effort and tried to use the tortoise breathing style to seal the 2 great secrets, and I've found some clues. It seemed like the tortoise breathing technique should be able to seal the demon egg and the demon Thearka's palm tattoo, but my cultivation is still too low. The true chi of the spirit turtle was not vigorous enough, so he could not seal it up for now. Once I open a few more acupoints and reach level 2 of true chi, I'm afraid I'll be able to successfully seal it. Xiao Han's eyes flashed. If that's the case, I won't be able to cultivate other types of true chi. To hide the secret. Could he not disperse the spirit turtle's true chi for the rest of his life and practice a more profound true chi cultivation method? Damn it! Xiao Han groaned. With a thought, the secret manual covered in frost appeared in Xiao Han's hand. Xiao Han flipped through a few pages and felt that it was even more powerful. However, he only looked at it and did not dare to cultivate it rashly. He was afraid that the different kinds of true chi would clash. His body exploded and he died. Forget it. For now, I'll use the Son of Heaven's divine fist, the 7-fragment saber technique, and the indestructible golden body. Fuse it with your true chi. Xiao Han had no choice but to put the manual aside and read it carefully. There was no time in the mountains. 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Xiao Han had been studying in seclusion every day. In his spare time, he would stroll in the mountains. The true disciples of the other peaks did not come to disturb Xiao Han. It was just that Dongfang Qin personally delivered the basic benefits of a true disciple. It was a top-grade treasure called the True Qi Spirit Stone, which was used to cultivate true qi. The true qi realm absorbed the essence of true qi contained in the True Qi Spirit Stone and transformed it into his own true qi. 5 true qi spirit stones every month. Xiao Han also inquired about Feng Ling's situation from Dongfang Qin. It turned out that Feng Ling had recovered from his injuries a month ago and had already left the mountain. In the desolate valley, there were flowers and trees. The grass was long and the birds were flying. Xiao Han stood still. The next moment, boom! A powerful aura rushed out from Xiao Han's body. Endless light and colorful clouds rose from the top of Xiao Han's head and condensed into a shadow of the Son of Heaven in the void. The shadow of the Son of Heaven, the King of Heaven and Earth. Xiao Han's slightly closed eyes opened. They were as bright as the stars, showing off their sharpness. He punched out. King of the world. Pacifying the 4 seas. PFFF. This punch was like the birth of an ancient beast and the arrival of an emperor. It could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It directly lifted a large area of dense forest in front of him. Countless ancient trees were broken and exploded, turning into ashes. The next moment, true qi surged like a river and condensed into a royal robe on the surface of Xiao Han's body. The stars shone, the sun and the moon, and the world were all in it. The first style of the royal robe. Xiao Han's body seemed to be infinitely tall, looking down on the world. Immediately after, the air in front of Xiao Han was divided into 2. His whole body was mixed with the momentum of thousands of troops and horses galloping. In an instant, he rolled out hundreds of feet, producing a wave of air that crackled and exploded. The first style of the Imperial Expedition. After a full 3 months of fusion, the first 3 styles of the Son of Heaven's divine fist can finally be used in the form of true qi. The first style of the King of the World can blast out more than 10,000 cauldrons of power. It gives me the illusion of moving mountains and filling the sea, picking the stars and moon. Xiao Han's movement became still. The next moment, the single saber jumped out from the true meridian and was held in Xiao Han's hand. With the saber in hand, an unstoppable peerless saber chi rushed out from Xiao Han's body like an evil dragon. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a devastating saber light. Boom! With a slash, the true chi saber light crushed the air into pieces. With a speed that was twice as fast as the speed of sound, it slashed a giant boulder 100 steps away. Pooh! The giant boulder was cut into 2, but the top half did not fall. A gust of wind blew past. Chi! The top half of the boulder that was cut turned into powder and was blown away in the air. After slashing out the true chi saber light, the speed and strength of the saber will increase exponentially. In a breath, I can slash out 680 times, which is exactly twice as fast as the speed of sound. Furthermore, the strength of a single true Qi saber light has the strength of thousands of cauldrons. This is too terrifying. Using true Qi to control the saber Dao, the power is actually so terrifying. The destructive power is countless times stronger than when I was at the mortal body realm. Clang! The air above Xiao Han's head suddenly let out a peerless saber cry, like a dragon swimming in the sea or a tiger roaring in the forest. Without any warning, a wisp of saber intent appeared out of thin air. It was about 10 feet long and destroyed the void. The saber slashed into an old forest, chopping countless towering ancient trees in half. The cut was smooth and neat, like an exquisite carving. Yes, the saber intent is released in the form of essential Qi, essence, Qi, and spirit. Saber intent, battle intent, and state of mind all merge together, resulting in the speed of a strand of saber intent. It's twice the speed of my saber, which is 4 times the speed of sound. If God blocks it, I'll kill God. If Buddha blocks it, I'll kill Buddha. I'll destroy everything. Xiao Han sheathed his saber, turned around, and left leisurely. Rumble! Rumble! Boom! The trees in the old forest had been cut down by the saber intent. Only then did it begin to topple and collapse. Late at night. In the secret cultivation room. In the past 3 months, I've finally mastered my battle skills and origin Qi. In the past, senior brother Fong had said it before. The Son of Heaven's divine fist and 7-fragment saber art that I'm cultivating won't fall behind. After I reach the Zhenqi realm, I can continue using them. Sure enough. If I slash out with my saber intent, I'm afraid an ordinary level 2 true Qi cultivator will not be able to withstand it. I can kill them all. Saber intent and sword intent will always be terrifying killing weapons that can challenge those of higher levels. However, the indestructible golden body doesn't seem to be able to fuse with essential Qi. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the praying mat, calculating his gains and losses. The strange thing was, no matter how he tried to fuse them, the indestructible golden body and essential Qi were incompatible. As if the indestructible golden body could only refine the physical body. Feeling the vigorous indestructible golden body's heat flow, Xiao Han tried to fuse a strand of spirit turtle essential Qi with it, but he was violently rejected. Xiao Han felt helpless. It seems that the indestructible golden body can forget about having anything to do with essential Qi. But, whatever. From tomorrow onwards, I'll cultivate the martial arts light cocoons that appeared when I was at the peak of the blood transformation realm. Currently, 3 of the seals that suppressed the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart had been broken. They had traces of the indestructible golden body, the Son of Heaven's divine fist, and the 7-fragment saber art. As Xiao Han's cultivation level increased, he could constantly trigger and perfect these 3 supreme martial arts. Son of Heaven's divine fist, Dragon's Fury, 7-fragment saber art, second move, space shattering, indestructible golden body 31st to 40th move. It's late. Tomorrow, I'll work hard and cultivate these martial arts. Xiao Han stood up. After leaving the secret cultivation room, Xiao Han returned to the side hall. He lay down on the fragrant and warm bed. Before going to sleep, Xiao Han took out the manual again and flipped through a few pages. In the past 3 months, Xiao Han could not help but flip through this manual every day. The more he read, the more he felt that this essential Qi could freeze mountains and rivers. It was no small matter. If it were not for the fact that he had to preserve the spirit turtle essential Qi and seal the demon egg and the demon emperor's palm tattoo in the future, Xiao Han would not have been able to hold himself back long ago. He would have dispersed his spirit turtle essential Qi and cultivated the hornless dragon's profound ice true Qi instead. After 3 months of reading, Xiao Han had already memorized the cultivation method, mantra, and tricks of the hornless dragon's profound ice true Qi by heart. He could even say that he could recite it backwards. Whatever. Don't look at this manual anymore. At least for now, I can't cultivate it. Xiao Han sighed and placed the manual into his true acupoint. Sleep. In the middle of the night, a terrifying thing happened to Xiao Han. Maybe it was because what he thought about during the day, or maybe it was because Xiao Han had already memorized every mantra of the hornless dragon's profound ice true Qi. As a result, in his dreams, Xiao Han actually subconsciously cultivated this essential Qi according to the mantra. Moreover, it seemed that from the first day he started reading this Xianxia secret manual, Xiao Han would often dream that he was cultivating this Xianxia in his dreams without any scruples. At first, he did not feel anything strange. But tonight, 3 months later, in one of Xiao Han's true acupoints, a strand of hornless dragon's profound ice true qi as thick as a pinky finger was produced. This was an almost negligible strand of hornless dragon's profound ice true qi. However, Xiao Han's 9 true acupoints were filled with the spirit turtle's essential qi. Even the slightest strand of an unrelated essential qi could cause his body to explode. This caused Xiao Han to wake up from his dreams in pain. The true acupoint that produced the strand of hornless dragon's profound ice true qi was completely disrupted. The dragon and the tiger fought against each other, surging with a feeling that it was about to explode. What? Xiao Han jumped up from the bed. 3 inches below his heart, his first true acupoint was trembling. It kept opening and closing, flashing. The pain of heartbreak engulfed Xiao Han. Oh no! Why is there a strand of icy cold qi in my true acupoint? Heavens! That is the hornless dragon's profound ice true qi. Xiao Han could only feel that it was inconceivable. But it was this strand of inexplicable strange true qi that had completely enveloped Xiao Han's body in danger of exploding. I need to get rid of this strand of true qi as soon as possible. Otherwise, a 1,000-mile dam will be destroyed by an ant's nest. Xiao Han looked within himself and saw a vicious hornless dragon in the icy mist-like strand of true qi in his first true acupoint. It was currently roaring, provoking the countless spirit turtles that swam around. Moreover, the 2 types of true qi were entangled together and could not be separated. Damn it! In an instant, Xiao Han's whole body felt like it was being bitten by thousands of ants. It was extremely painful. In the first true acupoint, there was a terrifying sound of surging tides. It was filled with true qi for a moment and then deflated in the next. It was extremely strange. Now, I can only disperse all the true qi in the first true acupoint. Otherwise, this true acupoint will be completely destroyed. My vitality will be greatly damaged and I will become a cripple. Xiao Han was about to collapse. But the key problem was that he did not know how to disperse the true qi. Because from the beginning, he had never planned to disperse the spirit turtle true qi. Therefore, he did not ask Sect Master and Dongfang Qin for advice on how to disperse his true qi. This time it was too big. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's heart throbbed. Suddenly, crack! It was as if some shackles had suddenly broken, like an eggshell cracking. Immediately after, endless divine rainbows and rays of light shot out from Xiao Han's heart. 9 light cocoons swarmed out and lingered around Xiao Han. The first light cocoon cracked. Xiao Han raised his eyes to take a look. 9 revolutions divine art. First turn can cultivate 2 types of true qi at the same time. P.S. The 2nd chapter has been delivered. I will try to write the 3rd chapter before 12 o'clock tonight. Asking for monthly votes. Chapter 92. Just as Xiao Han's cultivation went astray, his acupoints were on the verge of shattering, and his body was on the verge of exploding. The seal suppressing the demon egg in his heart was inexplicably triggered, and another one shattered. The 4th seal was broken. This seal also recorded a martial art. 9 revolutions divine art. One of the 9 cocoons exploded, representing the first revolution of the 9 revolutions divine art. Xiao Han saw the cultivation manual and the incantation for the first revolution of the 9 revolutions divine art. Xiao Han practically didn't hesitate to sit down cross-legged and cultivate according to the diagram and incantation that exploded within the cocoon of light. After a few minor circulations, the raging of the first acupoint finally calmed down. The pain in Xiao Han's body, which felt like it was about to shatter into pieces, was gradually getting better. Whew! Xiao Han heavily spat out a mouthful of impure air. His tightly knitted eyebrows finally relaxed. Damn it! My body almost exploded just now. It was really dangerous. The 9 revolutions divine art? At this time, Xiao Han finally focused on studying the technique that saved his life. With one look, Xiao Han couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha! What luck! Luck Dao! As it turned out, this 9 revolutions divine art allowed the cultivator to simultaneously cultivate multiple types of true qi. Even if it was a different kind of true qi, There was no need to worry about the danger of his body exploding. The essence of the word revolution, in the 9 revolutions divine art, was to shift. To put it simply, the first cycle was to open the first batch of virtual acupoints. This was extremely miraculous. It allowed a true Qi realm martial artist to completely transfer their first Jinqi into a set of virtual acupoints, freeing up their acupoints to cultivate their second Jinqi. When the second gate of Jinqi was successfully cultivated, the Jinqi acupoints were filled. It could be exchanged with the first gate of true Qi at any time. Transfer. Conversion. Uncanny workmanship. Superb craftsmanship. In other words, if Xiao Han achieved the first cycle of the divine art of 9 revolutions right now, he would be able to transfer the spirit turtle's true Qi from his 9 true acupoints into the illusory true acupoints. As a result, his acupoints would be empty for cultivation. When facing an enemy, he could change his mind at will, making it impossible to guard against. Of course, converting true Qi could not superimpose true Qi. However, the amount of true Qi that Xiao Han could store would be twice as much as his peers. The only drawback was that cultivating this mystical art would definitely consume a large amount of resources. Ordinary true Qi stage martial artists were unable to cultivate this type of cultivation method, as they didn't have that many true Qi spirit stones to consume. But Xiao Han couldn't care less. He had cultivated many types of Zhen Qi at the same time, and his battle prowess had increased exponentially. He had endless trump cards, and he could wear out his opponent to death. Let's start cultivating. Xiao Han didn't beat around the bush and immediately followed the diagram and incantation of the first cocoon. He focused on cultivating. For 3 days and 3 nights, Xiao Han trained hard without stopping. He sat motionless like a statue. Like an old monk in meditation, there was no one and no me. On the morning of the 4th day, the first ray of light shone through the window. Xiao Han opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao, 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 the 9 acupoints split at the same time. One split into 2. This allowed Xiao Han to form 18 true meridians. No. More accurately, every single acupoint. They were not real acupoints, but they were able to transfer and store true energy. The 9 virtual acupoints have been opened. I can transfer the spirit turtle true Qi to them. With a thought, the spirit turtle true Qi stored in the 9 true meridians was all transferred to the newly opened virtual acupoints. Not a single drop leaked out. As a result, Xiao Han's 9 true meridians were immediately empty. In other words, the first true meridian contained a pinky-sized hornless dragon profound ice true Qi. Ha 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 ha. It's done. Now I can cultivate the hornless dragon profound ice true Qi without any worries. Xiao Han laughed to the point where he forgot himself. However, he didn't start cultivating immediately. After 3 days and 3 nights, his stomach was already rumbling with hunger. Xiao Han climbed up and walked to the canteen halfway up the mountain. He enjoyed a table full of medicinal cuisine, delicacies, and fine wine prepared by the chef. There were also 17 or 18-year-old beautiful maidservants waiting on him, enjoying the luxurious life. Xiao Han filled his stomach and immediately rushed back to the peak. In the secret cultivation room, Xiao Han flipped his right hand, and a precious ore filled with the purest true Qi appeared in his hand. This was a true Qi spirit stone. It was as white as jade, crystal clear and glistening. It was the size of a palm and weighed about 10 cauldrons. The true Qi within the true Qi spirit stone was the most primitive true Qi in the world. It did not possess any attribute. True Qi realm cultivators could absorb it and refine it into their own true Qi. Xiao Han sucked in a deep breath and placed the true Qi spirit stone into his first true meridian. Afterwards, he began cultivating. Rays of frosty, cold, fog-like light encircled the true Qi spirit stone. Under Xiao Han's profound technique, the true Qi spirit stone was quickly broken down into pieces. For 7 whole days, Xiao Han cultivated. The basic benefit of 3 months, the 15 true Qi spirit stones, had already been completely used up. Currently, around 1/6 of Xiao Han's first true meridian had been filled, which was equivalent to 150 cauldrons of strength. It was still extremely immature. Xiao Han stood at the foot of the back mountain. Cold Qi surged around him, and light flickered. Suddenly, a foot-long hornless dragon surged out from the first true meridian. Its entire body was like ivory, and it had a soft luster. It was wrapped in a layer of cold qi, and it roared and roared fiercely. The cold qi around it caused the air around it to freeze into ice crystals that fell down with rustling sounds. This is a hornless dragon formed from my true qi. It can freeze mountains and shatter rivers. Kill. Xiao Han waved his right hand lightly. The foot-long hornless dragon turned into a ray of cold light and flashed past, passing through a mountain rock. Puchi! The mountain rock that was 1 zhang tall was frozen into a lump of ice. In the next moment, it exploded like porcelain and turned into powder. The tiny hornless dragon circled around and returned to Xiao Han's true meridian as if it had a mind of its own. Powerful, but it's too small. It might be able to kill a physical body realm cultivator, but if it were to encounter a true qi realm cultivator, it would be completely useless. It's completely useless. Xiao Han licked his lips. Moreover, Xiao Han secretly calculated that to fill 1 true meridian with hornless dragon profound ice true qi, he would need at least 90 to 100 true qi spirit stones. If he were to fill the existing 9 true meridian, he would need around 900 true qi spirit stones. Xiao Han's monthly basic benefit was nothing more than 5 true qi spirit stones. It was a drop in the bucket. This did not include the true qi spirit stones that Xiao Han needed to cultivate the spirit turtle true qi. If I cultivate like this, the spirit stones won't be able to keep up. I have just reached the true qi realm and am a true disciple of the Pure Rain sect. I have no foundation at all. I have to think of a way to get a lot of true qi spirit stones. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with thoughts. At this moment, a black divine light flashed above the mountain peak, like an ancient ferocious bird flying past. Senior brother Dongfang is here. Xiao Han quickly transferred the hornless dragon profound ice true qi that he had just cultivated to the virtual true meridian. He transferred the spirit turtle true qi back and filled the 9 true meridian. With a thought, he was able to do it easily. Junior brother Xiao Han. Dongfang Qin's voice hovered above Xiao Han's mountain peak. Xiao Han quickly went up to greet him. Senior brother Dongfang, are you here to give me true qi spirit stones? Xiao Han and Dongfang Qin were already familiar with each other. It was harmless to make a few jokes. However, Xiao Han knew. This senior brother Dongfang usually looked amiable, but once he was angered, it would not be fun. Dongfang Qin's eyes occasionally revealed the ancient ferocious bird's ruthlessness, which made people's hearts palpitate. Haha! Junior brother Xiao Han. This month's true qi spirit stones have already been allocated to you. Alright, the sect master has summoned you to the Pure Rain Palace. Let's go together. Dongfang Qin coughed a few times and then smiled. The two stood side by side on the spirit turtle's shell. Alright. Senior brother Dongfang, why did the sect master summon us? Xiao Han asked with a smile. Junior brother Xiao Han. You have been in seclusion for a few months. You still don't know what happened in the empire. Dongfang Qin's sickly face had a hint of seriousness. The North Profound Demon King was trapped in the Royal Hunting Mountain range of the Beacon Fire Empire, the Setting Sun Mountain range. The sects in the world heard the news and wanted to kill the North Profound Demon King. A few months ago, the North Profound Demon King was besieged by a demon hero squad and was seriously injured. He escaped from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory. Before he could recuperate and recover his seriously injured demon body, his whereabouts were exposed and he was finally trapped to death. Oh, North Profound Demon King? Senior brother Dongfang, I know something about the North Profound Demon King. Previously, when I returned to his family with senior brother Ah Cho from the outer sect, we encountered the injured North Profound Demon King wantonly killing and nibbling away at the people of the Blazing Fire City. Later, senior brother Fang rushed over. The North Profound Demon King was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was even hit by senior brother Fang's sword. However, a centipede will not die and he escaped. Xiao Han hurriedly said. Oh, junior brother Xiao Han, have you seen the North Profound Demon King? Junior brother Fang did not mention this matter. I saw that when you mentioned the name of the North Profound Demon King, there was not much fear in your eyes. It seems that junior brother Xiao Han is born with divine courage and is not afraid of the demon clan. That's good. Dongfang Qin praised. As they spoke, the two flew to the peak of paradise. At the foot of the Paradise Hall, they walked up the stairs like a gust of wind. Paradise Hall. In the garden. The Paradise sect master sat on a stone bench and flipped through a thread-bound book. He was languid, his body was flawless, and he looked like an immortal. There were no other true inheritances in the garden. Sect master, junior brother Xiao Han is here. Dongfeng Qin brought Xiao Han into the garden. Sect master, Xiao Han called out obediently. The sect master glanced at Xiao Han indifferently and smiled. Xiao Han, your martial Dao has improved a lot. It seems that you have completely integrated some of the martial techniques that you cultivated in the physical body realm into your true qi. You are very diligent. This is very good. After a pause, the sect master put down the thread-bound book in his hand and stood up. Xiao Han, this time, I intend to let you make a trip to the Sunset Mountains as a trial. Xiao Han, you must know that stepping into the true qi realm is just the beginning of the martial Dao. There is still a long way to go. There is no lack of life and death experiences. Oh! Sect Master, you want me to participate in the operation to kill the North Profound Demon King? Xiao Han immediately asked. Yes. The Sect Master nodded and said. This time's mission is a bit complicated. Xiao Han was stunned. The Sect Master smiled. This time, the North Profound Demon King is trapped in the Beacon Fire Empire's Royal Mountain Range, the Sunset Mountains. However, the Empire's royal family does not dare to take all the credit. Therefore, after discussing with the 5 major sects, we decided that the 5 major sects will send people to encircle and kill the North Profound Demon King together. In the end, we will see which force will kill the North Profound Demon King. This operation can be seen as a competition between the strongest forces in the Beacon Fire Empire. Moreover, there is another plan for this operation. Since the North Profound Demon King is trapped, his tribe will definitely come out in full force. At that time, we will kill them all. Sect Master, this is quite complicated. The 5 major sects and the Empire's forces mean that there are a total of 6 forces surrounding the North Profound Demon King. Moreover, we have to lure the snake out of its hole to deal with the North Profound Demon King's tribe. Xiao Han also felt a bit troubled. Dongfeng Qin coughed and added on the side. Junior brother Xiao Han, there are many variables in this operation. The other empires may also want a piece of the pie. Maybe the evil heroes of other empires will also sneak into the Beacon Fire Empire to snatch the North Profound Demon King. The value of a Demon King is very huge. Killing it can at least be exchanged for a mountain of supreme-grade True Qi Spirit Stones. It is even possible to exchange for a peerless True Qi secret manual. And for the evil heroes, killing the North Profound Demon King can directly improve their ranking on the evil heroes list. This is no small matter. Ah! A mountain of supreme-grade True Qi Spirit Stones? Xiao Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Junior brother Xiao Han, the True Qi Spirit Stones distributed to you by the sect are just ordinary Spirit Stones. The quality is not very high. The real supreme-grade True Qi Spirit Stones are extremely expensive. A supreme-grade True Qi Spirit Stone can be exchanged for at least 100 ordinary True Qi Spirit Stones. And no one is willing to exchange supreme-grade True Qi Spirit Stones for ordinary Spirit Stones. Dongfeng Qin laughed. Xiao Han, the sect master said. For this operation, the 5 major sects and the royal family of the Beacon Fire Empire will intentionally send some young geniuses to use the pressure of the Demon King to hone their will and spirit. Our Pure Cloud sect will also dispatch 50 half-step True Qi inner disciples who are very confident in breaking through to the True Qi realm. You should also go and temper yourself. Of course, our Pure Cloud sect will also send evil heroes to help and strive for the North Profound Demon King to compete with the other sections. The sect master looked at Dongfeng Qin. Dongfeng, for this operation, you will be in charge of the overall situation of our Pure Cloud sect. Feng Ling may also appear in the Sunset Mountains. Yes. Sect master. Dongfeng Qin's sickly face was burning with excitement. A black ferocious bird flashed in his eyes and his battle-intent soared. Sect master, it has been a long time since I went down the mountain to participate in such a battle. Don't worry, sect master. The North Profound Demon King is in the bag. Violent confidence spread from his body, and his aura rose steadily. He was like a different person from usual. With me and junior brother Feng, who can compete with us? Xiao Han was affected by Dongfeng Qin's emotions, and his blood was boiling. Sect master, don't worry. I, Xiao Han, will do my best. I will not tarnish the reputation of our Pure Cloud sect and let the other sects steal our limelight. Xiao Han, your true qi is good at hiding your aura. It can even seal your true acupoints. The sect master said thoughtfully. I have already given a gag order about your advancement to the true qi realm. Up until now, the other sects still do not know that our Pure Cloud sect has such a talented young man who has reached the true qi realm in his teens. Sect master, you mean to let me seal my true acupoints and disguise myself as a physical body realm martial artist to win at the crucial moment? Xiao Han was startled. Ha ha ha. The sect master laughed, which was rare for him. All these years, Mingjian Villa, Medicine King Valley, Eight Wind Palace, and Blazing Flame Sect have all produced some youths who have reached the true qi realm. I feel the pressure. However, Xiao Han, your sudden rise has greatly gratified my sect. Xiao Han, you should go. You won't be any weaker than those geniuses. Chapter 93. Xiao Han and Dongfang Qin left the palace hand in hand. At this moment, Dongfang Qin's battle intent was soaring. His sickly face was no longer pale and was replaced by hot blood and blazing eyes like a ferocious bird. Junior brother Xiao Han, you don't have anything to prepare, right? Let's go to the Sunset Mountains, the hunting mountain range of the Beacon Fire Empire. There will be a battle this time. The 5 major sects and the Beacon Fire Empire will send out all their elites. The other sects will also take advantage of this opportunity. There hasn't been such an unprecedented battle in the Empire for a long time. Everyone is competing to kill the Demon King. Oh! Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and then muttered. I originally wanted to cultivate in seclusion for a while, and then go to the Medicine King Valley. Junior brother Xiao Han, why are you going to the Medicine King Valley? Dongfang Qin asked. A small personal grudge. Xiao Han said indifferently. It's okay. The people of the Medicine King Valley will definitely participate in the battle to kill the Demon King. Junior brother Xiao Han, in recent years, the Medicine King Valley has gradually become a lackey of the Empire and many royal alchemists have been born. The so-called secret medicine is no longer sold to the major sections. It's only for the Empire, adding to the Empire's foundation and arrogance. Dongfang Qin seemed to be quite dissatisfied with the Medicine King Valley. The people of the Medicine King Valley are mediocre. They mainly rely on various secret medicines to forcibly overdraft their life potential. Junior brother Xiao Han, do you have a grudge against the Medicine King Valley? Then don't worry, I will support you. Let's settle this quickly. A fierce light flashed in Dongfang Qin's eyes. Xiao Han quickly said. Senior brother Dongfang. It's just a small grudge. It's not worth mentioning. Then let's go. At the peak of the inner sect of the Pure Cloud sect, 50 inner sanctum disciples with half-step true qi were ready to depart. There were a total of 10 true disciples. Their bodies flickered with light, and their quintessential qi surged. They were also ready for battle. Xiao Han and Dongfang Qin stepped into the huge square. Senior brother Dongfang, the 10 true disciples said in unison. Prince Ziyu was also among them. Young Master Ziyu glanced at Xiao Han out of the corner of his eyes. A layer of hostility flashed across his eyes as he spoke in a neutral tone. Junior brother Xiao Han, you have just entered the true qi realm. It is not wise for you to participate in this operation to kill the North Profound Demon Monarch. You have to be careful. Otherwise you might die. Oh! Xiao Han raised his head to look at young Master Ziyu. In his body, there were 25 pentagrams moving, exuding blazing light. True fire was burning faintly. There was a smell of burning nothingness. Third stage true qi. This guy seems to have been dissatisfied with me during the outer sect ranking competition. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved as he lightly smiled. Senior brother, you should take care of yourself first. You are only at the 3rd level of true qi. I'm afraid you won't be able to guarantee your safety, right? If I'm not careful, I might lose my life in the setting sun mountain range. You haven't seen the Demon Emperor yet, right? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han knew that there were only 4 fiend heroes in the Pure Rain sect. Senior brother Fang had 1 seat, and senior brother Dongfang had another. There were only 2 evil heroes left. The fellow before him did not have a high cultivation, so it was unlikely that he was one of them. If he wasn't a fiend hero, he might not have had the chance to see the Demon Emperor in his life. Humph. Young Master Ziyu was obviously seen through by Xiao Han. His face was slightly hot. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Xiao Han, you'd better restrain yourself. You're only at the first level of true qi. How dare you roar and provoke me? Enough. Dongfeng Qin waved his hand. Let's go. Don't argue. Ziyu, I'm warning you, this operation is very important, and there will be fiend heroes from other empires. Junior brother Xiao Han is right. If you don't raise your vigilance, there is a possibility of death. Let's go. Humph. Young Master Ziyu glared at Xiao Han with a murderous look. His whole body was glowing, and his true qi turned into a 10-feet-long fire dragon, piercing through the air. The rest of the true disciples used their true qi to turn into ferocious beasts, or simply stepped on the divine rainbow and escaped at lightning speed. Junior brother Xiao Han, seal your true meridian and hide your strength. Ride the dragon horse with the inner sect disciples. Dongfeng Qin instructed. I'll go with you. Yes, senior brother Dongfeng. Xiao Han led a dragon horse at the side of the square. At the same time, he activated the tortoise breathing technique and sealed the 9 true meridian points in his body, like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. Dongfeng Qin also rode a dragon horse. The two led 50 half-step true qi cultivators and galloped down the mountain. These 50 half-step true qi cultivators were all vigorous and full of energy. They were indeed just short of an opportunity to reach the sky in one step. In this operation, if a tenth of the true qi cultivators, or even 1 or 2 true qi cultivators were born, it would be enough to strengthen the foundation of the Pure Rain sect. Ha! Junior brother Xiao Han, your true qi is really magical. Even I can't detect the slightest fluctuation of true qi when you seal the true meridian points. You can deceive everyone. Dongfeng Qin laughed heartily. At the foot of the mountain, 52 dragon horses galloped along an official road towards the imperial capital. Junior brother Xiao Han, the setting Sun Mountain Range is located at the side of the imperial capital of the Beacon Fire Empire. It's like a true dragon circling around, protecting the empire. Riding on a dragon horse, we can reach there in 10 days. Dongfeng Qin seemed to be impatient. On the second day, a large group of people were hurrying along. On the left side of the road, the sound of hooves was like a storm. Smoke and dust were flying, and the dragon horses were neighing continuously. Xiao Han reined his horse and looked over. A group of men and horses with an aggressive aura spurred their horses forward. There were about 100 people in this group. Each of them wore a yellow robe with a cloak and carried a single blade on their back. A torrent of blade qi soared into the sky. It was dignified and imposing. The leader was a man in his 30s. He carried a single blade embedded with emeralds on his back. His eyes were sinister and there was divine light surging from his pores. The silver-white blade qi curled up and emitted the sound of surging rivers and lakes. It was sharp and pure. It was the true qi realm. Behind this true qi realm bladesman were all half-step true qi bladesmen. All of them had signs of their cultivation soaring. Xiao Han's gaze swept across and found a familiar face among the group of bladesmen. It was Ah Chao's cousin, Xiao Yuntian, who was defeated by Xiao Han in the Xiao family gathering. Oh, it's the people of the Eight-Wind Palace. I didn't expect to see you here. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Looking at the leading true qi realm bladesman, he didn't have a high cultivation base. He had only opened 10 true meridians and was at the first level of true qi. When the two groups met, they reined in their horses and stopped. When they looked at each other, their gazes were filled with hostility. In the Beacon Fire Empire, the relationship between the 5 sects was not very harmonious. On the contrary, they often fought and killed each other. At this moment, boom! A ray of blade light appeared and cut a piece of cloud in the sky. A golden blade qi that was more than 100 feet long condensed and cut across the sky. It was like a golden bridge. A majestic man stood on the golden bridge with his hands behind his back. He wore a radiant robe and stood motionless in the strong wind, as if he was made of iron. His hands were empty, but his body was emitting a strong blade qi. Every strand of blade qi contained a blade intent that could cut through the void. He looked down on the world and had a deep sense of majesty. Anyone who came into contact with his gaze would feel dizzy, and their skin would feel like it was being cut by a blade. Senior brother Lu. All the bladesmen of the Eight-Wind Palace got off their horses. Everyone, including the leading Xianxia realm swordsman, bowed deeply in worship. This person's blade intent is so strong. He has a peerless technique that can destroy a city. Even though Xiao Han used the tortoise breathing style to seal his blade intent, he could feel his blade intent trembling slightly. It was affected by the blade intent of the peerless bladesman in the sky. Dongfeng Qin waved his right hand and the pressure from the bladesman in the sky immediately collapsed. Oh! Lu Yiming, brother Lu, I didn't expect the Eight-Wind Palace to send you out. As Dongfeng Qin spoke, his aura surged and divine light burst out. A pair of black wings that were dozens of feet long grew out from his body. The feathers were as sharp as blades and glowed. Each of the feathers seemed to be covered with complicated seal characters and runes. Dongfeng Qin soared into the sky like a demon god and confronted the bladesman. Their auras were equally matched. Same to you. Brother Dongfeng, didn't the Pure Rain sect also send you out? This time, everyone is determined to get the North Profound Demon King. They have sent out all their experts. How can you and I be left out? However, I have to remind Brother Dongfeng, I heard that some notorious heroes from other empires have secretly sneaked into the Fire Beacon Empire to get a share of the loot. Brother Dongfeng, don't fail miserably and die in the setting sun mountain range. That's right, Brother Lu, Brother Dongfeng. The two of you must be careful. Otherwise, if you are killed, our Fire Beacon Empire will lose two heroes. Ha 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 ha. A strand of sword chi came from 1,000 miles away and arrived in an instant. This sword chi was surrounded by starlight. Countless stars and star sand glowed with resplendent light. A white-clothed youngster stood lazily on the sword light. Under the stars, his body was emitting specks of starlight. He was pure and untainted, like a white-clothed star lord, elegant and unrestrained. A river of stars rushed out from his head like a trickle. 7 of the brightest stars floated in the river of stars, shining with extraordinary splendor. Heh! Brother Lu, Brother Dongfeng, this time, you can only serve as a foil. I'm sorry, the North Profound Demon King will be killed by our Mingjian villa. There is no suspense. The white-clothed youngster smiled bitterly and his tone was extremely arrogant. Oh! Man Xingyue, you have finally cultivated the Big Dipper great sword art to the perfection realm. Dongfeng Qin sneered. However, I'm afraid it's not enough to suppress everyone with just this move. Brother Dongfeng, where is the #1 sword cultivator of your Pure Rain sect, Fongling? Are you going to the Sunset Mountain Range this time? The sword intent in Man Xingyue's eyes was blazing. I have long wanted to experience Fongling's sword Qi Immortal Lotus. I hope I won't be disappointed this time. Well, don't waste time here. Otherwise, the three of us will have a competition to see who can reach the Sunset Mountain Range first. Lu Yiming said indifferently. I agree. Man Xingyue echoed. Dongfeng Qin flapped his black wings and sneered. In terms of movement skills, you can only eat the dust behind me. Let's compete. As soon as Lu Yiming's voice fell, the golden bridge under his feet flashed and he was already thousands of feet away as if he teleported. Heh! Man Xingyue turned into a golden hepta chi and broke through the sky. Dongfeng Qin lowered his head and said to Xiao Han below. Junior brother Xiao Han, you guys have fun first. I will go to the Sunset Mountain Range now. When he said the last word, he turned into a black light and disappeared without a trace. There was a creepy caw similar to that of a crow in the sky. It can't be? Senior brother Dongfeng just ran away by himself? Is he testing me? Xiao Han was speechless. At this time, Xiao Han looked up and saw a group of sabersmen from 8-Point Palace. The saber light in their eyes became brighter and brighter as they looked at Xiao Han with fighting intent. Xiao Yuntian walked to the leading True Qi Realm sabersman and whispered a few words in his ear. The True Qi Realm sabersman's expression changed slightly. His pupils shrank and he looked at Xiao Han aggressively. A half-step True Qi Realm inner sect disciple of Pure Rain sect rode his horse to Xiao Han and said in a low voice. Senior brother Xiao Han. Senior brother Dongfeng just left like this. I'm afraid it's not good. The people from 8-Point Palace don't seem too friendly. Not friendly? Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh and said in a low voice. This time, The 5 major sects have used all kinds of means to snatch the North Mystic Demon King. Do you still expect them to be friendly? Let's go. Let's hurry. Perhaps, if they wanted to fight, they wouldn't be able to do so. We can only fight with them. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was fearless. His mind was as sharp as a blade, flawless and flawless. He urged his horse forward as if nothing had happened. The 50 half-step true Qi realm disciples quickly followed. Senior Brother Li, are we just going to let these pure rain sect disciples go? A burly sabresman approached the leading true Qi realm sabresman. Let's just kill them. The true Qi realm sabresman's eyes were cold. They're just a bunch of physical body realm trash. I can kill them if I want. Don't do anything for now. Dongfeng Qin can still sense it. Wait until he's far away. Then we'll slowly deal with these trash from Pure Rain sect. Senior Brother Li, my saber intent was destroyed by an arrogant disciple from Pure Rain sect. Even though he was killed by a madman from the Pure Cloud sect, that brat also went to the Setting Sun Mountain range to train. Just now, I saw him clearly among the people from the Pure Cloud sect. Senior Brother Li, you must capture that brat. I'll personally execute him to repair the flaw in his mind and regain his saber intent. Xiao Yuntian's face was filled with hatred. Humph. A genius who comprehended saber intent appeared among the physical body realm disciples of 8-Point Palace. It's extremely precious, but it was destroyed by Pure Rain sect. This is a heinous crime. Junior Brother Xiao, don't worry. I'll do as you wish. The true Qi realm sabresman's eyes shone with a silver saber radiance. Follow them and keep an eye on those trash from Pure Rain sect. Western region. Great Desert. There was a medium-sized country in the desert with a population of tens of millions. With an oasis as the foundation, they had established a dynasty. There were also martial arts sects among them. On this day, a phenomenon descended upon this peaceful desert country. Wind and sand surged into this pearl-like oasis from all directions. The next moment, the originally clear and sunny sky was suddenly shrouded in endless darkness. Just as the people of the desert country were in a state of panic. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet demonic eyes appeared. A violent and evil demonic aura swept through the desert oasis like a tornado. Roar! The demonic roar sounded like it came from the ancient times. It was a world-ending disaster. A breath later, the darkness was torn apart and light reappeared. However, this oasis in the desert was actually completely barren, and it had been reduced to endless wasteland and ruins. No one survived. A young man bathed in endless light and auspicious aura. He was extremely quiet, like a jade tree made of snow. He floated in the air, licked his lips and burped. His eyes were as deep and terrifying as the sea of blood, capable of devouring all living beings. Qing Lin Demon Emperor. It was the injured Qing Lin Demon Emperor who was besieged by a group of evil warriors. Damn you evil warriors! If you didn't force me into a corner, I wouldn't have eaten these lowly desert humans. They're disgusting. Qing Lin Demon Emperor had devoured tens of millions of living beings in a medium-sized desert country. The brutality and violence were indescribable. Your Majesty, you've recovered. 10 extremely evil demonic lights flickered, and in the next moment, 10 black-armored demon generals with sharp horns on their heads appeared. Their demonic auras were as deep as the ocean. The 10 demon generals knelt on one knee in front of Qing Lin Demon Emperor. Your Majesty, the Bei Xian Demon Emperor's tribe is invading the southern region. A war is about to break out. The Bei Xian Demon Emperor is trapped in the Setting Sun Mountain range of the southern region. He's waiting for the evil warriors to hunt him down, one of the demon generals reported. Demon Emperor Qing Lin's head emitted a glass-like noble demonic aura as he said slowly. Let's go to the southern region as well. Your Majesty, are we going to save the Bei Xian Demon Emperor? Another demon general was startled. There's a treasure that I'm interested in the southern region. Demon Emperor Qing Lin slowly closed his scarlet demon eyes. That human youth has escaped back to the southern region. However, I can still smell his scent. He has a supreme treasure of the demon race on him. Even I am attracted by it. I must get it. 10 demon generals. Follow me and sneak into the southern region. Have a taste of the blood and brains of the living beings in the southern region. The extremely evil demonic voice resounded throughout the desolate desert. Waves of demonic wind blew past, leaving scorched earth and ruins. Chapter 94. It was night time. There were no stars and no moon. On a vast plain, there were several bonfires burning brightly. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains and forests that looked like monsters that were ready to devour humans. The noise of crows and the roars of wild beasts could be heard from afar. Xiao Han and 50 inner disciples of the Pure Rain sect sat around the bonfire, roasting wild animals and sharing their rations. A group of tired horses lay on the side and snorted. Senior brother Xiao Han, there will be a few forks after we cross this mountain range. A beautiful woman at half-step True Qi held a map in her hand and discussed with Xiao Han. These forks can all lead to the imperial capital. However, one of the forks is not accessible. It is prepared for the tribe of the North Xian Demon King. Our plan is to lure the snake out of its hole. We will lure the North Xian Demon King's tribe, as well as the demon generals and demon soldiers, to the setting sun mountain range and kill them all at once. Xiao Han nodded. At this moment, a coarse-looking man came over and said in a low voice. Senior brother Xiao Han, things are not looking good. Senior brother Dongfang and the other core disciples left us and went to the setting sun mountain range. You saw it just now. The people of 8 Point Hall are eyeing us like tigers eyeing their prey. Their numbers are double of ours and they even have practitioners of True Qi realm guarding them. If we're not careful, I'm afraid. Fear appeared on his face. Senior brother Xiao Han, let's travel through the night. Xiao Han laughed and thought to himself, some of these half-step True Qi cultivators are cowards without courage. I'm afraid they will never be able to reach the True Qi realm. We will continue tomorrow. Xiao Han waved his hand and said, everyone, let's rest. The half-step True Qi cultivators looked at each other and finally, I'm sorry, Senior brother Xiao Han. We think it is better to hurry to the setting sun mountain range and meet up with Senior brother Dongfang and the other True Qi realm cultivators. We are afraid of any unforeseen circumstances. Since Senior brother Xiao Han wants to waste time here, we will not accompany you. We will take our leave first. More than half of the inner disciples stood up. It seems that I am still lacking a foundation after entering the True Qi realm. I can't convince the masses. Xiao Han thought. Kill the North Mystic Demon Emperor. The plan to annihilate the demon clan that has come to provide aid involves the participation of many powerful demon heroes. Sect Master has allowed me, a rookie who has just entered the realm of Xianxia, to participate in this operation. Maybe it's not for me to kill the North Xian Demon Emperor, but to deal with the dangers along the way. Experts like Senior brother Dongfang Qin from the various sects had already rushed to the Sunset Mountains. Those who were left behind were martial artists of the physical body realm or existences of level 1 genuine qi. Senior Dongfang Qin was not a rash person. The reason why he didn't leave me behind is definitely to test me, to temper me. Xiao Han suddenly understood some of the key points. Alright, since you want to travel through the night, then I, Xiao Han, will not stop you. Let's go. I hope you'll have the chance to kill the North Mystic Demon Monarch and be rewarded handsomely. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han laughed sarcastically. Go. Traversing the mountains overnight. There may be some of our men ahead or behind. Stay here for the night. I'm afraid we'll be ambushed by the 8-Wind Palace and other forces. Senior brother Xiao Han has just entered the realm of Xianxia. I'm afraid we can't rely on him. 30 inner sect disciples chose to leave in the end. They took out their horses and galloped into the dark mountains. Why don't you guys leave? Xiao Han smiled at the remaining 20 inner sect disciples. Senior brother Xiao Han, with our cultivation and half-step True Qi, even if we enter the Sunset Mountains, it'll be useless. I'm afraid we won't even be able to see the shadow of the North Mystic Demon Monarch before we'll be crushed by its demonic aura. Legend has it that every demon monarch is powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers with a single roar. They can devour countless living beings of an entire country in one breath. Only those at the advanced stage of Xianxia have the ability to fight against the demon monarch. Even though the North Mystic Demon Monarch is severely injured and on the verge of death, it's not something that we of the physical body realm can covet. Furthermore, the situation is very chaotic. There are demons from other empires sneaking in. It's very dangerous. Instead of taking the risk, it's better to deal with the other sect's physical body realm and low-level Jinqi realm cultivators along the way. We'll be able to survive in the midst of death and train our minds, a skinny half-step true Qi cultivator said. Xiao Han nodded and squinted his eyes. I once went to the West region with senior brother Feng to kill another demon monarch. Even though dozens of demon monarchs shared most of the demonic aura, I was still almost crushed by the demon monarch's demonic aura. A roar from a demon monarch can turn mountains and rivers into ashes. All right, everyone, let's rest. Xiao Han sat cross-legged beside the bonfire and looked down at his heart like an old monk meditating. Deep in his heart, there were many demon eggs wrapped around the seals. The evil demonic aura was expanding. 4 of the seals had been broken. Apart from the 3 seals that had traces of Emperor's Divine Fist, Indestructible Golden Body, and 7 Fragments Saber Art. Another seal had been broken and had traces of the 9 Transformation Divine Art. I must have gone berserk and triggered the seal that has traces of the 9 Transformation Divine Art, causing it to break. It saved my life. Xiao Han thought in his heart. However, as more and more seals are broken, the life force of the demon egg will become stronger and stronger. At the location where the 4 seals were broken, hair-like cracks appeared on the smooth white eggshell. An astonishing demonic aura slowly seeped out. This strengthened Xiao Han's ability to sense the demons, but it was also extremely dangerous. Every time a seal was broken, the demon egg was closer to hatching. God knows what kind of monster will hatch from this demon egg. No, I have to stick to my guns and cultivate diligently. I have to nip all the danger in the bud. Even if it doesn't work, I have to cultivate the spirit turtle true Qi to an extremely high level and use the turtle breathing style to forcefully seal the demon egg. Xiao Han had a premonition of the hidden danger. I have to hurry and cultivate. With a thought, a cocoon of martial arts light shot out from Xiao Han's heart. The 31st to 40th movement of the indestructible golden body hovered in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han activated his saber intent to destroy all distracting thoughts and focused on the movements. Gradually, he reached the state of know one and know me. 1 hour later, the sound of horse hooves sounded like muffled thunder. Over 100 of 8 Point Hall's inner sect swordsmen, led by a true Qi realm swordsman, arrived at the plains and dismounted. They also chose to set up camp on the plains. The bonfire was lit up. Over 100 swordsmen sat cross-legged beside the bonfire, looking at Xiao Han and the others with hostile and restless eyes. Senior Li, it seems like their numbers are decreasing. Otherwise, we can make our move here. Xiao Yuntian moved closer to the true Qi realm swordsman and said in a low voice. This time, our mission is to find an opportunity to eliminate the people of the various sects that are lagging behind, causing them to suffer great losses and their foundations to be destroyed. Junior Xiao, sit down first. The true Qi realm swordsman casually waved his hand. This time, the Pure Rain sect is too careless. They actually didn't send a true Qi realm expert to guard the rear. Hehe. A bunch of trash at the physical body realm. Killing them is as easy as flipping my hand. 1 slash and they'll be destroyed. Let them live for a while longer. At this time, there were only 20 inner sect disciples left in the Pure Rain sect. The fierce and murderous aura coming from the 8 Point Hall made them feel uneasy and cold. They all subconsciously turned to look at Xiao Han. Xiao Han was cultivating the indestructible golden body. He forgot about everything else and remained motionless like a rock. Senior Xiao Han's determination is really strong. The true Qi realm swordsman from the 8 Point Hall enjoyed a whole roasted lamb and was about to stand up. At this time, he frowned and said in a low voice. Someone's coming. In the next moment, over 100 dragon horses arrived at the vast plains. They brought with them a monstrous sword Qi that illuminated the dark night sky. A group of sword cultivators came. Each of them had a sharp aura and sword Qi. They were all dressed in white robes and were clean. There was no dust or dirt. They were from the Mingjian villa. Over 100 sword cultivators who were half a step into the true Qi realm were led by a young true Qi realm sword cultivator. This true Qi realm sword cultivator was a handsome man who was around 22 years old. He was around 3 years old and wore a white robe. He was as white as snow and his aura was not tainted by dust or vulgarity. It was as if he had walked out from a paradise and had the aura of a disciple of a great sect. The light around him flowed like a stream. He carried an ordinary green steel sword on his back and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Brother Li Yuan, hello. The true Qi realm sword cultivator nodded towards the 8-point hall swordsman with a hint of pride and disdain in his eyes. Lu Feng, you're here too. The swordsman of the 8 desolate hall, Li Yuan, frowned. It was clear that he was very wary of this sword cultivator of the 8 desolate hall. Why don't you hurry to the setting sun mountain range? What are you waiting for? Is it interesting? Heh. Brother Li, I'm the same as you. I'm here to protect the inner sect juniors. Lu Feng smiled. He was extremely confident and handsome, causing many of the young female disciples of the Mingjian villa to blush as if they were infatuated. Junior brothers and junior sisters, let's rest here tonight and continue on our journey tomorrow morning. Lu Feng waved his hand and stood to the side alone. He put his hands behind his back and looked up at the night sky as if he was comprehending some profound concept. The faint light and glow circulated on his body that was as straight as a mountain, making him look like an immortal. He was a peerless genius, and the loneliness of a genius could be seen everywhere. Many of the inner sect disciples of the Mingjian villa got off their horses and started a bonfire in unison like a well-trained army. Junior sister Yunrong, have a piece of roasted meat. A swordsman in white handed a piece of roasted mutton to a beautiful woman. The most attractive thing about the woman was her lazy and slightly curly golden hair. Her eyes were like gems and her skin was like ivory. The sword chi around her body was faintly discernible, and the sword chi in her eyes almost materialized, making it seem as if her gaze could kill through the air. She was extremely powerful. She was Xiao Yunrong of the Xiao family's 3rd branch. After the catastrophe at Blazing Flame City, Xiao Yunrong's sword intent was damaged. However, she was a genius, and under the enormous pressure of the 3 true Qi realm experts, she underwent a transformation. Not only did she repair her sword intent, but it also became more solid. Moreover, she had already touched the barrier of the eternal separation between heaven and man. She exuded a noble aura as if she was about to ascend to heaven. Senior brother Bai, Yunrong is not hungry. Xiao Yunrong refused indifferently. She swept her gaze and suddenly, her beautiful eyes that were 1,000 miles away suddenly lit up. She saw Xiao Han. He's here too? After being separated for a few months, I wonder what level his cultivation has reached. However, his battle strength is already extremely tyrannical and invincible in the physical body realm. Now, let's see if he has the opportunity to break through to the true Qi realm. The swordsman in white followed Xiao Yunrong's gaze and saw Xiao Han. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched as he said coldly, "That kid is here too." He was in the limelight at the Xiao clan's gathering. This time, senior brother Lu Feng is here. A 22-year-old true Qi realm expert, one of the top geniuses in the entire Beacon Fire Empire. I'd like to see if he still dares to be in the limelight. After speaking, the swordsman in white's eyes revealed a scheming expression. Senior brother Bai, don't act rashly. This operation is not a small matter. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Xiao Yunrong warned. Heh! Junior sister Yunrong, compared to senior brother Lu Feng, that kid is like a firefly trying to compete with the bright moon. The swordsman in white sneered. Xiao Yunrong originally wanted to greet Xiao Han, but it was obviously not the time. On the side of the Pure Rain sect, the 20 inner sect disciples' heartstrings were now tightened. Not to mention the 8 Wind Palace's covetous eyes, a group of Mingjian Villa's elites, led by a true Qi realm youth, actually came. It was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. They looked at Xiao Han again. At this moment, a golden light appeared under Xiao Han's skin. It was round and flawless. There seemed to be runes and seal characters faintly blossoming. It was indescribably mystical. Moreover, this layer of golden light. It was not caused by true Qi, but purely from his body. His body glowed with golden light. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Xiao Han. What kind of cultivation technique is senior brother Xiao Han practicing? It seems to be a body-tempering cultivation technique. Xiao Han did not seem to know that a large group of Mingjian Villa's elites had arrived. He was still concentrating on his cultivation. No one know me. The 31 to 40 movements of the indestructible golden body were constantly visualized. The heat flow in his body became more and more violent and turbulent, as if it was spilling out of his body. Not long after, the sound of horse hooves could be heard again. Another group of people arrived. They arrived at this plain. Before they arrived, a rich medicinal fragrance had already drifted over from afar, refreshing the mind. Our friends from Medicine King Valley have arrived. True Qi Realm Sword cultivator Lu Feng smiled. In the next moment, dozens of dragon horses galloped into the plain. Most of the passengers were young and beautiful women. They were plump and thin, graceful and charming. This group of people was led by two True Qi Realm elders. These two elders' true Qi was as deep as the sea. When they opened and closed their eyes, starlight appeared and the light was as bright as the tide. It's the female disciples of Medicine King Valley. The eyes of the young swordsmen on Ba Huang Hall's side burned with passion. They stared unblinkingly at the lively female disciples of Medicine King Valley. Their mouths were dry. They muttered in a low voice. Each one is more beautiful than the other. Their bodies are also extremely hot. I've long heard that the female disciples of Medicine King Valley are all stunning, like fairies descending from the heavens. It is indeed so. Many of the male disciples of Mingjian Villa were also restless. Even Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance as he walked over gracefully. Two seniors of Medicine King Valley. I am Lu Feng of Mingjian Villa. Lu Feng, I've heard of you before. You are one of the few geniuses among the younger generation of Beacon Fire Empire. I heard that you trained your muscles at 3 and bones at 5. You stepped into the true Qi realm at 19, reaching the heavens in one step. You are indeed a rare genius. You have already opened 11 true meridians and stepped into the second level of true Qi. One of the true Qi realm elders of Medicine King Valley smiled and praised. Senior is too kind, Lu Feng said calmly. Another elder of the true Qi realm from Medicine King Valley sighed. When will our Medicine King Valley be able to produce such a young genius? How admirable! At this moment, Manager, Xianxia does not want to marry into the royal family. Manager, please have mercy. Why must Xianxia and Senior Shi Rong marry into the royal family? Once they enter the palace, it will be as deep as the sea. We don't want it. A crisp female voice, like an oriole coming out of the valley, lingered in the sky above the plains, her tone full of pitiful pleading. Enough. Xianxia, Shi Rong, stop pestering me endlessly. You should know how glorious it is to be able to marry into the royal family of the empire. It's not just the two of you who entered the palace today. It's just the two of you who can't stop talking. Both of you shut up. A beautiful middle-aged woman, her face covered with frost, scolded. Under the blazing bonfire, two stunning girls could be seen tugging on the sleeves of the beautiful middle-aged woman, pleading incessantly. One was dressed in red, 16 or 17 years old, with a delicate oval face and shallow dimples, as if carved from jade or pearls. The other was dressed in white, with black hair like a waterfall, skin as white as snow, and a temperament as pure as the mountains and rain, awe-inspiring and inviolable. These two girls, impressively, were Jing Xianxia and Lan Shirong. Stop arguing. Behave yourselves. The two of you should have been severely punished for the trouble you caused last time, facing the wall and reflecting on your mistakes for 3 years. But this time, many crown princes and heirs are choosing concubines, so you will not be punished. Sit down. Properly review the rules of the palace. The beautiful middle-aged woman said coldly. Manager. Jing Xianxia was about to cry, her beautiful eyes rolling with heartbreaking tears. All right, Xianxia, sit down first. Lan Shirong pulled on Jing Xianxia's sleeves. Lu Feng saw the two stunning beauties, Jing Xianxia and Lan Shirong, and his eyes momentarily became dull. In the next moment, a trace of possessiveness flashed past his eyes. They also came? Coincidentally, at this moment, Xiao Han stopped cultivating and slowly opened his eyes. Rays of golden light shot out from his eyes, and then shattered into pieces. He saw Jing Xianxia and Lan Shirong. An inexplicable longing immediately rushed into Xiao Han's heart. He smiled slightly, stood up, and walked towards the Medicine King Valley disciples. Senior Xiao Han, you. Many of the inner sect disciples of the Pure Rain sect were surprised. I met an old friend, so I went over to say hello. Xiao Han smiled slightly. At the same time, Lan Shirong and Jing Xianxia also saw Xiao Han at the same time. They were all wild with joy. Xianxia even blurted out. "Uncle! You also came? Uncle, come over here." Her expression was extremely intimate, and her tears turned into a smile, like the clear sky after the rain, beautiful beyond compare. This time, the three groups of people from the Medicine King Valley, 8 Wind Hall, and Mingjian Peak all looked at Xiao Han at the same time. Among them, many of the male disciples showed jealousy and hostility in their eyes. Lu Feng also looked straight at Xiao Han, his eyes flashing with sword qi, and his body surging with twilight true qi. Xiao Han walked in front of the 2 elders of the Medicine King Valley, and said with a smile, "2 seniors, I met 2 friends, so I came over to have a chat." The 2 elders of the true qi realm exchanged glances, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. At this moment, "Stop!" The swordsman in white from Mingjian Peak, who had been trying to please Xiao Yunrong, suddenly stood up, took a step forward, and pointed directly at Xiao Han. "Xiao Han, right? How dare you offend the ladies of the Medicine King Valley? In the middle of the night, why are you catching up with the ladies of the Medicine King Valley?" As he spoke, he walked closer to Xiao Han, and took the opportunity to speak to Lu Feng. "Senior Lu Feng, this kid is very arrogant, and once looked down on our Mingjian Peak. In Blazing Flame City, he spoke arrogantly and behaved wildly." The swordsman in white stopped 5 steps away from Xiao Han, fearlessly. "Xiao Han, stop, don't move. Aren't you very arrogant?" Now the #1 genius of the younger generation of Mingjian Peak, Senior Lu Feng, is here. "Be smart. I'll give you a choice." Before he finished his words, Xiao Han's body moved, and he had already flashed in front of the swordsman in white. With a slap, his 350 cauldrons of physical strength crushed the swordsman in white to the ground in an instant. Half of the swordsman's body was slightly embedded in the ground, twitching incessantly, unable to get up. His mouth full of broken teeth, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Xiao Han stepped on his face and sneered. "Trash, you dare to jump out and roar. You really don't know how to write the word death." With that, Xiao Han slightly moved his muscles and bones, and his whole body made cracking sounds. The whole place was silent. Chapter 95. Xiao Han had crippled a Mingjian Peak disciple with a single slap, causing him to twitch on the ground. Everyone present was petrified. One must know that the people gathered in the wilderness tonight included the Cloud Sect, 8 Wind Hall, Mingjian Villa, Medicine King Valley, and 4 other forces. Among them, Ba Huang Temple, Mingjian Peak, and the Valley of the Medicine Masters were all at their peak, with cultivators of the realm of true energy. Only the Pure Cloud Sect had 20 cultivators half a step into the realm of true energy, and Xiao Han, a 16 or 17-year-old youth. They were truly lacking in manpower. Furthermore, Xiao Han had sealed his true meridian tightly, making everyone believe that he was of the physical body realm. The weakest party, a young man at the physical body realm, dared to cripple a disciple of Mingjian Villa in front of Lu Feng, the stunning and enchanting young man of Mingjian Villa. Was his head kicked by a donkey? Oh! The hundreds of swordsmen from Ba Huang Temple looked at each other. The swordsman of the realm of true energy, Li Yuan, smirked. "Looks like we don't have to do anything this time. Lu Feng can flatten the trash of the Pure Cloud Sect with one strike." The 20 inner disciples of the Pure Cloud Sect were both shocked and satisfied at the same time, but they could not help but break out in cold sweat on behalf of Xiao Han. At the same time, they felt threatened. The 2 elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters exchanged glances. One of them smiled faintly. "Interesting." Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue stared at Xiao Han, dumbfounded. The 3 elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who had brought Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue to Shui Jianfeng's mountain to reject the marriage and look down on Xiao Han were here as well. They recognized Xiao Han immediately. "That kid again? That kid is very arrogant. Last time at the Pure Cloud Sect, he talked back to us and even said that he wanted to step into the realm of true energy before coming to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to find trouble with us. I think he is still in the physical body realm. I wonder if he has the right to enter the realm of true energy in this lifetime. There is no chance. He will die here tonight, at the hands of Lu Feng. He crippled a Mingjian Peak disciple in front of us. This is a provocation and a death wish." Lu Feng's eyes flashed with rage, but he quickly calmed down. There was killing intent and coldness in his eyes, but most of it was disdain and calmness. He was very gentlemanly and did not immediately draw his sword to kill Xiao Han. Instead, he looked at Xiao Han coldly and the corners of his mouth curled into a pitiful smile. In an instant, all the disciples of Mingjian Villa stood up. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of swords being drawn rang out incessantly. Xiao Han also looked at Lu Feng. There was no fear on his face as he thought to himself, "Before senior brother Dong Fangqin left, he told me to play slowly. Sect master also hinted me to compete with the younger generation geniuses of the other sects. I, Xiao Han, will not disappoint them and ruin the reputation of the Pure Rain sect." You are very calm. Perhaps he's very confident in his own talent and combat strength. Lu Feng opened his mouth. His tone was very clean and otherworldly. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a saint who had walked out of a paradise. But you should understand that the physical body realm and true chi realm are different. Forever separated from heaven. I don't want to do it myself. You're not worthy. All right, break all the bones in your body and kneel. If you kowtow to junior brother Bai, you can save your life. There was no threat or intimidation in his tone. It was so calm that it was like he was narrating a fact. Heh! Quite high and mighty. Xiao Han smiled as his life potential rose violently. His battle-intent sword and the 9 true acupoints sealed under the spirit tortoise style trembled slightly. The tattoo on the left arm of the monster god palm also started to tremble. At this moment, senior brother Lu Feng. Wait. Xiao Yunrong displayed her movement technique and arrived beside Lu Feng in an instant. She bowed slightly. Senior brother Lu Feng, Xiao Han is Yunrong's friend. We've been through life and death together. Yunrong begged senior brother Lu Feng to show mercy. Lu Feng took a deep look at Xiao Yunrong's beautiful and provocative figure, as well as that otherworldly appearance, and nodded slightly. Okay, junior sister Yunrong, for your sake, I'll give you a chance. You. He looked at Xiao Han. Destroy your own cultivation. This is the bottom line. It's also a kind of gift. Xiao Han. Xiao Yunrong looked at Xiao Han anxiously. Although she knew that Xiao Han was talented and invincible in the physical body realm, he would never be able to contend against a true Chi realm martial artist. Lu Feng had opened 11 true acupoints and killed with a single sword strike. He had the strength of 10,000 cauldrons and refined his sword Chi with the stars. He was unparalleled and could kill a physical body realm martial artist with just a thought. Ha ha! Suddenly, Xiao Han laughed loudly. Does it feel good to be high and mighty? I see that you don't get tired of it. You want to break all the bones in my body? Then I'll break your limbs. I'll step on your head. I'll slap your face. Xiao Han roared fiercely. His voice was like a great bell that spread far and wide, deafening even the deaf. Lu Feng was finally enraged. He sent Xiao Yunrong to the side with his true chi and pointed at Xiao Han. Aunt, I've given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. You've provoked me again and again. You're dead meat. Suddenly, starlight surged in Lu Feng's eyes. In an instant, 2 sword chi shot toward Xiao Han's head and heart. The sword light was dazzling and sharper than any treasured sword in the world. Not to mention a human's body of flesh and blood. Even metal and stone would be crushed into powder. Ah! 3 female voices screamed at the same time. They came from Lan Shirong, Jing Yanxue and Xiao Yunrong. The 20 inner disciples of the Pure Rain sect were slightly calmer in comparison. After all, they knew that Xiao Han was also in the true Chi realm. It was impossible that he couldn't even take one move, right? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's body flashed and actually dodged the 2 sure-kill sword Chi in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Poochie! 2 huge holes appeared in the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Xiao Han's body did not have the slightest bit of true Chi. He still sealed his true acupoints tightly and did not open them. He dodged to the side, his battle intent rising bit by bit. Let's test the limits of my body first. It's said that the physical body realm cannot contend against the true Chi realm. I'll give it a try. Suddenly, Xiao Han kicked with his right foot and the air exploded. With a total annihilation, He kicked up a huge rock that was erected in the wasteland and smashed it towards Lu Feng like a catapult. Xiao Han began his brazen counterattack. Oh! His reaction speed is several times faster than the majority of the physical body realm martial artists. To be able to dodge my Starlight Eye sword. Not bad. You're a rather strong ant. Lu Feng's right index and middle fingers formed a sword seal. A ray of light lightly swept across and shattered the huge rock into dust. Die! Xiao Han's physical strength surged. Like a savage beast in human form, the Son of Heaven's aura appeared and the air was split into two like water ripples. Forcefully breaking it apart, Xiao Han's aura reached its peak. His body seemed to have grown taller, pointing at the sky and stepping on the ground, dominating the world. Using the Imperial Chariot style, Xiao Han had already rushed to Lu Feng's body in a breath's time. He punched with his right fist. Sovereign descent. Lu Feng's clothes and long hair were blown backwards. However, he sneered. His right index and middle fingers were covered in starlight and swept out. Break! Pucci! Xiao Han's Emperor's aura was directly smashed by the ray of light and scattered in all directions. The sword qi instantly swept across Xiao Han's body. Dead. This brat's body will be torn into pieces by the sword qi. His physical body can't block true qi. Not to mention one of the top 10 sword arts of Mingjian Villa, the Starry Sky sword art. A true qi realm old man from Medicine King Valley asserted. In the blink of an eye. Boom! Endless golden light burst out from under Xiao Han's skin. His eyes also became golden and dazzling. His entire person was like a golden Buddha, solemn and dignified, as if he was plated with a layer of gold. The indestructible golden body's heat flow. It gushed out from his body and turned into endless and mystical golden light. Kang! This sword qi's aura crushed Xiao Han's body and actually only left a hair-thin sword mark. Just as blood spurted out, it was engulfed by the golden light and the wound quickly began to heal. This sword qi has about 1,500 cauldrons of strength. After breaking my Son of Heaven's aura, its strength is less than 50%. I have cultivated the 31 to 40 movements of the indestructible golden body. The heat flow in my body turned into golden light and is enough to resist this absolute power. It seems that the indestructible golden body only cultivates the physical body and is unable to fuse with true qi. I'm afraid that after cultivating all 100 movements of the indestructible golden body, one's physical body will be able to withstand true qi attacks and become indestructible. Xiao Han stood tall like a mountain. His entire body was bathed in the golden light and did not have the slightest fluctuation of true qi. However, the strength of his physical body was astonishing. What? Not even true qi can kill him? What kind of monster is this? His physical body is as strong as a humanoid savage beast. No. He has cultivated a body refining technique that is peerless and can withstand true qi attacks. This is too unbelievable. As long as a physical body realm martial artist is slightly touched by true qi, their entire body will be crushed into pieces. This brat can actually withstand it. Everyone was shocked. Ha 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 ha. Is this all you have? Xiao Han's golden light shone brightly as he continued to visualize the 31 to 40 movements of the immortal golden body in his mind. He continued to consolidate the process, causing the golden light to become more and more dazzling. The surrounding temperature gradually rose. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue were dumbfounded. They thought that uncle was really omnipotent. Xiao Yunrong's anxious heart finally calmed down a little. She was extremely shocked. In just a few short months, his cultivation had actually improved crazily again. On the side of the 8 desolate hall swordsmen. This brat must be killed. He is already so powerful at the physical body realm. If he grows to the true qi realm, he will become a formidable opponent of our 8 desolate hall in the future. We must eliminate him before his wings grow. The true qi realm swordsman Li Yuan's face was gloomy. As for the 20 inner sect disciples of the Pure Rain sect, they were now completely convinced and worshipped Xiao Han. They never thought that Xiao Han would be able to fight against an enchanting Lu Feng without revealing his true qi. This was simply unbelievable. Child's play. Lu Feng's expression was sinister. His hands formed a sword seal and strands of starry light rushed out. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of starry lights slashing towards Xiao Han. This starlight sword qi used his life's true qi as the foundation and was refined with starlight. Once refined, it could pierce through everything and kill people and ghosts. It was no small matter. For a moment, the entire wasteland was filled with blurred starlight. The starry sand swirled and the atmosphere was romantic. However, everyone knew that every strand of starlight sword chi was as heavy as a mountain. Xiao Han's movement technique was swift. He constantly weaved in and out of the starlight. Although he seemed to be in a sorry state, he was always able to narrowly dodge. Moreover, Xiao Han's body was constantly approaching Lu Feng. This youngster's reaction speed is actually not inferior to a martial artist at the first level of the true Qi realm. What an anomaly! No wonder he could dodge Lu Feng's sword Qi. A true Qi realm elder from the Medicine King Valley said emotionally. It is very rare. However, he will die sooner or later. Lu Feng has not drawn his sword yet. Once he does, he will kill in one step. Another true Qi realm elder asserted. When Xiao Han was 20 steps away from Lu Feng, clang! A single blade suddenly jumped out of the storage ring and was held in Xiao Han's right hand. Originally, after Xiao Han had opened up his true acupoints, he did not need to use a storage ring anymore. However, in order to conceal himself this time, he had placed a few blades in the storage ring. In case of an emergency. With the single blade in hand, Xiao Han's aura became sharper and sharper. The power of the blade rose steadily, unstoppable. The peerless evil dragon was born. Dang! Xiao Han's right hand turned into a shadow. Rays of blade light slashed towards Lu Feng at the speed of sound. Now, Xiao Han had already integrated the way of the blade into his true Qi. If he did not use his true Qi, Xiao Han could deliver 340 slashes in a single breath at the same speed as the speed of sound. If he used his true Qi, if he activated his true Qi, he could slash 680 times in one breath, twice the speed of sound. Puh, 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 puh. The blade light at the speed of sound swept towards Lu Feng like a thunderstorm. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Endless star sand and light surrounded Lu Feng, extinguishing the saber light. Suddenly, broken jade style. Break. Bang. 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 Endless blade light. It began to explode. The night sky was filled with broken jade marks. The bright blade rain wrapped around Lu Feng. Puh, puh. Lu Feng's robe was cut by the blade rain. Xiao Han seemed to have gone mad. The blade light at the speed of sound slashed out endlessly and then exploded. It was impossible to defend against. Finally, Lu Feng took a step back. Xiao Han used his physical body cultivation to force a true Qi realm genius to take a step back. This was an achievement. It was enough to shake the mountains and rivers. But it was not over yet. Shockingly. Wang! On the side of 8-Point Palace, the blades on the backs of all the inner court swordsmen trembled and hummed. They started to struggle slightly. Strands of invisible blade aura gathered towards Xiao Han. It's the blade intent. The true Qi realm swordsman Li Yuan blurted out. The next moment, pooh! A strand of air turned into blade intent and moved at twice the speed of sound. It suddenly cut towards Lu Feng. Demons and gods easily vanquish. Destroy nothingness. Swoosh! A strand of starry light tried to stop the blade intent. But the speed of the blade intent was twice the speed of sound. Caught off guard, it was half a step late. Humph! Lu Feng frowned slightly and tilted his head. Poochie! A strand of black hair was cut off by the blade intent. The entire wasteland was filled with the sound of people taking in cold breaths. Enough! Lu Feng was finally enraged. His right hand held onto the hilt of the sword on his back. Suddenly, endless star sand fell from the top of his head, making him look ethereal. A total of 11 enormous star rivers surged and roared as they soared into the sky. The starless and moonless night sky was illuminated by the dazzling starlight. The 11 star rivers traversed the vast sky, and in each star river, there was a peerless sword Qi brewing. A bright moon rose from behind Lu Feng. He held a long sword in his hand, looking dignified. To be able to force me to draw my sword, you deserve to die. There's no more suspense. That pure rain sect youth was instantly slashed into ashes. Ha 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 ha. Satisfying. The fight just now was really satisfying. Xiao Han laughed. His body was covered in golden light and his eyes shot out golden beams. The next moment. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. 9 of his sealed true meridians exploded at the same time. Endless rays of light gushed out from Xiao Han's body. It was dreamy and blurry. Ancient and simple true qi filled the entire wasteland. Hee, is the true qi realm that amazing? Me too. Xiao Han smiled brightly. Everyone was stunned. Petrified. Absolute silence. What? This youth is also at the true qi realm? How old is he? Are you kidding me? One of the elders from the Valley of the Medicine Master stood up and stared at Xiao Han with his mouth agape. 16, 17 years old true qi realm. This talent. Another true qi realm elder said with a trembling voice. It can be said to be heaven-defying. Uncle. Uncle is at the true qi realm. Heavens. Senior sister Shi Rong. Uncle is actually at the true qi realm. Xianxia's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. She did not know if it was because of excitement or something else. Lan Shirong looked at Xiao Han in a daze. Her beautiful eyes filled with splendor. The 3 leaders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who had looked down on Xiao Han previously also felt their faces burn, as if they had been slapped hard in the face. I didn't expect. He is already at the true qi realm. Xiao Yunrong calmed down and looked at Xiao Han in a daze. Xiao Han's body was surrounded by rays of light. His aura became incomparably noble as he looked at Lu Feng. I've said it before. Don't be too arrogant. Don't you want to break my bones? Today, I will beat you until all your teeth fall out. Even your mother doesn't know you. Heh. Sect Master and Senior Dongfang Qin probably want me to do this, right? Xiao Han was getting more and more complacent. P.S. Damn, brothers, can you support me with a few monthly tickets? Chapter 96. The wilderness was enshrouded by endless divine radiance and multicolored light. The desolate night sky became magnificent, and rainbow lights could be seen everywhere. 2 youths of the true qi realm were facing each other. One of them was the youngest person in the true qi realm in Mingjian Villa. She had opened 11 acupoints and had just entered the 2nd level of true qi. He guided the starlight to temper his sword qi and cultivated the starry sky sword art. The other was an unknown Zhenqi realm 1 Dan cultivator of Cloud Rain sect. At the age of 16, he had already opened 9 Zhenqi acupoints, and his Zhenqi was overflowing with ancient intent. He had been hiding his strength all this while, but he suddenly erupted and shocked everyone with a single brilliant feat. Oh. So you are also at the true qi realm. No wonder you are so arrogant. He had the capital to be arrogant. However, I can see that your Zhenqi has an ancient aura to it, so you probably didn't cultivate it yourself. Did he have a fortuitous encounter? Those who can't cultivate true qi by themselves and rely on fortuitous encounters cannot be called geniuses. Lu Feng's body was covered in star sand, and 11 star rivers appeared above his head, shining brilliantly. His sword howled, and a full moon appeared behind him. Full of artistic conception. I don't care so much as long as I have power, that's the way of the king. Make full use of everything. Stop being so long-winded. You are the youngest true qi realm martial artist of Mingjian Villa, and I am the youngest true qi realm martial artist of Pure Cloud sect. Let's fight. Irreconcilable. Fight. Xiao Han's battle intent boiled. With the support of the Son of Heaven's power, his entire being seemed to rise from the ground. Using one's physical strength to unleash the Son of Heaven's aura and using one's true energy to unleash the Son of Heaven's aura were 2 different concepts. Now the illusory image of the Son of Heaven above Xiao Han's head was surrounded by divine light, almost solidifying. It was tyrannical and contained the way of a ruler, minister, assistant, and envoy. What a powerful aura! The spectators couldn't help but shrink back. They were afraid of being implicated. The bladesmen of 8 Wind Hall, who were shouting about killing Xiao Han and the others a moment ago, were now silent. The eyes of the veritable energy realm bladesman Li Yuan blazed with silver saber qi, ready to make a move. Right at this moment. Die! Since you are in the true qi realm, I will kill you. Only then can I show off my genius. Starry Sky Sword Art. Galaxy Sword Qi. Lu Feng had a thought. Hong, 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 the Milky Way surged above his head, finally brewing a dazzling and overwhelming sword chi that slashed down one after another. Each sword energy was the size of a door and dozens of feet long. Stardust swirled around them like falling stars. Pooh! A ray of saber light that contained a blazing multicolored light slashed at a terrifying speed that was more than twice the speed of sound. This ray of saber chi had at least a few thousand cauldrons of power. It could topple mountains and overturn seas, sweeping everything in its path. Damn it! Lu Feng's figure flashed and dodged it by a hair's breadth. Chi, a huge pit that was 10 feet long, 10 feet wide and 1 meter deep was torn open on the ground. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. It was a shocking sight. Puchi! 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 At the same time, the celestial river in the sky split into two again. Endless starlight floated and wandered. It was extremely beautiful. Xiao Han waved his saber with his left hand and punched with his right, as if he was invincible. Lu Feng had just dodged a ray of saberlight when another ray of saberlight came slashing down, as if an ancient beast was gnawing at him. This pure rain sect youth has too many tricks up his sleeves. He is full of tricks. In terms of cultivation base, he is at the first level of true chi and has opened 9 meridians. His true chi is not as good as Lu Feng's, who has opened 11 meridians. However, he first defended and then attacked, wearing down Lu Feng's sharpness before launching a counterattack in one go, using both fists and saber. It is both cunning and brutal. An elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who had reached the true chi realm had a look of shock in his eyes. It's as if I'm seeing the rise of a hero from the future. Yes, compared to Lu Feng, this youth from the Pure Rain sect might be more qualified to be a hero. Although we are not heroes, this does not prevent us from making an evaluation. Another true chi realm elder nodded and said, "The so-called hero. It does not necessarily mean that his cultivation is high, but that his battle strength is tyrannical, and he has countless tricks up his sleeves." Not long after, the 11 celestial rivers had been completely destroyed. The night sky was filled with dazzling lights, like a dream. As for Lu Feng, he was forced into a fluster by Xiao Han's unceasing slashes of saber chi. There were too many of them. The ground was covered with criss-crossed saber marks. It was a complete mess. Ha 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 ha. Don't tell me you have only cultivated one type of sword technique? What an idiot. If you had learned a few more martial arts techniques, you wouldn't have been suppressed by me like this, right? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han executed the Imperial Chariot technique, and a ray of light pierced through the air. Xiao Han was like a ferocious beast in human form, crushing down from the sky in the blink of an eye. Lu Feng only saw a fist suddenly enlarging in front of his eyes. The next moment, bang! Lu Feng's face suffered a heavy punch, and his teeth were shattered. His face was slightly dented, and with a miserable howl, he was already sent flying. Xiao Han stepped on Lu Feng's swollen face with one foot, and kept on crushing it. Aren't you high and mighty? Aren't you full of yourself? Aren't you still being stepped on by me? You have only cultivated one type of sword technique, and now you come out pretending to be an otherworldly expert. You are completely courting death. Lu Feng's eyes emitted a vicious and venomous light. Shockingly, a ray of starlight sword chi rushed out from his body, and slashed toward Xiao Han. Bang! Xiao Han's fist shattered the sword chi, and his right leg kicked violently, sending Lu Feng flying tens of meters away like a sandbag. The sound of bones breaking rang out like frying beans. Xiao Han's body flashed, and he rushed over to step on Lu Feng again. He laughed sinisterly and thought to himself, "It seems that the more martial skills I learn, the better. The more trump cards I have, the better." Xiao Han had mastered the 3 forms of the spirit turtle, the Tao of the blade, and the Son of Heaven's divine fist. He indeed had a lot of tricks, and during battle, he could use all kinds of techniques as he pleased. The effect was astonishing. Right, you don't seem to have even comprehended sword intent. Don't call yourself a genius. If you had sword intent, I would be afraid of you, trash. Xiao Han kicked again, and Lu Feng was sent flying. Although Lu Feng had true chi to protect his body, he couldn't withstand Xiao Han's ravaging. At this moment, it was unknown how many bones in his body were broken, and he continuously coughed out blood. Quick! Quickly save senior brother Lu Feng. Hundreds of Mingjian Villa's inner sect disciples were all frightened, and they held their swords and took a step towards Xiao Han. All of you stop. Whoever dares to take another step will be killed immediately. Xiao Han pointed with his finger, and the light in his eyes flickered. Hundreds of Mingjian Villa's inner sect disciples all kept quiet out of fear. They were obviously intimidated, and they were so scared that they didn't move. Some even retreated. The blood of the 20 inner sect disciples of Pure Rain sect was boiling. All of them stood up, and they couldn't wait to kneel down in front of Xiao Han. This time, they had ruthlessly humiliated Mingjian Villa, and gained face for Pure Rain sect. Xiao Han, can you not hurt senior brother Lu Feng anymore? Xiao Yunrong said, and looked at Xiao Han with a pleading and extremely complicated expression. She never thought that the young man in front of her, who still had a childish face, had now grown to a point that she could never reach. Oh, Yunrong, since you pleaded, I will let him go. Xiao Han squatted down, patted Lu Feng's swollen cheek, and said softly, all right, in the future when you are in the Jianghu, don't have so much sense of superiority. Otherwise you will die miserably. I am a soft-hearted person, so I spared your life. If you met other fierce people, you would have been smashed into pieces. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han grabbed Lu Feng like a chicken, and directly threw him towards Mingjian Villa's side. All the Mingjian Villa's inner sect disciples hurriedly caught Lu Feng. It's not good to kill this person. It will provoke a fierce battle between Pure Rain sect and Mingjian Villa. However, he is already half crippled. Even if his injuries recover, today's defeat will definitely leave a shadow in his heart. I'm afraid he will not be able to improve in the future. Xiao Han thought to himself. I have crippled the youngest true Qi realm disciple of Mingjian Villa. I wonder if the sect master will be happy. If he is happy and gives me 100 true Qi spirit stones, I will die of happiness. Then, Xiao Han walked towards the Medicine King Valley. Many of the 8 Desolate Hall's swordsmen all looked at Li Yuan. Xiao Yuntian was dazed. I didn't expect. This kid has already reached the true Qi realm. Furthermore, his methods are so cruel. I am afraid I will never be able to catch up to him in this life. The flaw in his heart was getting bigger and bigger, and the force of his blade was dull. He could be considered to be completely crippled. Li Yuan stared fiercely at Xiao Han, wanting to make a move. However, looking at the unconscious Lu Feng, he still endured it. He thought to himself, this matter must be reported to the upper echelons of the 8 Desolate Hall, and let the senior brothers and sisters take action to kill this kid. We can't let him continue to grow. Otherwise, it is very likely that he will become another hero of Pure Rain sect. 2 seniors. This junior would like to catch up with these 2 friends. Xiao Han bowed slightly to the 2 true Qi realm elders of the Medicine King Valley. Xiao Han secretly checked the vitality of these 2 elders, and saw that there were 31 pentagram true acupuncture points in their bodies moving, and light flowed. They were people who had just entered the 4th level of true Qi. Sure. One of the true Qi realm elders smiled and nodded. Xiao Han thanked them and walked to Xianxia and Lan Shirong's side. Now, the female disciples of the Medicine King Valley. All of them looked at Lan Shirong and Xianxia with envious eyes. You. The 3 Medicine King Valley managers who had looked down on Xiao Han were speechless at this moment, and their expressions were extremely awkward. Oh, the 3 of you, we meet again? Hee, back then you seem to have said that as long as Xiao Han advanced to the true Qi realm. When I arrive at the Medicine King Valley, you will sweep the bed to welcome me, right? And you even said that you will serve me tea and water? However, sweeping the bed to welcome me and serving me tea and water. Forget about it, I, Xiao Han, am not a person who haggles over the smallest details. Xiao Han smiled lightly. Despicable people intoxicated by success. The 3 managers walked away dejectedly. They were only at the physical body realm, and compared to the true Qi realm, their life levels were different. They did not have the confidence to resist. Uncle, you've really reached the true Qi realm? You're so powerful. Xianxia said with stars in her eyes. Lan Shirong could no longer keep her heart calm. She clenched her fists tightly. Uncle, you're really powerful. You're only a teenager, and you've already succeeded in breaking through to the true Qi realm. It's really hard to imagine. At this time, Xiao Han noticed that there were still traces of tears on the two girls' faces. It was obvious that they had just cried. Xiao Han was puzzled. Did something sad happen to you too? Uncle. Xianxia pulled on Xiao Han's sleeve and moved her mouth close to Xiao Han's ear. Her breath smelled like orchids as she whispered. Uncle, this time, we are going to be forced to marry into the royal family of the Fire Beacon Empire. Xianxia and senior sister Shi Rong are very unwilling. Uncle, why don't you take Xianxia and senior sister Shi Rong away immediately? We don't want to marry into the royal family. Ha! Xiao Han's gaze swept across and saw Xianxia's pretty face was blushing, her eyes were intoxicated, and her eyes were filled with anticipation and a trace of a young girl's first awakening of love. She also raised her head and glanced at Xiao Han. When she met Xiao Han's gaze, she immediately avoided it, lowered her head, and gritted her teeth. Forced marriage into the royal family? When Xiao Han heard this, a very uncomfortable feeling welled up in his heart. He did not say anything else and directly walked in front of the two true Qi realm elders of the Medicine King Valley. Two seniors. Xiao Han had just opened his mouth. Young man, you don't need to say any more. We already know. One of the elders looked at Lan Shirong and Xianxia, then looked at Xiao Han and said with a deep meaning. A 16 or 17-year-old youth at the true Qi realm, with such high battle strength and the ability to challenge those of a higher realm. He is originally qualified to marry a female disciple of the Medicine King Valley. However, this matter concerns the royal family. Two seniors, Xianxia and Shi Rong, originally did not want to marry into the royal family. Forcing them to marry is probably not appropriate, right? Xiao Han frowned and said, marrying into the royal family is a very glorious thing. It is the best place for them to end up, the other elder said with a slightly stiff tone. Young man, although you are enchanting, you still do not have the resources to compare with the royal family. Oh! Xiao Han was furious in his heart, but he forcefully suppressed it. Young man, it seems that you are very indignant. How about this? This old man is willing to bet with you on your future. The eyes of the elder who spoke earlier flashed with a bright light. 2 years. With our status, we can guarantee that Xianxia and Shi Rong will not marry into the royal family for 2 years. In these 2 years, if you can grow strong enough, then it may not be impossible for you to get what you want. However, 2 years is the limit. At that time, if you do not move forward or do not improve enough, Xianxia and Shi Rong will definitely marry into the royal family. Alright, there is no need to say any more superfluous words. Being able to promise you 2 years is already a great honor. It is also impossible for you to forcefully snatch them now. You are a young genius, but you are no match for us. Furthermore, once you do that, you will be wanted by the Medicine King Valley. The entire empire will not tolerate you. Even your sect leader will not be able to protect you. 2 years. Xiao Han's eyes flashed. Don't worry, with our status in the Medicine King Valley, protecting Xianxia and Shi Rong for 2 years is not a problem. The elder smiled slightly. Xiao Han weighed the pros and cons, turned his head to look at the beautiful Lan Shirong and Xianxia, then nodded. 2 years, it is a deal. The three of them made their vows. Xiao Han walked to Xianxia and Lan Shirong's side and said in a low voice. All right. Stop crying. I have already agreed with the two true Qi realm seniors of the Medicine King Valley. This time, you do not need to marry into the royal family. In 2 years, if you are willing, I can go to the Medicine King Valley to pick you up. Willing, why not? Xianxia nodded repeatedly. She was overjoyed and blushed. Uncle, it is a deal. In 2 years, you must come to the Medicine King Valley to pick us up. Lan Shirong stole a glance at Xiao Han, her face also red. Her heart was thumping wildly. She said in a barely audible voice. Shi Rong is also willing. The atmosphere became somewhat charming. However, at this moment, oh, there are indeed some people lagging behind. A cold and arrogant voice came from the other end of the wasteland. All of them are half a step into true Qi. They are the disciples of the major sects of the Fire Beacon Empire, who are most likely to break through and advance to the true Qi realm. Not bad at all. Who? Everyone in the wasteland. They looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a young man around 26, about 27 years old, strolling over as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He wore a golden battle armor. He held a golden battle spear in his hand, and his entire body was surging with light. It was a golden light. The golden light was boundless, and every strand of his hair was sparkling. It was gold. His eyes also shot out golden light. His entire person seemed to be cast from gold. On the golden battle spear, faint runes curled around it. Wherever he went, the place was drowned in the blazing golden light. Xiaohan frowned. He saw that there were 48 golden five-pointed stars burning within the golden armored man's body. The golden true meridian was so dazzling that anyone who looked at it would feel a stabbing pain in their eyes. This person is at the same realm as Senior Fong. He is at the 5th level of true qi. And his aura doesn't seem to be any weaker than Senior Fong. Which faction is this powerful cultivator from? He is definitely not from the Pure Cloud sect. Xiaohan had a bad feeling. Who are you? An elder from the Medicine King Valley stood up, his face showing obvious uneasiness. You are at the 5th level of true qi, and your aura is as bright as the sea. You must not be a nobody. But you are not from the royal family of the Fire Beacon Empire or the 5 major sects. You are? This time, the Fire Beacon Empire and the major sects have gone too far. Everyone has the right to kill the North Shen Demon King, but you trapped him in the Sunset Mountains and did not allow the other empires to intervene. This is too much. You have aroused public anger. Do you understand? The golden armored man looked at the people in the wasteland with a pitiful gaze. The golden light around his body grew brighter and brighter, and with every step he took, his aura increased. The golden light splashed down, making people feel like they were on a pilgrimage, and they wanted to worship him. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. It's a powerful cultivator from the other empires. Or maybe it's a hero. He snuck into the Fire Beacon Empire and wanted a share of the North Shen Demon King. This person was able to hide from the royal family of the Fire Beacon Empire and the 5 major sects, and came from behind us. He must have extraordinary abilities and schemes. Sir, the matter of the North Shen Demon King was discussed by the Fire Beacon Empire and the other empires. With the permission of many factions, we were able to surround and kill him in the Fire Beacon Empire. An elder from the Medicine King Valley explained. No, the value of the North Shen Demon King is too great. Your Fire Beacon Empire and the other major sects will not be able to swallow him. The golden armored man shook his head. Sir, since you covet the North Shen Demon King, why don't you directly go to the Sunset Mountains to fight? Why are you following us? Li Yuan, a true Qi realm swordsman from the 8 Desolate Palace, asked in fear. I can go to the Sunset Mountains later. But this time you guys have gone too far. I must give you a small punishment. Everyone here is half-step true Qi, and there are even a few true Qi realm cultivators. If all of them die, then the major sects will probably feel a little pain. As he spoke, the golden armored man's battle intent surged. He raised the golden spear in his hand and angrily struck the heavens. Faint golden inscriptions and divine light gushed out, and a loud and clear battle song could be faintly heard. The entire wasteland was covered by the blazing golden light. This is completely not on the same level. Xiao Han was suppressed by the golden light and was sweating profusely. He knew that the golden armored man's battle strength was at least on the same level as senior brother Fong Ling. If he wanted to kill the creatures of the wasteland, it would be as easy as blowing away dust. Sir, you must be a hero from the other empires. You are at the 5th level of true Qi and can pick the stars and the moon. Why do you want to bully the weak? Li Yuan cried out in a pleading voice. Yes. The golden armored man nodded his head seriously. You guys are unwilling to kill you like this. Moreover, to me, it's not challenging at all. All right, I'll give you 2 hours. Quickly escape. After 2 hours, I'll start hunting. Ha 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 ha. It's fun. He actually treated everyone as prey. He wanted to kill them one by one and obtain pleasure from it. After he finished speaking, the golden armored man actually sat down cross-legged and placed the golden spear on his knees. 2 hours. Hurry up and escape. There might be a chance of survival. Although it's very difficult. Leave immediately. The 2 Medicine King's Valley's true Qi realm elders' faces tensed up as they immediately organized the Medicine King's Valley's men to escape. Young man, run for your life. But don't worry, We won't forget the 2-year agreement. But if you die in the hands of that foreign hero today, everything will be for naught. An old man walked to Xiao Han's side and said solemnly. Xiao Han vaguely felt that these 2 old men might have some sort of trump card that could help them escape. All right. Xiao Han nodded his head heavily and said to Lan Shirong and Xianxia, wait for me for 2 years. After he finished speaking, he directly ran to the 20 pure sword sect's inner sect disciples. When he passed by the Mingjian villa's camp, Xiao Han stopped. At this moment, the wasteland had already been infected by a pestilential atmosphere. Everyone was panicking and there was a sense of chaos. Xiao Han. Xiao Yunrong was leading a dragon horse with a nervous expression. Yunrong, run for your lives. However, if you don't die today, under the enormous pressure, you might break through to the true Qi realm. You have comprehended sword intent. Once you enter the true Qi realm, your future achievements will definitely be higher than Lu Feng's. Take care. If possible, we'll meet at the setting sun mountains. After he finished speaking, Xiao Han returned to his own camp. Senior brother Xiao Han, what do we do now? The 20 half-step true Qi realm disciples followed Xiao Han's lead. Everyone, listen up. That golden-armored hero's battle strength is extremely terrifying. Even if all of us here were to join forces, we wouldn't be able to kill him. Don't try to take chances. Just run for your lives. There might be people in front or behind to receive you. Also, among you, if you can survive this time, there's a 90% chance that you can break through the barrier between heaven and man and step into the true Qi realm. Let's go! Xiao Han mounted a dragon horse and galloped away. Very quickly, the wasteland was empty, leaving behind dozens of bonfires. The golden-armored man sat cross-legged as his aura surged and golden light overflowed into the sky. A playful expression flashed across his golden eyes. The hunting game is my favorite game. P.S. This is a big chapter. It's not separated. I hope everyone has a good time reading it. Let's support it with the monthly votes. I've been blown to pieces. Chapter 97. The hunting game of the foreign golden-armored demon had begun. The troops of several parties fled in a swarm. Riding on the flood dragon horse, he crossed the mountain ridge. They only had 2 hours. Not long after, they crossed the mountains and came to a small wasteland. There were several forks as far as the eye could see. They stopped. Senior Xiao Han, there are a total of 5 forks. How should we choose? One of the forks should belong to the demon race and is used by the North Shen Demon King. A beautiful woman rode in front of Xiao Han. Her expression was calmer than the other disciples. At this moment, disciples of Ba Huang Hole, follow me. Li Yuan roared and pointed at one of the forks. There should be a true Qi realm expert of Ba Huang Hall in front. I can feel the original blade Qi. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuan's body glowed and his true Qi turned into a giant ape. It was 20 feet tall with a green face and sharp teeth. It roared like thunder. Li Yuan leaped onto the giant ape's thick and broad shoulders. The giant ape trampled on the ground, madly sprinting, rumbling as it rushed into a fork in the road. The swordsmen of Ba Huang Hall followed. The 2 true Qi realm elders of Medicine King Valley calmed down and arranged for the disciples to enter the fork. Lan Shirong and Xianxia looked back at Xiao Han. They were urged by the 3 masters to enter the darkness. The 100 or so swordsmen of Mingjian Villa were divided into several groups after a discussion. Apart from the forks filled with demon Qi, dozens of people entered the other 4 forks. Mingjian Villa had lost Lu Feng, a true Qi realm cultivator. Without a leader, they could only scatter and retreat. Life or death was up to fate. Xiao Han's heart moved. Everyone, enter the forks that the people of Medicine King Valley chose. Quick! For some reason, Xiao Han felt that the 2 elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters were too fearless in the face of danger. It was completely a feeling of having nothing to fear. Yes. The delicate and beautiful young woman made a prompt decision. Soon after, she frowned and said, Senior Xiao Han, aren't you coming with us? You guys go first. Xiao Han blurted out. The beautiful young woman did not act pretentiously. Leading the disciples of the Northern Alliance sect, They galloped into the fork that the Medicine King's Valley group had previously chosen. At this time, Xiao Yunrong walked quickly to Xiao Han and said in a low voice. Xiao Han, why are you leaving? Xiao Han said quickly. Yunrong, you've also seen Senior Martial Brother Fong Ling's extraordinary abilities. I feel that the golden armored monster's aura is on par with Senior Martial Brother Fong's. It's no small matter. To be honest, even if the golden armored monster gives us 2 hours, we won't be able to escape. We also have a slim chance of survival and are in grave danger. This time, he was really fighting against the heavens. Yunrong, hurry up and leave. However, if you are willing to trust me, choose the path that the people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters escaped to. Xiao Yunrong took a deep look at Xiao Han. All right, Xiao Han, I'll see you in the setting sun mountain range. The formless sword intent in her eyes solidified. Severing his fear showed that he had already tempered his mind to the point where it was sharp and unafraid of death. After saying that, Xiao Yunrong launched her body movement. They disappeared on the fork that the Medicine King's Valley troops and the Pure Rain sect's 20 inner sect disciples had chosen. There was silence all around. Xiao Han was the only one left. Xiao Han walked to the Demon Race's passage. My true qi has detected a large amount of distorted demonic qi from this direction. Xiao Han closed his eyes slightly. The demon egg in his heart and the demon monarch tattoo on his left arm also sensed the demonic qi. Especially the demon egg. With the 4th seal broken, his ability to sense demonic qi increased. At this moment, it was spinning rapidly like a motor. Let's take the risk. Enter the so-called Demon Race's passage and use the countless distorted demonic qi to deceive the golden armored monster. Seeking life in death. Xiao Han activated his saber intent and erased the distracting thoughts in his mind. His mind became clear and he actually took another strange path. He ran towards the fork that was left for the North Xian Demon King's tribe. As he ran, Xiao Han's body rushed out with light and instantly transformed into a huge spirit turtle. Xiao Han jumped on the turtle's back and flew forward. Not long after. Suddenly, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart spun at high speed and gave a warning. Roar! A demonic roar exploded from the dense forest on the left. Demonic wind filled the air and a huge towering tree was uprooted from the ground. It almost covered the entire space and crashed towards Xiao Han. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Xiao Han waved his saber like a shadow. The true qi saber light flashed like a storm, chopping the huge tree that was pressing towards him like a mountain into ashes. In the next moment. Human! True qi realm human. A 3-meter-tall greater demon stood in front of Xiao Han. He had towering horns on his head and bone spikes all over his body. Demonic qi surged around him as he stood on a 6-meter-long scarlet lizard with scales that looked like they were forged from divine iron. It was a demon general. Human die! The demon general was extremely cruel. It grabbed with its right hand and a ferocious demonic qi claw clawed at Xiao Han's head. The space was distorted and the place was filled with demonic qi. The demonic qi lizard also brewed a basin-sized demonic qi bullet and spat it out. Spirit tortoise shell. An ancient tortoise shell was erected in front of Xiao Han. Ancient oracle bone inscriptions and hieroglyphs were constantly circulating, and the bronze luster was dazzling. Bang! 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 The tortoise shell blocked the demon general's ferocious attack. In the next moment, PFF! A ripple flashed in the air. A strand of saber intent that contained endless light was 3 meters long. With the power of ghosts and deities, it was slashed out. Its speed was 4 times faster than the speed of sound. Killing people and ghosts with a single thought. Bang! The demon general's huge demon head was minced into dust by the saber intent. In an instant, the headless demon corpse disintegrated into strands of rich life essence and fused into the demon the arch-palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The demonic light on Xiao Han's left arm flashed twice. The luster was like glass, pure and flawless. Another 2 demon veins awakened. Xiao Han was delighted. The demon the arch-palm tattoo on his left arm had awakened 8 demon veins and possessed 800 cauldron of strength. It was almost comparable to the true qi stored in a true acupoint. At this moment, an extremely terrifying feeling pierced Xiao Han's spine. It was like a bone maggot. It caused Xiao Han's hair to stand on end. This terrifying feeling is not from the demon race. The golden-armored demon hero has begun his hunt. Xiao Han did not dare to be negligent. He activated the true Qi spirit tortoise and turned into a stream of light. He flew forward desperately. Along the way, he encountered a large number of loose demons and demon soldiers, but Xiao Han ignored them. He only cared about running for his life. However, the piercing sense of danger became more and more intense. In a small wasteland outside the Five Forks, golden light illuminated the night sky. The golden-armored demon hero held a golden battle spear as if he had stepped out from an ancient kingdom of gold. The blazing golden light made him look like an ancient god. He was filled with a noble and unattainable dignity. His eyes were intertwined with an indescribable excitement and exuberance. He walked to the Five Forks. Interesting. He smiled coldly. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 the golden light shone brightly. The golden-armored demon hero actually split into 5 and 1 into 5 people. In an instant, the 5 golden-armored men raised their golden battle spears. They turned into 5 rays of golden light and shot into the 5 forks. Xiao Han rode the spirit tortoise, but he could not get rid of the evil and danger that made him restless. Not long after, he passed through a forest. A lake appeared in Xiao Han's vision. Roar! 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 In the forest outside the lake, the ferocious and bloodthirsty demon roars rose and fell. Damn it, let's bet again. Xiao Han gritted his teeth. The spirit tortoise under his feet disintegrated into a ray of light and entered Xiao Han's true meridian. Xiao Han fell into the lake. After entering the water, Xiao Han closed his eyes. The endless light was restrained, and the spirit tortoise style surged out. It sealed Xiao Han's 5 senses: ears, mouth, nose, and body. It also sealed his pulse. Breathe. Xiao Han was like a piece of dead wood without life or a piece of rock. He fell completely to the bottom of the lake, and there was no more sound. The only thing that was not sealed was the demon egg in his heart that emitted some demon qi. Even the tattoo on the left arm of the demon monarch was dead silent. However, this bit of demon qi was mixed in the demon race's passage, intertwined with the thick and twisted demon qi. It was simply untraceable. Roar! 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 Several demon generals riding demon bats, demon lizards, and demon moths rushed out of the dense forest and stared at the peaceful lake. However, they found nothing and were about to leave. Suddenly, boom! A blazing golden ray swept past, and faint inscriptions flashed. It was as if the war song of the gods was sung. Those demon generals were instantly turned into nothingness. A golden-armored man holding a golden spear walked out of the golden ray of light. He stared at the lake, and 2 golden beams of light illuminated the lake, making it look like a pool of broken gold. After a few breaths, boom! The golden ray flashed and disappeared from this area. At the bottom of the lake, it was dead silent. Xiao Han was sleeping in the sand and rocks. His eyes were closed, and he looked like a corpse. However, Xiao Han's spirit sense was not sealed. He could sense everything that was happening around him. It was mysterious. That was close. That golden-armored man just passed by this area. His aura is too strong. He is as ferocious as an ancient demon bird. I can't go out yet. I'll just stay here. It's better to be safe than sorry. At this moment, Xiao Han quietly looked at the broken seals in his heart. Those were the light cocoons of martial arts that he could already cultivate. He took the opportunity to consolidate the 31st to 40th movement of the indestructible golden body. He studied the 4th style of the Emperor's Divine Fist, Dragon Face Rage. He studied the 2nd style of the 7-fragment saber art, Sky Shattering style. Xiao Han felt that after activating the turtle breathing style and sealing his 5 senses, his comprehension of various martial arts was deeper and clearer than usual. This was an extremely mysterious state. There was no one and he was indifferent. It was as if he was in a small world of his own. In this small world, the fear that could engulf a person's willpower seemed to be insignificant. Xiao Han calmed his heart and cultivated the 4th style of the Emperor's Divine Fist, Dragon Face Rage. It turns out that I need true qi to cultivate it. Senior Brother Feng was right. This fist technique can not only be cultivated by the physical body realm, but even after advancing to the true Qi realm, it will not be eliminated. It's a powerful martial art. Dragon Face Rage. Burn True Qi. Unleash Furious Strike. The so-called Furious Strike is a fist technique that explodes one's life potential to the extreme. At the cost of burning true Qi, a large amount of true Qi will be consumed to unleash a fist technique that is several times stronger than one's own strength. This is Furious Strike. Burning the true Qi stored in one true acupoint can unleash a furious strike that is twice as strong. Burning the true Qi stored in two true acupoints can unleash a furious strike that is twice as strong. And so on. There is no upper limit. As more and more true acupoints are opened, the amount of true Qi stored will become more abundant, and the furious strike will become more powerful. Move mountains and fill seas. However, after burning true Qi, one will become very weak. One must have enough true Qi spiritual stones or elixirs to replenish the true Qi that is consumed at any time. Dragon Face Rage can also be called a desperate strike. If the enemy does not die, then I will. The second style of the 7-fragment saber technique, Sky Shattering Style. This move was actually able to shatter space. Moreover, one must use true Qi as the foundation to activate it. This Sky Shattering Style also increases in power according to one's foundation. The peak of level 1 true Qi can shatter 10 feet of space. The peak of level 2 true Qi can shatter 20 feet of space. The peak of Sky Shattering Style can kill 1,000 people with one slash. Xiao Han immersed himself in practicing the two most powerful martial arts, Dragon Face Rage and Sky Shattering Style. He had completely forgotten about the passage of time. The 31st to 40th movement of the indestructible golden body was also being visualized by Xiao Han. The heat in his body was like 10,000 galloping horses. Whenever it flowed out of his body, it would shine with a golden light, making him look like a god or a golden Buddha. His physical body had been tempered to the point where it was incomparably strong. Every inch of his flesh and blood was flickering with a powerful golden light. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. It's been a few days. That golden-armored demon might have already escaped. He might have already gone to the Sunset Ridge. Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief after successfully hiding for 3 days and 3 nights. Let's go out now. I might be able to make it to the Sunset Ridge to kill the North Mystic Demon King. Even though my cultivation is low, I still covet the North Mystic Demon King. If I can let the tattoo on the Demon Thearcha's palm devour the North Mystic Demon King, it will be a great nourishment. Even though it's very difficult. At this moment, suddenly, in Xiao Han's mind, a pair of extremely evil and powerful crimson demonic eyes with monstrous demonic qi appeared. Xiao Han felt a sense of danger, as if he was being targeted by an ancient demon beast. This kind of danger was many times more dangerous than the golden-armored demon. It made Xiao Han's hair stand on end. It's Qing Lin Demon King. Oh my god! The Demon the Arch is here too. Is he here for the North Mystic Demon King or the demon egg in my heart? Xiao Han's body turned cold. No. I have to get to the Sunset Ridge and meet up with senior brother Dongfang Qin. Xiao Han didn't dare to stay any longer. Boom! He rushed out of the lake. He jumped to the side of the lake. Light surged around his body, evaporating his soaked clothes. It was noon and the sun was high in the sky. The warm winter sun made people feel refreshed. Phew! Let's hurry to the Sunset Ridge. Xiao Han stretched his body. Clap, clap, clap. Applause sounded. In the next moment, golden light seeped out from the dense forest in front of him. Auspicious qi and auspicious clouds. A golden-armored man slowly walked out of the forest and clapped his hands. As he looked around, the wind and clouds surged. There was a golden spear on his shoulder. Endless golden light and runes surrounded the golden spear. His eyes were also golden, and he looked like an undead warrior of the golden ancient kingdom. It was very magical. Not bad. Not bad. The golden-armored man nodded. You hid at the bottom of the lake for 3 days and 3 nights, hiding your aura and enduring. If it wasn't for my chaotic state of mind and fear, I would have been fooled by you. You're so much stronger than those good-for-nothings. Maybe you can become the new generation of the Fire Beacon Empire. Gold. Golden-armored demon. Xiao Han took half a step back. In the golden light, he seemed to see a distant country. A hymn lingered in his ears, and an extremely strong pressure enveloped him. I have to say, I cherish talent. The golden-armored man hesitated. Should I kill you in advance, or give you some time to grow? He had the aura of someone who could kill. Yes, I prefer to kill geniuses. He raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Han. 2 rays of golden light that were as vigorous as the sea enveloped Xiao Han. A crazy pressure enveloped Xiao Han. P.S. Chapter 98. Xiao Han didn't think that he would be discovered by the golden-armored monster even after hiding in the cave at the bottom of the lake for 3 days and 3 nights. Just because of a slight fluctuation in his emotions and a trace of fear, he was exposed. The monster was really too powerful. He was able to make use of some completely negligible clues to kill someone. Moreover, Xiao Han hid patiently for 3 days and 3 nights. Didn't this golden-armored monster also wait for 3 days and 3 nights? This kind of patience was chilling. This made Xiao Han think of the saying, under the monster, there are all living beings. However, Xiao Han found that the golden-armored monster in front of him seemed to be a bit weaker than when he first met him. Xiao Han's eyes showed a hint of suspicion. Oh, you're really smart. You noticed that my aura has weakened, right? The golden-armored monster said slowly. How should I say this? The me you're facing now is not my main body, but just a clone of mine. You may not understand what I'm talking about. But you only need to know that even if it's 1/5 of me, I can still kill you. It's enough for you to know this. 1/5? Clone? Xiao Han's heart moved. This guy in front of me is actually not a real person? It's similar to a mirror image and projection, but only 1/5 of the main body's battle strength? The saber intent cut off the fear and many negative emotions in Xiao Han's mind. What replaced it was calmness and burning battle intent, as well as a terrifying and tenacious desire to live. Only 1/5. Then I might still have a chance to live. Xiao Han's spirit had already been tempered to the point where there was no dust or dirt. It was sharp and would not be easily defeated. A simple sunset lingered on the surface of Xiao Han's body. After 3 days and 3 nights of hiding in the cave, Xiao Han's true qi was fully replenished from the battle with Lu Feng. He was full of spirit. The terrifying feeling of life and death caused his entire body's potential to be stimulated crazily. His fighting spirit was even stronger and his 10th true meridian was actually stirring. Did you kill the others? Xiao Han asked as he took out his saber and held it in his hand. A violent saber aura rose. You're a monster hero from another empire. You actually dared to openly sneak into the Fire Beacon Empire. Aren't you being too unscrupulous? I'm afraid you'll be buried in this strange land. Oh. First level true qi. Under my pressure, your fighting spirit actually rose steadily. Amazing. The tone of the golden-armored demon warrior was filled with praise. In my experience there was at least a 50% chance that he would become a fiend hero. SK. Buried in this strange land? He actually knew the tactics of psychological attack and intimidation. However, these little tricks were useless against a demon hero. Remember, never try to destroy the faith of a hero. On the contrary, this would arouse the endless anger and fighting desire of the evil hero. A mere beacon fire empire, I can come and go as well. Apart from a few great sect masters and a few high-level evil heroes of the imperial family, no one can stop me. Moreover, your people. I was busy fighting for the North Shen demonic monarch, so I had plenty of time to decide whether to stay or leave. Well, I have to say, I admire you more and more. Feel free to barge in. Let me see how much potential you have. The golden spear on the back of the golden-armored monster jumped as if it had a life of its own. The golden-armored monster held the golden spear and pointed it diagonally. It hit the sky, and the golden light was as bright as the sea. Endless ancient inscriptions appeared, and the scene of the ancient sacrificial rites was displayed. A shadow of a god rose from the head of the golden-armored monster. Boom! The ground in all directions began to sink. Fight! Xiao Han was ready to risk it all. The saber in his right hand flashed, and the true qi saber aura slashed out. Wherever the saber aura passed, the ground collapsed, and boulders were suspended in the air. Buzz! However, this true qi saber aura was twice as fast as the speed of sound, but it instantly disappeared into the golden light, like a clay ox falling into the sea, and there was no more sound. Oh, so you are a saber user. The speed of the true Qi saber aura can reach 680 sabers in a breath. Not bad, but you are not qualified to survive from my hands. The golden armored monster said slowly. He did not attack immediately, and his body remained motionless. You have 3 chances. I will let you make 3 moves. In these 3 chances, if the potential you show does not meet my expectations, then I will end your life. That was the first move. You only have 2 chances left. Die! As soon as they exchanged blows, Xiao Han completely forgot his fear. With a thought, a wisp of saber intent suddenly formed. It was like an evil dragon breaking through the air, devouring everything, and suddenly slashed at the golden armored monster. The speed of the saber aura reached 4 times the speed of sound. This was one of Xiao Han's killer moves. He made a prompt decision and released it. Saber intent? The spear in the golden armored monster's hand trembled slightly, and golden runes diffused out, wrapping around the wisp of saber intent. In an instant, the saber intent dimmed and gradually sank. However, at this moment, Xiao Han had already rushed towards the golden armored monster. The saber intent has just reached the small success stage, but it is still not enough. You only have 1 chance left. The golden armored monster stood like a boulder. His whole body was surrounded by golden light, like the setting sun, like the sunset, and the songs chanted by the ancient ancestors during sacrificial ceremonies sounded in all directions. It had the smell of the twilight of the gods. Solemn. Solemn. Destroying the ages. Xiao Han did not use the saber. Above his head, the light of true Qi shot up to the sky. The void was broken, and a phantom of the Son of Heaven appeared, looking down on the common people. Anger. Suddenly, Xiao Han's entire aura became furious. The whole world seemed to be crawling all of a sudden. It was trembling. The golden light dimmed for a moment. The dragon was furious. When the Son of Heaven was angry, the clouds moved in all directions, and the mountains and rivers turned to ashes. Xiao Han's body was burning, bathed in the true Qi fire. He was like an angry Vajra, and his strength was rising. It was violent to the extreme. Ha! The golden armored monster was finally moved. Xiao Han punched out. He burned all the true Qi in his 9 true acupoints. In exchange for anger. In exchange for a punch. His strength increased by 9 times. All in one throw. Puff, 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 puff. Before the fist arrived, the wind from the fist had already completely uprooted and torn the ground where the golden armored monster was. The golden armored monster floated in the air. Clang. In an instant, another wisp of saber intent slashed towards the golden armored monster at close range. This happened suddenly and caught him off guard. It was a sneak attack. Heh, interesting. The golden armored monster gently moved his spear, and endless golden light swallowed the wisp of saber intent. However, bang! Xiao Han's thunderous punch. It smashed into the golden armored monster's chest. Ka, ka, ka. The golden armored monster took 5 steps back, each step causing the ground to sink. Clang! The spear in the golden armored monster's hand fell to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Han had burned all the quintessence in his 9 true acupoints, leaving not a single drop behind. He had even risked his life to send out a strand of saber intent to launch a sneak attack. It could be said that he had used all his trump cards. In the end, he lay on the ground, panting heavily. He was sweating profusely, and his mental energy was extremely fatigued. He was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. All of my true Qi has been used up. This feeling of being hollowed out is too unbearable. It's as if I'm going to die. Xiao Han was extremely weak. Pa pa pa. Applause rang out. A fist mark several inches deep appeared on the chest of the golden armored monster, and the spear fell to the ground a few steps away. Very good. I've ignited all my Xianxia and risked my life to increase my strength by 8 times in an instant. Oh no, it's 9 times. There was no anger on the golden armored monster's face. Instead, it was full of praise. To be able to force a clone of mine to this extent, young man, you're very amazing. I have to say, your ruthlessness has won you your life. If you only had the saber Dao and saber intent, then you would already be a corpse. If you had even the slightest bit of it, then you would already be a corpse. If you have any reservations, then I'll kill you. I admire your determination to stake everything on a single throw. I'll make an exception and not kill you. Heh, I really want to see how far you can grow in the future. W8. What? You won't kill me? Xiao Han raised his pale face and looked at the golden-armored monster. Right now, Xiao Han didn't even have the strength to stand up. There's nothing strange about it. This time, I snuck into the Beacon Fire Empire mainly to try my luck and see if I could snatch the North Profound Demon King from the hands of your Beacon Fire Empire. I'll also teach you a lesson. I've already killed a lot of half-step true Qi cultivators. As for you, I originally wanted to kill you, but your talent has exceeded my expectations. Maybe in the future, you'll become a very interesting demon hero. The golden-armored monster's eyes suddenly revealed a thoughtful expression. Young man, remember, burn your true Qi to exchange for power. Don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Also, with the initial stage of saber intent, you can easily kill a normal true Qi realm martial artist. But for a demon hero of my level, it won't have much effect. Unless the saber intent is tempered to the middle stage. But the saber intent is void, and to reach the middle stage is very uncertain. If you want to become a demon hero in the future, you need to master some trump cards and secret killing moves. You're not strong enough yet. You can only say that you have the qualifications to become a demon hero. But there's a high chance that you'll die in the cruel selection. After saying that, the golden-armored monster picked up his spear and walked away. When he passed by Xiao Han, he stopped and immediately placed 2 palm-sized, crystal-like dazzling spirit stones beside Xiao Han. Young man, remember, be careful. Don't die, or I'll let you go for nothing today. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he was already far away. Xiao Han casually grabbed 2 spirit stones, which were surrounded by endless rays of light. These 2 spirit stones contain the purest true Qi. It's a true Qi spirit stone. It's actually more than 100 times more true Qi than an ordinary true Qi spirit stone. And it's extremely pure. Is this the top-grade true Qi spirit stone that senior brother Dong Fengqin mentioned? Xiao Han was wild with joy. He inserted the 2 beautiful top-grade true Qi spirit stones into his true acupoints to replenish his overdrawn true Qi. After a short while, Xiao Han stood up, recovered some true Qi, and murmured, "The demon hero is really temperamental." The fiendish hero is really temperamental. One moment he wants to kill me, and the next moment, he gives me a true Qi spirit stone of the highest grade. I really don't understand. However, it makes sense when I think about it. The fiendish hero is too powerful. For someone of my cultivation, there is no difference whether I kill or not in front of him. It's all based on my thoughts. I will definitely become stronger. One day, I will become a demon hero. This time, Xiao Han had benefited a lot from the battle with the golden-armored demon hero. He had accumulated valuable battle experience, and his spirit had been refined once again. The 10th true acupoint also had a feeling that it would collapse at any time. Phew! Xiao Han let out a mouthful of turbid air, used his movement technique, and ran towards the Sunset Mountain range. Along the way, Xiao Han did not sense any demon aura. This fork in the road was empty and desolate. Only Xiao Han was running at full speed. It seems that all the tribes of the North Profound Demon King have entered the Sunset Mountain range. I wonder if the North Profound Demon King has been killed and divided by the various forces in the past few days. Has that Demon King Qinglin also entered the Sunset Mountain range, or is he hiding in the dark, waiting for someone to devour? Xiao Han closed his eyes slightly, and the monstrous demon aura, scarlet and fierce demon eyes of Demon King Qinglin appeared in his mind. If Demon King Qinglin covets the demon egg in my heart and goes all the way from the western region to the southern region, then this time, there will be many experts gathered in the Sunset Mountain range, including demon heroes from other empires, such as the golden-armored demon hero. If I can take advantage of the situation and capture Demon King Qinglin in one fell swoop, that would be great, and I will have no worries. All kinds of thoughts came one after another in Xiao Han's mind. 2 days later, Xiao Han finally arrived at a vast plain. On the east side of the plain stood a majestic imperial city. It was magnificent, as if it had fallen from the sky, and the city walls were undulating like mountains. There were countless palaces in the imperial city, and there were faint roars of auspicious beasts. There were a large number of birds flying in the sky. What a royal demeanor! On the west side of the imperial city, there was a majestic mountain range that looked like a crouching dragon. There was demonic aura rising from the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, countless experts formed their camps. The powerful rays of light and the glow of treasures, the divine rainbows, and the mist made the sky look magnificent and beautiful. Some powerful treasure characters and ancient runes appeared in the sky. The world was silent, emitting the tension and suffocation before the final battle. I've finally arrived at the Sunset Mountain Range. As expected, there are many supreme experts gathered here, and they are all extraordinary figures that can make this land tremble. Xiao Han looked around and saw Dongfeng Qin and the others. He quickly walked over. It seemed that the operation to encircle the North Profound Demon King had yet to begin. Chapter 99. Xiao Han went through a lot of hardships and obtained a slim chance of survival from the hands of the golden-armored demon knight. Finally, he arrived at the Sunset Mountains. At this time, the setting Sun Mountain range was filled with demonic qi. The human experts were guarding at the foot of the mountain. A storm was brewing and they were about to make their move. They were going to snatch and divide up the dying giant of the demon race. Bei Xian Demon King. Xiao Han quickly rushed to the Pure Rain sect's camp. Junior brother Xiao Han. You're here. Not bad. It seems that you have experienced a tough battle and your spirit has been tempered. Just by looking at your eyes, I can tell that your bearing is much better than before. Dongfeng Qin looked at Xiao Han with satisfaction and nodded. Junior brother Xiao Han, you've used up a lot of your true qi. You can sit down and rest. Leave the Bei Xian Demon King to me. Yes, senior brother Dongfeng. Xiao Han did not waste any time. He sat cross-legged and looked around while absorbing the 2 supreme-grade true qi spirit stones in his true acupoints. Senior brother Xiao Han. The beautiful young woman from before had also managed to survive. She sat down next to Xiao Han. You've reached the true qi realm? Xiao Han was shocked. The delicate and beautiful young woman's entire body flowed with an otherworldly glow of treasures and immortal radiance, and her spirit and bearing had undergone a complete transformation. She was undoubtedly in the true qi realm. Xiao Han observed the state of her vitality. 3 true acupoints had been opened in her body and were glowing. Other than the beautiful young woman, there were 2 other inner disciples of the Pure Rain sect who had broken through the barrier and reached the true qi realm. One had opened 2 true acupoints. The other had opened 3 true acupoints like the beautiful young woman. Only 13 of the 50 inner disciples of the Pure Rain sect were left. The 30 who left Xiao Han seemed to have all died. They were not among the 13 who survived. The 13 who survived were all born from the 20 inner sect disciples who stayed by Xiao Han's side in the end. Senior brother Xiao Han, thank you for letting us follow the people of the Medicine King Valley. The beautiful young woman looked at Xiao Han with gratitude and lingering fear. After we entered the fork, the Golden Armor Demon King arrived very quickly. The golden armored monster quickly arrived. Its might was unstoppable. A golden light flashed by and a life would be reaped, not even leaving behind a corpse. But very quickly, a true Qi realm expert from the Empire appeared at the fork, seemingly to receive the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The Empire's true Qi realm martial artist repelled the golden armored monster, allowing us to survive. Moreover, under the pressure of the golden-armored monster hero that was as deep as the abyss in the sea, Lin Yun didn't dare to fight back. Among the 20 of us, 3 of us managed to break through and ascend to the Zhenqi realm. But we also lost 7 people. Yes, you guys are half-step true Qi. Now that he had accumulated enough, all he needed was an opportunity to reach the doorstep of Zhenqi realm. This time, our Pure Rain sect has gained another 3 true Qi realm cultivators, adding to our foundation, Xiao Han said with a nod. Then, Xiao Han looked at the other sect's camps. The Mingjian Villa side was led by Man Xingyue, who cultivated the Big Dipper Great Sword technique, and had more than 10 true energy realm martial artists under him. As for the half-step true Qi, less than 10 people survived. But among these 10 people, there were actually 5 who had reached the true Qi realm. Xiao Yunrong was also among them. She sat cross-legged with light rising from her head. Bright pearls and beautiful jades, solemn and dignified. With a quick look, he saw that there were 6 5-pointed star true acupoints in her body. Light and sword Qi were surging around them. This was no small matter. These disciples who had just entered the true Qi realm were tightly protected. Especially Xiao Yunrong, who was personally guarded by Man Xingyue. Lu Feng's injuries had also been healed, but his face was pale. There was not even a tenth of his true Qi left. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Coincidentally, his gaze also turned and met Xiao Han's eyes. Xiao Han ignored Lu Feng's vengeful gaze and only looked at Xiao Yunrong. Yunrong was indeed a genius. She had opened 6 true acupoints when she had just entered the true Qi realm. She was no different from senior brother Fong Ling back then. She was an outstanding sword cultivator who had comprehended sword intent. Once she advanced to the true Qi realm, her future would be limitless. As for Lu Feng and the others, they would soon be overshadowed by Xiao Yunrong's halo. This time, the Mingjian Villa has a total of 5 true Qi realm martial artists. This foundation is indeed stronger than our pure rain sect. Xiao Han was secretly surprised. Looking at the 8-point hall side, the outstanding swordsman Lu Yiming was overseen by more than 10 true Qi realm swordsmen. However, none of the half-step true Qi realm swordsmen were left. Even Li Yuan, who was at the peak of level 1 true Qi realm and had opened 10 true acupoints, was not present. Perhaps he had been killed by the golden-armored demon warrior. Lu Yiming's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with ferocity and killing intent. The Blazing Flame sect, one of the 5 major sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, also had experts present. However, their numbers were relatively small. The leader was a young man whose entire body was surrounded by flames. Above his head was the 9 heavens true fire. His divine aura was like the sea and the hymns were like the tide. He was an existence that could compete with experts like Dong Fengqin, Lu Yiming, and Man Xingyue. He must also be a demon warrior. As for the Medicine King Valley, there was no one present. Where are the people from the Medicine King Valley? Xiao Han frowned and asked the beautiful young woman. The people from the Medicine King Valley had just arrived at the Sunset Mountains and entered the palace. It is said that the Medicine King Valley is inextricably linked with the Empire. Senior brother Xiao Han, don't worry. Your 2 dainty little beauties from the Medicine King Valley are safe and sound. They have already entered the Imperial Palace. The dainty young woman smiled sweetly, looking extremely flirtatious. Ah! Xiao Han was a little embarrassed and looked away. Apart from the people of the major sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, in another camp, there were a few supreme experts wrapped in divine light and steaming with auspicious aura. There were runes flashing all over their bodies. Their aura was very dangerous. Some of their eyes even had the sun, moon, and stars, shattering the void. They were all powerful experts. Senior brother Xiao Han, there are a few people over there. They're all monsters from other empires. They're after the North Xian demonic monarch and they've already gotten into a fight with the core members of the Beacon Fire Empire. They almost fought, said the beautiful lady. What about the people of the Empire? Xiao Han asked curiously. This time, the Empire seems to be watching the fire from the other side. So far, no experts have appeared. Or maybe they want to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, this time, there was a golden-armored demon warrior following us and hunting us, but the Empire did not react at all. This matter is worth pondering. The beautiful young woman frowned. Okay, let's do it. In another camp that didn't belong to the forces of the Beacon Fire Empire, a tall and sturdy man stepped out. His body was covered in red mist, as if he was bathing in heavenly fire. His true meridians surged with turbulent energy. He said harshly, "The stalemate has been going on for a few days. If we don't do it now, things might change. You are giving the North Xian Demon King time to breathe. How stupid. Bu Qian, you are a demon warrior from the Dark Shadow Empire. Today, you have crossed the line and interfered with the hunt for the North Xian Demon King. I hope you don't die in the Beacon Fire Empire." Lu Yiming of the Ba Huang Temple roared with dissatisfaction. Ha 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 ha. The other demon warriors from the other empires laughed wildly. Lu Yiming. You have also been to other empires and even other regions to hunt demon generals and demon kings. Your Beacon Fire Empire can't swallow the North Xian Demon King. Why don't you give us a share? Plus, every demon king is a great treasure. Those who are capable can have it. What do you mean by crossing the line? Bu Qian sneered. Those who are capable can have it. Then let's fight. The North Xian Demon King will belong to my Pure Cloud sect. Dong Fengqin's battle intent surged. His body was surrounded by light and an ancient aura surged. A black luan rushed out from his body. It was a 20-zhang long luan. Its black feathers looked like they were made of divine iron. They were glistening and the earth trembled when it let out a cry. Its roar could shatter mountains and rivers. Its murderous aura made people's souls tremble. This black luan must be an ancient ferocious bird species. Senior brother Dong Fengqin is so fierce. Xiao Han clicked his tongue. He could feel that a single feather of the black luan could crush a mountain. Let's do it. Man Xingyue of the Mingjian villa shot out a sword qi from her head. She was extremely beautiful and the Big Dipper shone brightly. Majestic mountains, palaces, skies, and oceans appeared amidst the blurry sword lights. We should have done it long ago. After dragging it out until now, they still had to attack together. Ha 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 ha. A 20-zhang long crystal centipede rushed out from the body of a demon warrior of another empire. It shook its head and tail and spat out green light. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. Above the imperial city, a total of 8 primordial beasts suddenly flew out. There was a Qilin, a Bai An, a Xieji, a Taotai. Although their bloodlines weren't very pure, the pressure they exuded was overwhelming, enough to cause the clouds to tremble and the mountains to change colors. Each of the giant beasts was pulling an ancient bronze chariot. The chariot crushed the void and there were warriors wearing general's armor standing on it. Their auras were as vast as the sea. The river of time and the epic aura filled the air. These giant beasts, chariots and warriors looked like they had walked out from an ancient painting. The dust of history was shaken off and it was a ghastly and shocking scene. All the powerful figures had finally made their move. Apart from Dong Fengqin, the 10 true Qi realm cultivators of Pure Cloud sect did not show any signs of making a move. Instead, they guarded Xiao Han and the 3 newly born true Qi realm cultivators. This is a battle between the most powerful cultivators. People like me can't interfere at all. They are too powerful. There are many demon warriors among them who are going to use their divine abilities to fight against each other. Some of them might die. Xiao Han was completely tense. The North Mystic Demon King is not someone I can covet. I thought too simply. Moreover, the scariest thing is that Demon King Qinglin is hiding in a dark corner, waiting for an opportunity to strike. North Mystic Demon King. Dang. A powerful figure was the first to make a move. A giant true Qi giant palm print appeared out of thin air. This true Qi giant palm was blood red in color, as if it was created by fresh blood. It was about 20 acres in size, and it was filled with ferocious aura. It let out the miserable wails of the cuckoos and cries of blood apes. It had 7 fingers, and each finger was as heavy as a mountain, capable of shattering everything. Moreover, on each finger, there was a word dripping with blood. 7 fingers. 7 kill words. Kill. 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 7 killing palm print. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the entire sunset ridge started to shake and the mountain started to crumble. A single palm print could crumble a mountain. This was simply an ultimate killing technique that could dominate the world and shake the wind and clouds. Demon race. Dang. In the next moment, the sky above the sunset ridge cracked open and a leg appeared. It was a golden leg that was carved with countless inscriptions and the word treasure. The leg was about 10 acres in size and was surrounded by a divine light. It looked like the leg of an ancient barbarian. Just one stomp. Suppressing the mountains. The entire space collapsed, disintegrated, and turned into chaos. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the sunset ridge was done for. Broken into pieces. Pieces of the mountain were reduced to dust. Roar! The roar of a demon came from the mountain. The next moment, the handsome North Mystic Demon King flew into the sky with a pair of wings. His body was more than 20 feet tall and his snow-white skin was pulsating with a demonic and noble luster. Below the North Mystic Demon King, there were countless demon generals and demon soldiers floating in the air. Terrifying demonic aura radiated from the sunset ridge. Endless demonic light swept across, turning the mountain rocks and the air into ashes. Kill. The North Mystic Demon King has appeared. Kill it. Lu Yiming, the most powerful cultivator of Ba Huang Palace, slashed out a 10-feet-long golden saber chi. Endless saber light appeared in the depths of the void. The saber chi traveled for hundreds of thousands of miles and was supported by the saber intent that could slash through the void. Its speed was countless times faster than the speed of sound and it slashed towards the North Mystic Demon King. Ghost and God Annihilation. This saber technique is too powerful. Xiao Han was stunned. Fortunately, there were 10 true Qi realm cultivators guarding them. Otherwise, Xiao Han and the others would have been turned into blood powder by the aftermath of the battle. The golden saber Qi directly slashed towards the North Mystic Demon King. The golden saber Qi hit the Beast Emperor. Swoosh! The North Mystic Demon King produced countless afterimages and illusions. The North Shen Demonic Emperor created countless shadows and illusions. The next moment, moving like an illusion, North Mystic Demon King. He still has such a magical demonic technique despite being seriously injured. However, he will definitely die this time. Dongfang Qin's eyes were like a ferocious bird. However, I will definitely die this time. Dongfang Qin's eyes were like a ferocious bird, and the black luan that was more than 200 feet long tore through the air. With a roar, he pounced towards the North Mystic Demon King. The black talisman tore the void into pieces. Big Dipper Great Sword Art. The Big Dipper above Man Xingyue's head shone with a brilliant light that did not belong to the secular world. 7 magnificent sword chi slashed out at the same time. 7 sword chi. They instantly condensed into 7 giant dragons. The sun, moon, and stars shone in the sky. They were invincible. The battle had begun. Endless demon generals and demon soldiers. They were blasted into pieces. The North Mystic Demon Monarch, on the other hand, turned into layers of afterimages and dodged all the attacks by a hair's breadth. The Imperial Palace. The Golden Throne Hall. One of them was wearing an imperial robe. A middle-aged man with a crown on his head and a jade belt around his waist sat on the dragon throne. His eyes flashed with the image of the country, the sun, the moon, the stars, the sky, and the ocean. He had a full forehead, a straight nose, and a square mouth. His eyes were filled with tolerance. He was the current emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire. Endless auspicious clouds, auspicious chi, light, and celestial aura gushed out from his body. At this moment, outside the imperial city, the emperor was sitting on the dragon throne. His expression did not change and his aura was terrifyingly calm. In the Golden Throne Hall, hundreds of civil and military officials gathered. There were many true Qi realm cultivators among them. Your Majesty, the war has broken out. A few major sects and some demon warriors from other empires want to kill the North Mystic Demon King. It's time for us to take action. A majestic general with eyes that emitted the ancient beast Tao stood out and said, "Let's wait. My subjects and I will drink and watch the storm. The North Mystic Demon King will definitely die this time. Let's see who gets the Demon Emperor Crystal." The Emperor's tone was calm, but it was filled with a terrifying charm. He ruled the world and ruled the world. If we can use one Demon Emperor Crystal to exchange for the death of many powerful figures from the various sects, I will also feel gratified. Your Majesty, these past few years of the 5 major sects, with the exception of the Valley of the Medicine King who has been granted amnesty by Your Majesty, the other major sects have committed treason and dared to oppose the Empire as an equal. I hope that they will fight to the death against the North Mystic Demon King. It would be best if all of them died, so that the major sects will suffer a great loss. A skinny civil official walked out with a sinister look in his eyes. Don't worry. The Emperor waved his hand lightly. The ancestral land of the Beacon Fire Empire is in the eastern region, not the southern region. You should know that the eastern region is far more prosperous than the southern region. Compared to the eastern region, it is not an exaggeration to say that the southern region is an uncivilized land of barbarians. This time, I have finally reached a consensus with some of the higher-ups of the ancestral land. In the future, it may be possible for the Beacon Fire Empire to return to the eastern region. This time, we trapped the North Mystic Demon King in the Sunset Mountains and caused many forces to fight for him. It is just a small lesson for the various sections. Your Majesty is wise. The Sunset Mountains. The entire setting Sun Mountain range had been completely and utterly destroyed, leveled to the ground. All the tribes of the North Mystic Demon King, countless demon generals and demon soldiers had been turned into dust. Under the powerful attacks of all the powerful figures, the seriously injured North Mystic Demon King was finally hit after struggling for a long time. Puchi. The black phoenix formed by Dongfang Qin's true qi could shatter a mountain with one claw, and its attack speed was extremely fast. With one claw, it finally pierced through the illusory movement of the North Mystic Demon King and tore his body apart. Boom! The rose-red demon blood brightened the surrounding color. Pieces of it shot out like a hurricane. Roar! The North Mystic Demon King finally let out a miserable howl. Swoosh! The 200-foot-long crystal centipede suddenly shrank, and its body was surrounded by green light as it pierced through the remains of the North Mystic Demon King. Bang! It exploded. The body of the North Mystic Demon King exploded. In the blink of an eye, a bright object that was thousands of times more beautiful than any gem in the mortal world burst out from the shattered body of the North Mystic Demon King. It was a palm-sized crystal. It was close to amber in color, and its entire body was flawless and spotless. It contained countless ancient demon clan runes. Seal script. Pure demon chi was circulating. It was dazzling. The crystal even displayed the ancient demon race nation, along with countless images. There were altars. There were countless powerful figures of the demon race. There were the reproduction and civilization of the demon race. It described the origin and rise and fall of the demon race. Demon Emperor Crystal. North Mystic Demon Emperor Crystal. This is the supreme crystal created by the body of the Demon Emperor with a pure bloodline. It contains the purest bloodline and energy of the demon race. It's a priceless treasure. Snatch it. This is the essence of the North Mystic Demon King's life. It symbolizes its status in the upper echelons of the demon race and the supreme nobility. All the powerful figures made their moves. The entire world. The sun surged, and the divine light flashed. All kinds of ferocious birds and giant beasts formed by true qi began to fight to the death. The supreme sword qi and saber qi, palm imprints, and fist techniques began to collide with each other in a destructive manner. Even the war chariots and ancient savage beasts floating above the palace. They all attacked together. The other super powerful figures who were watching were also ready to attack. Countless divine lights appeared in the sky. Pairs of blazing eyes and torrential rays of light poured down from the sky. What? At this moment, Xiao Han couldn't help but stand up. He only felt that the demon egg in his heart and the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm had established a special connection with the North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal in the smoke of war in the distance. The demon egg was jumping. The demon monarch's palm tattoo was throbbing. Senior brother Xiao Han, you? The beautiful young woman next to him. She looked up at Xiao Han. Senior brother Xiao Han, this level of battle is no longer something we can participate in. It's not something we can participate in. Senior brother, please sit down so that you won't be attacked by the aftermath of the true qi. Bang! Dongfang Qin's black phoenix exploded the crystal centipede and grabbed the North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal with its sharp claws. Boom! The huge golden foot in the sky stomped down, and the wind and clouds exploded. A golden saber qi instantly pierced through the golden foot. The Big Dipper was spinning, and the sword qi was like a tide, invincible in the world. The battle was extremely chaotic. However, an extremely strange thing happened. The North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal actually dodged the attacks and snatches of all the powerful figures with a small space jump. The next moment. Swoosh, this extremely beautiful and dazzling crystal, which represented the bloodline and status of the North Mystic Demon Emperor, flew toward Xiao Han at a speed faster than light. Clang! The North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal instantly fused into the Demon Monarch's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm and embedded into a groove on the Demon Monarch's palm. Buzz! The demonic light on Xiao Han's left arm flashed and disappeared. This. Xiao Han was shocked. Lifting his head, He saw that the countless experts had stopped their attacks and were all looking at him. Young man from the sect, did you put the North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal into your true cave? What method did you use? Even I didn't see it clearly. The true Qi realm powerful figure from the Raging Flame sect took a step forward and walked towards Xiao Han. His eyes were filled with endless greed and passion. Hand over the North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal. This. Xiao Han couldn't help but take a step back. P.S. Thank you everyone for your support and rewards. Thank you, Third Alliance Master, Soul Guiding Menjing. I'm extremely grateful. Thank you to all the brothers who supported me. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.